I declare open this hearing of the Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport References Committee into the impact and mitigation of aircraft noise. For the benefit of witnesses, I'm the Chair, Senator Matthew Canavan, and I'm joined today by the Deputy Chair, Deputy Chair, he's been elected Deputy Chair, Senator Raf Ciccone online, and also here in the room by Senators Bridget McKenzie, Richard Colbeck and Larissa Waters. Thank you for all attending, and thank you for all coming along to hear about this important issue. Today's hearing is a hybrid hearing. Some witnesses are appearing online, others are here in person, and I thank everybody for coming along and the public for attending. Before we start, I'd like to remind everybody that these are official parliamentary proceedings. A Hansard record will be prepared and the discussions are being broadcast. We also have some media in the room here today. If any senators or witnesses do not want to be filmed or photographed, please speak with the Secretariat, which is represented by Emma over to my left there today. If there's no objections, we'll allow them to stay. I understand there are members of the public who have attended today who are hoping to present to us in an open session later this afternoon. Thank you very much for your interest, and we are looking forward to hearing the direct experience of people on this issue. If you are keen to speak, you do need to notify Emma from the Secretariat before 4 p.m. this afternoon. It's only an hour session, and we already have a few people who have put their name forward. We're going to have to cap it an hour, and it's about 2 minutes each, so it is going to be first in, best dressed. We'll try to get to as many as we can. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which an objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I remind all committee members and witnesses who are appearing by teleconference to mute your microphones, and maybe the large number of people in the audience, if you could make sure your phones are muted as well, so we can proceed without disruption. Thank you again for all attending, and I do now welcome representatives from the Brisbane Flight Path Community Alliance. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Professor Marcus Ford. I'm the chairperson and spokesperson for the Brisbane Flight Path Community Alliance.
Thank you, Professor. Okay, we might just ask, can we control the... Presumably we can. We'll just maybe, if you speak up, or we might bring the microphones closer to you, possibly. Yeah. Try again. Just try again. But the main thing is there for the record. For your
My name is Professor Marcus Ford. I'm the chairperson and spokesperson for...
All right. I think, yeah, we'll try and speak up, but I think we just have some limitations. I'm sorry with the technology here. We'll do our best. Dr. Foley.
My name is Dr. Sean Foley. I'm a committee member on the Brisbane Flight Path Community Alliance.
My name is Tess Bignall. I reside at Sanford. I'm the treasurer of the BFPCA and also community representative of AAB.
Thank you very much. If people are struggling to hear or can't see, it is being broadcast live, so you can. The other option is you could go and use your phone or other technology to do that if you want to hear it. It'll also be available online afterwards. So I'm sorry, I probably can't do much more, but to speak up, and we've got the volume apparently as high as it can go. I apologise for that. Thank you very much for your submission. It's very comprehensive and been very useful to us. You also have the opportunity to make an opening statement if you'd like. Could you keep that short, maybe at around 2 minutes or so we've got plenty of time for questions. Over to you, Professor.
Thank you, Senator. Aircraft noise pollution is not just a nuisance or inconvenience, it is a health issue and is causing real harm to families and communities in more than 220 suburbs across Greater Brisbane. With the launch of the new Pearl runway on the 12th of July 2020 came a new airspace design and flight paths that concentrate aircraft noise over densely populated residential areas. Brisbane Airport and Airservices Australia sold this project to us, suggesting it will enable them to prioritise over-water operations that direct planes away from residential areas. Prior to the launch, BAC CEO Gert-Jan de Graaf is on the record saying the net effect of aircraft flying over the city will decrease. His statement turned out to be false and misleading. Today, we read in their submission to this inquiry, BAC has limited influence in reducing aircraft noise. That is why BFPCA wants the Australian government to enforce BAC to maintain their social licence to operate by legislating a curfew, a flight cap, and a long-term operating plan. BAC's submission suggests the introduction of a curfew would stifle regional economic growth, reduce access to medical care, introduce inconvenient domestic flight times, and increase cost of airfares. None of this occurred in Sydney or any other airport internationally that introduced a curfew. So why would this happen here? BAC further claims a curfew would cause an economic loss of over $2 billion annually in 2032. 2019 figures, though, show that Sydney Airport facilitated $7.6 billion of direct economic value to Australia, and this was with a curfew and a flight cap. If Sydney Airport can do this with a curfew, why can't Brisbane? The estimates BAC presents to us cannot be trusted. They are produced by a PR company called Queensland Economic Advocacy Solutions. The emphasis here is on advocacy, as they present a biased view which does not account for the property devaluations and for the health costs associated with Brisbane Airport's operations. Today we will hear from real experts, Dr. Sean Foley, Professor John Quiggin, and distinguished Professor Lidia Morawska, who will offer a scientifically rigorous cost-benefit analysis, and I commend their findings to this committee. BFPCA's hope is that this inquiry will shine a light on the state capture of Australia's regulatory framework by the aviation industry, including unethical practices and misconduct by Airservices Australia. Airservices have repeatedly breached public trust. They have abused their powers to remove overwater operations without consultation or reapproval, and they have failed to meet ministerial conditions imposed upon them under the EBPC Act. In the definition of Australia's National Anti-Corruption Commission, this constitutes corrupt conduct. BFPCA's hope is that this inquiry will end the state capture and prepare for the introduction of strong regulation in the aviation sector to protect ordinary Australians. And I thank the committee and our supporters for enabling this inquiry. Thank you.
Thank you. I might just ask a threshold question and then throw to Senator McKenzie. You made some very strong allegations in your submission, and you've repeated them there, about the conflicts, and I think you've used the word corrupt. Can I clarify, though, is the evidence that members of Airservices Australia are receiving a personal benefit associated with the regulation of airport noise, aircraft noise, or is it just that they receive extra funding to fund their organisation, etc., in a way that's conflicted and potentially colours their advice?
We speak here as representatives of the community. We are not lawyers that can ascertain whether the allegations of corrupt conduct are correct. That's why we have a National Anti-Corruption Commission. Right. We read the information on the Anti-Corruption Commission's website. Our layman's reading is that they meet the definition of corrupt conduct.
I'm not asking a legal question, though, and I too don't exactly know, not a lawyer myself, but I'm asking about, is the allegation they are receiving a personal benefit? Are they getting extra money or kickbacks or some such, or is it just that the advice they're giving is coloured by the industry funding they receive?
We definitely have sufficient evidence to ascertain that Airservices have a conflict of interest because they've been corporatised. They operate as a company in service of the aviation industry, and that's actually something that they have publicly admitted in previous Senate estimates hearings. So what we believe is that there is a unmanaged conflict of interest between Section 9 of the Airservices Act 1995 that stipulates that their main priorities should be safety in the air and protection of communities on the ground, and they are prioritising profits.
And thank you. And just while you've just mentioned that, your submission mentions the Act requires the prioritisation of noise mitigation, noise minimisation. I think you just mentioned safety. I was going to ask that later, but I might as well do it now. We've had some submissions from pilots associations who are concerned that some of the measures to reduce noise can actually make flying more unsafe. I presume you would accept both of those issues must be managed carefully.
We don't question the need to maintain and prioritise safety, but at the same time, we would put to the Australian Pilots Association that introducing a flight cap or curfew has no safety implications whatsoever. That's why Sydney Airport has been successfully operating with a curfew and a flight cap since the mid-90s.
Yeah, in fairness, I don't think they were mentioning the curfew. It was some of the paths and wind conditions,
Correct.
etc. But yes. Thank you. Senator McKenzie.
Thank you, and thank you everyone for attending. Great to see you again. My question essentially goes to Airservices Australia. You mentioned in your submission and in your opening remarks, the Ombudsman in 2021 reported, and I quote, Airservices Australia did not accurately model new flight paths for Brisbane Airport or their noise impacts before a parallel runway opened in July 2022. Given that that's the Ombudsman's reported findings, your commentary around Airservices Australia, I think, continues a long, well-worn path that we've all been on for a long time. It's a bit like cutting corners on your own homework, isn't it? If they're both in charge of doing the consultation and then in charge of other aspects of that. Could you just unpack that for the committee? Because as I understand it, the CEO, Jason Harfield's reappointment is in front of Minister King right now, and I would really like your community's response to now. I know she has refused to meet, but this is your opportunity.
Thank you, Senator, for this opportunity to address this question. I'd first refer the committee to our submission and specifically the chronology. Airservices submitted a referral under the Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Act for the airspace in Brisbane in 2007. Malcolm Turnbull, at the time of being Environment Minister, attached ministerial conditions to that approval. One of the conditions stipulated that Airservices was required to verify the, at the time, draft forecasts noise modelling in 2007 closer to the launch of the runway. What we found through Freedom of Information requests and documents that are available to the committee via our submission is that Airservices did, as you say, cut corners and mark their own homework. Not only did they mark their own homework, they actually asked their partner, Brisbane Airport Corporation, to do the assessment for them. So the actual scrutiny was outsourced to the project proponent. The Aircraft Noise Ombudsman in his report in 2021 specifically mentions a noise comparison report that was fabricated by the airport. The Aircraft Noise Ombudsman, whilst it's beyond the charter of conducting thorough investigations into federal administrative processes, did include a mention that suggests that this noise comparison report that the airport produced was very biased. It was obviously painting a picture of the project in their favour. Airservices then proceeded and took that report, put it on their letterhead, sent it to the Environment Minister, and everything was approved without further consultation or scrutiny.
So is it your contention then that Airservices Australia deliberately misled the community regarding the noise impacts and the approving minister at the time?
Yes, it is.
That's a pretty big claim.
It is.
Amen.
Can I just quickly say,
Yeah,
the
sure.
reason why we believe that we do have this evidence is the fact that it would be technically impossible to orchestrate thousands and thousands of people across Greater Brisbane in over 220 suburbs to come out with the same message. Like, no advertisement company is able to do that, but here we are. And we have now close to 30,000 complaints, more than all airports in Australia combined, that are all saying that they've been duped, they've been misled, that they had messaging about this project would be great for Brisbane, it would reduce the noise for those that were experiencing noise previously, and it would not be of concern to those that didn't have noise. Fast forward to today, and we have Airservices install a suicide hotline in order to deal with the mental health fallout
of this decision.
Of this decision, correct.
Absolutely. So who was the CEO of Airservices Australia at the time?
I would have to check this on notice, but I believe Jason Harfield has been in that role for the time that the reassessment was due in 2018.
Do you have a view about the reappointment of Jason Harfield, given the behaviour of Airservices Australia?
We believe the fish rots from the head, and we believe that the executive management of Airservices is responsible for mismanaging their obligations under the legislation.
Thank you. I'm going to go to sod props in a minute. I've got a whole list of questions, and there'll be a lot on notice because I know other senators have questions. Your organisation has been exceptional in the amount of advocacy that you've done with me in getting, when I first came into this role, but also on the change of government. Have you approached Minister King?
We did.
And how many meetings have you had with her or her office? Obviously, ministers can be busy.
Zero.
Zero.
You had no meetings with her office?
You've requested meetings?
Yes.
And you're prepared to meet with an advisor, her chief of staff?
We were denied all opportunities to meet with staff or with the minister.
And why was that?
She asked her chief of staff to send us quite a boilerplate response because certain passages in that letter were taken from other responses that other members of the community had received. It was just talking about the Australian government that is currently working on an Australian aviation white paper, and we should sit down and send our submission to the white paper. There was no opportunity to meet with staffers or the minister, even when she was in Brisbane.
Right.
Did you offer,
would
did you
you
offer
be-
to go to Canberra?
I was in Canberra.
Yeah,
Oh, right.
he was in Canberra, just at last sitting. Does that offer to the minister or her office, or anyone indeed in the Albanese government, to actually meet with your community groups or representatives still stand? You'd be prepared?
It does.
All right, well, let's hope the minister takes up that opportunity. Just turning to sod props, the data that's been provided to members of the committee shows that in 2023, approximately half of all flights occurred over Moreton Bay. Given weather and the propensity for wind to form over water, that's a fairly good achievement, wouldn't you agree?
No, what we are talking here is in over-the-water operations where the two runways are used for departure and arrival over water. So the figures that Brisbane Airport Corporation present is actually just normal operations. So you have either the wind that is northerly or the wind is southerly, which means that you have flights either arriving over residential areas or departing over residential areas. That is entirely different to how this project was sold to the community. The community was told the ability to have two runways gives them the option to fly entirely over water. Now, without technical background, someone who is an ordinary lay person would listen to that and say, that sounds like a good deal. And that's why there wasn't any opposition in the lead up to the launch. Precisely when you have the CEO of the airport on national television, even in February of 2020, still peddling that same line.
And the regulators, was CASA at all involved in this, given safety is an issue? It was only Airservices Australia's advice that the minister relied on.
What we've been able to find out, again through Freedom of Information requests and documents we've obtained, is that Airservices was required to submit air change proposals, ACPs, to CASA. We asked CASA how they were scrutinised, and we also had senators and estimates ask CASA about that particular level of scrutiny. Their response was that they trust Airservices to do the right thing. They did not do any of their own engagement at the time, so they pretty much admitted to rubber stamping the ACPs for their mates in Airservices and the airport.
Bit of back scratching going on, would you agree?
We agree.
How has this decision affected property prices in the suburbs and areas impacted?
There is two studies I'd like to refer the committee to. One is by the Australian government itself. The Western Sydney Airport's environmental impact statement required a property analysis that was commissioned and conducted by JLL, a big property consultancy. For Brisbane, they looked at all the different airports at the time, because obviously Western Sydney wasn't built in 2016. For Brisbane, they found a property devaluation of 10.67% with one runway. So this was before we actually had this very stark increase in the frequency and volume of flights. We are currently conducting our own property economic study that uses hedonic modeling in order to verify some of these figures. And there's also a submission that I refer you to by Professor John Quiggin, who is an ARC laureate fellow at the University of Queensland. And his submission to this inquiry is also including figures that verify the property devaluations across Brisbane.
How many people are involved in your community group? We've got a packed out room here today. People have bothered to spend the morning here, absolutely making their physical presence felt. But in terms of the number of Brisbanians who actually care about this issue, who don't want to see an airport shut down, but also want these types of issues resolved.
Thank you. If I may, I'd like to refer this question to my colleague, Dr. Sean Foley. He's conducted a study to ascertain residents that are affected and those that are moderately as well as severely affected. Would you like to comment?
Thank you, Senator. The number of people that live under flight paths, one flight path in Brisbane, is of about 700,000 people. The number that live under two flight paths, in other words, a departure flight path or an arrival flight path, which is where we happen to live, is of the order of about 400 to 500,000 people. That represents about 1/3 of the total population of Brisbane. Our group, BFPCA, has about 4,000 active members. But you can't talk to people in any of these suburbs without getting into a conversation about aircraft noise. It will be difficult to find someone who thinks it's a good idea.
Thank you, Dr. Foley. I've just got one more
fine.
question. Thank you. Does Airservices Australia have a conflict in being the agency that determines the flight path, appoints the aircraft noise ombudsman, and being a fee-for-service operator? The trifecta, one would say.
Yes, it is.
But I guess me stating it, I'm asking you, does that represent a conflict?
It does. What we hope this Senate inquiry will recommend is a complete overhaul of the regulatory framework that the aviation industry is embedded in. I think noise is obviously our main concern as a community advocacy group, but we've been looking at staff shortages that are fabricated by air services. We've been looking at sexual harassment and bullying scandals within air services. We've had a whole bunch of mismanagement when it comes to airlines, slot management in Sydney, and the list goes on. So I think the aviation industry in Australia is in a complete schlamazel.
Do you have a sense the government in its aviation white paper is going to go to that level of regulatory reform?
We are looking at the aviation white paper from 2009 under the Rudd-Gillard government, and we're looking at some of the recommendations that were proposed for Brisbane, for instance, and one of them includes to have a regular check whether Brisbane needs a curfew. That check has never occurred, so we don't believe that we can trust a aviation white paper to do the hard work of actually introducing regulatory reform work precisely because it's just called a white paper. That is just lingo adopted from the industry to have a bit of a discussion and fiddle around the edges without actually getting the job done.
Okay, and so in your opinion, would CASA be a more appropriate oversight body to regulate noise, given its role in balancing safety, practicality, training, maintenance, all the different things that actually play into aircraft noise, or at the least be responsible for appointing the Ombudsman and general oversight? Is there a greater regulatory role for CASA in this space, given Airservices Australia has all three?
We believe
levers?
That an entity that is still a statutory entity and has regulatory powers would be much better suited. The problem with giving CASA these kinds of authorities is that historically they have now adopted a culture of only looking at safety.
Yeah.
So when we've been trying to approach them, they were not interested in engaging with the public on these matters. They refer us back to the airport and they refer us back to Airservices. So even if from one day to another CASA was given those extra powers, we doubt that the staff would be equipped to be able to do this work.
So, and for those following along at home, CASA does have a responsibility legislatively to look at more than safety. It's just a cultural focus. Is that your...
We again asked in, we heard CASA answer in Senate estimates whether there's been any incidents where they actually picked up on anything not safety related in airspace change proposals, and they've never done that. So whilst we are now at a time where there is a overseas aviation airspace consultancy that has been engaged by former Deputy Prime Minister Barnaby Joyce for over $500,000, Tracks International, that found over 49 flaws in Airservices airspace design that they had 13 years to work on. CASA did not pick up any of those 49 issues. So we think that something's got to give with regards to who's marking whose homework.
Thank you very much for your evidence.
I'll go to Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, Chair. Well, good morning to your wonderful group and good morning to everyone who's joining us today. I'm a fellow Brisbane resident, so I know what we're all going through, and I think we can all see from the presence in the room of you all how strongly the community feels about this issue. So can I ask Professor Foth, or perhaps Dr. Foley, can you please run us through what are the impacts on our community of this ridiculous aircraft noise?
Thank you, Senator. I've been digging into the whole issue of what aircraft noise does to people. Aircraft noise is only one part of the equation, as it were. And I think that Professor Lidia Morawska is going to talk about the health issues to do with particulates from aircraft. The range of diseases that are caused by chronic exposure to aircraft noise keeps getting longer. It's definitively associated with cardiovascular diseases, with epilepsy, with diabetes, with hypertension, high blood pressure, and a range of psychological issues from annoyance to anger to depression and so on. None of this work, unfortunately, has been done in Australia. This is all work that has been done over the years, largely in Europe and America. But there is no doubting the validity of this work. And my considered opinion is that the noise and the other pollutants, the particulates and the gases, do represent a significant public health problem for Australia. And of course, the closer you are to the airport, the more of a problem it is. So we have a public health issue hiding in plain sight. If Australia depends so greatly on aviation for transport, which it does, it's very important that we pay attention to the downside of this and start doing our own research into what's happening. I think one of the things that could be done, for instance, is that the airport or the appropriate authority is required to run health checks, monitor the health impacts on the communities that are overflown by aircraft. This is done in Europe, it's done in America. I don't see why it can't be done here. There's plenty of expertise. The other point that I would make at this time is that we depend on one metric, one measure of aircraft noise. It turns out that the A-weighted scale for aircraft noise, which is the scale that's weighted to what we hear as humans, and it's effective for that, misses out on a very important part of the noise spectrum, which is noise below 500 hertz. And it's this low frequency noise and the infrasound, which is below 20 hertz, that has been pretty definitively associated with causing the diseases that I just mentioned. So we have a really serious problem here that the metric we are using is not giving us the information we need. So there needs to be deeper work done. I'm just one person in a small group working on this here. We need university quality investigations into the health impacts of aviation in Australia. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. It sounds to me like the profits of Brisbane Airport Corporation and the airlines are being put ahead of the community's health. When did that become okay? And what can be done to reverse that?
Well, our suggestion has been put forward before. A first step, which is basically cost-free, Professor Quiggin will talk about the economics of that, is a cap on flight movements and a curfew. And so that these are not just one-off, a long-term operating plan. There's lots of other work to be done, but these are straightforward, they have no safety implications, and they would make a big difference.
I suspect the airline folk will tell us that their profits will suffer if we do those things that will help the quality of life for people who live in this beautiful part of the world. What's your contention to that assertion that somehow their profits will suffer and it's just not worth it for them to care about their community?
Their profits result in what economics calls externalities. And as Professor Quiggin will show, the externalities are greater than the profits. Sydney Airport, which has now had a curfew and a movements cap for over 20 years, is still a viable operating business. It hasn't suffered a profit loss and it hasn't gone bankrupt. There is no reason to believe that Brisbane Airport would suffer those kinds of problems either. We haven't seen an independent economic analysis of what these would be. I think I've read Professor Quiggin's analysis. It's impressive. With my own training, I understand what he's saying. He believes that the economic consequences are minor, but the health and well-being consequences, the positive consequences for Brisbane residents are major.
If I can quickly add, the big distinction here is that the figures presented by the airport are not a proper cost-benefit analysis. They are only presenting benefits of a certain type. And what we really need to phase up to is the fact that these profits are based on socialising the losses. They are privatising profits on the basis of property devaluations, of loss of amenity, of health harms that we pay for. So what this actually results in is a capital transfer from ordinary Australians to a corporation that has a 30% share in the Queensland Investment Corporation, the Queensland State Government, as well as overseas stakes with industry super funds and the Dutch government through the Schiphol Group. So we believe that we were never consented to hand over wealth to this corporation and are suffering as a consequence of their operations without any compensation right now.
Well, for the record, I agree completely with your assertion. I don't understand why, if Sydney can have a curfew and flight caps and still be perfectly able to continue operating and servicing people's needs, I don't understand why Brisbane can't also have that. What's your view of why there's such a resistance to curfews and flight caps per hour?
The projections that Brisbane Airport based their investment decision on to build a second runway are based on overinflated passenger figures. And again, Professor John Quiggin in his submission alludes to some of the issues with passenger numbers not being where they are supposed to be according to BAC's views. This is passenger numbers though. So we believe as a fallback position, the airport has now changed their commercial strategy to turn Brisbane into the Detroit of Australia. So we have now an airport that has heavily invested in freight and cargo infrastructure. We are seeing announcements about attracting DHL, Australia Post, the Amazon warehouse, and the list goes on of freight forwarding companies that largely operate at nighttime. This is to make up the deficit in passenger numbers by looking at cargo business and freight business. Now, on that basis, they are trying to catch up to the original investment projections, but again, that wasn't part of the original consultation, and again, it requires a regulatory response in order to protect the host community, because we are now dealing with an airport with a city attached to it rather than a city with an airport attached to it.
Ms. Bignell, just some questions for you. I thought your observations about your involvement in the group that you've been appointed to represent the community on were really very disappointing, and I share your frustration. Can you give us a potted version of your experience of the so-called community consultation that you've been engaged in and the outcomes it's produced?
Just a brief note for an opening sort of address. Minister King continues to neglect her responsibility as an elected politician by the people on this matter. Minister King has demonstrated that the AAB is the only mechanism that the Brisbane community have to bring their concerns. AAB's role, as per their terms of reference, is to implement the Noise Action Plan for Brisbane. Community representatives feel we are part there just to mark theatre engagement and to mark Airservices and BAC's homework. The Chair's role of independence is questionable to community reps. I was expecting more support from the AAB to bring about positive actions for the community. I was not expecting to be requested to suppress information from my community. I was not expecting to feel like there was a bias. Mainly the interactions with the Chair and industry, in favour of industry. My submissions includes various examples. AAB has resulted in 0 outcomes for the community thus far. It's met basically 4 times in person, once online. To give you an example, we would have expected that the Chair would investigate further the authenticity of the business case of Qantas and Jetstar to retrofit the A320 fuel vents, but we were given a letter from the Chair that demonstrated this case. This case needed to be tested, and it wasn't. We also would have thought the Chair would request the full-length runway departure trial to be done properly with a new SID and air service, because air services modelling has proven over the last nearly 4 years to be incorrect. The biggest impact on most communities is aviation noise. Noise impacts such as the health issues is a banned subject at AAB. BACAG is not the forum to be addressing such serious issues. Airservices Noise Action Plan for Brisbane has no noise metric for the reduction in noise. Does their action plan mean 1 decibel less or 10 decibels less? Does it mean we can sleep at night? So what is the end goal here? The airport is there for its efficiencies, and that equates to profits, which are ranked over our community. Industry has no consequences for not doing the right thing by community or incentives for doing the right thing by community. This is why the Senate Inquiry Committee must look at the London City Noise Action Plan. This is a great example of the use of parliamentary regulatory framework in order to safeguard and protect the community and for Brisbane as a whole and Australia. We need to strike a balance. We are thousands of families around Brisbane and Australia suffering at the hands of an unregulated industry. We are not their collateral damage. We are Australians and we matter.
Just with my last question, thank you for that. And on behalf of the government, even though I don't represent them, I would like to apologise to the community for what you've been put through and for the tokenistic consultation, the appearance of consultation whilst actually the big corporations are still, laughing all the way to the bank. So we will keep working to try to fix this. There's a number of us here that are interested in that, and we hope that the Minister actually takes a meeting with you and finally starts to listen. I'll just flag that my colleague Libby Watson-Brown, the Greens member for Ryan, has introduced a private member's bill that would put a curfew for Brisbane, that would put hourly flight caps, and that would also require a long-term plan with community consultation involved in its design. So I'll flag that we have been listening, and that's our attempt to try to fix this. But of course, it requires the government to engage. So this is my commitment to you that we will keep trying to push them on this issue. Thank you.
Just a clarification, Tess. Who appoints the chair of AAB?
The Minister.
Thank you.
Senator Colbeck.
Thanks. Ms Bignell, it would appear from what you've just said that you believe, or your experience is, that the whole process basically allows the... It is turned up fairly loud. That you believe, or your experience is, that the whole process allows the aviation sector to operate effectively unfettered.
Correct.
And without any deference to the issues that you're facing.
Correct.
I just want to go back to the discussion around the restrictions at Sydney Airport, and you make your points in relation to the profitability of the airport and issues of that matter. But I do have a concern that it's being presented as if there are no issues as a result of the restrictions at Sydney Airport. And there are some issues that come from that. The pilots have put to us, for example, that they have some concerns that it raises some safety issues with requirements for them to operate outside international safety parameters. And I just want to ask you how you see that being balanced. It goes back to the question that the Chair asked at the outset of your evidence today, and it is a really important matter, and I acknowledge that you have recognised it in what you've said. But how do we effectively get a system that appropriately balances those matters? Because that also is important. You've acknowledged that there's a requirement for the airport to be there. The issue that you're looking to see is a fair balance in the operation of that and consideration of your issues, as I see what you said today. So how do we deal with those things which are actually critical in the proper operation of the system?
Thank you, Senator. The submission from the Australian Federation of Airline Pilots, I read it twice since it was uploaded, and I believe that they do offer a fair critique, but the critique is aimed at the kinds of mechanisms and instruments that the airport is now clutching onto. So, for instance, one major part of the submission deals with the tailwind reductions. That is seen as only a minor change if it was to come into effect in terms of producing a noticeable impact on Brisbane communities. And we can see why they're arguing that there is safety implications around increasing the tailwind limitation back to 10 knots. The submission is entirely comment-free when it comes to flight caps and curfews. There's nothing of concern of not using the city ends of the runways, for instance, and only using over water operations to avoid residential areas as it's done in Sydney. And Sydney has pretty much operated incident-free as a result of those measures that were introduced. But I think what we also need to acknowledge is the bigger picture of the state capture here by the industry, as you outlined in the beginning. We are not just dealing with a regulatory framework that is not fit for purpose. We are actually dealing with a situation where there is a revolving door of board appointments, of servants that go from the one side of the spectrum to the other side. We are looking at board appointments of Airservices Australia, and we see that the same person is also director of the Western Sydney Airport and has come from an airline, and it goes back to an airline. And so this entangled spaghetti mess of nepotism and corruption is something that we want to take further. The Senate inquiry is obviously a major achievement for this community, but we won't stop here. We will continue to put the blowtorch on the airport until all our demands are met and those that have done wrong have been put to justice.
Thank you, Senator Colbeck. We're a little bit over time, but I've just got a couple of questions myself. I wanted to ask about the full runway trial, takeoff runway.
Our favourite topic.
Okay, because you did provide some very useful, well, I thought useful information here. But can I just confirm what's happened here? There was a trial of this, is my understanding, from what you provided to us. And your contention, I think, but I get a bit lost with some of the jargon here, but your contention is that this trial actually didn't change the flight path that was used for takeoff and landings. Is
correct.
That correct? My conclusion correct?
Yes, Senator, that is correct. In a nutshell, what happened was that in the lead up to the 2022 federal election, the coalition government set up BAPATH, which was another entity, I suppose, similar to AAB. It had different membership on it. That committee recommended that trials were supposed to be done in order to give the community a much more immediate relief. Those members were not aviation experts. However, in the last round of Senate estimates, we heard from Peter Curran, who blamed the members for not giving Air Services proper instructions to increase the height markers in order to conduct a proper trial. So they have disingenuously interpreted the task that they were given by this committee, and they have, in fact, prohibited intersection departures. But that is completely useless without increasing height markers because, as we would know, pilots would enter into their flight management system the length of the runway, the weight of the aircraft, where they have to head. So if we point into the sky in the same spot, we will always aim at that same spot and reach that same spot, whether they use the full length of the runway or half of the runway. And so that is the actual result why Air Services trial produced no noise reduction whatsoever. And so we heard from Ron Brent, the chair of AAB, that this was the same result in Perth. We believe that that is the reason why both the trials in Perth and in Brisbane need to be redone with proper independent experts that are actually increasing these height markers, because I mean, you don't have to be an expert to realize that if I fly the same altitude over people before and I fly the same altitude afterwards, there's no difference.
I mean, yeah, look, but and I'm just trying to get this, make sure I'm fully across that. So the contention is I suppose, theory of the trial is if you put the height marker higher and the plane reaches altitude quicker, that will reduce noise for some communities at least, but the corresponding cost is presumably it costs more, does it, to get the flight to get the plane? Does it use more fuel? I mean, what's the resistance to doing that, I suppose?
The resistance, first of all, yes, it does reduce noise, and it does reduce noise anywhere in the world except in Australia. So we don't believe that the laws of physics are any different in this country than they are elsewhere in the world. The reason for the resistance is really profit, because profit is the number one criterion that the aviation industry operates by. And so the real point there is the taxi time. because it takes longer for a plane to taxi all the way to the very beginning of the runway, turn around, it does create efficiencies. But this is just one of the examples where profits, commercial considerations and efficiencies are trumping the protection of communities on the ground.
So it's not so much the use of fuel, it's the extra cost, it's the time to take it. That's the contention of the airlines?
It is probably a bit of both.
Right, okay.
But again, we have now experienced 4 years, some communities even longer, since Kevin Rudd marched in Oxford Street in Bulimba, leading up to him entering Parliament. And we have not seen any compromise, any sacrifice, any kind of bone being thrown to the community by the airport or air services whatsoever.
And I just wanted to clarify the evidence on SODROPs. I mean, the data you provided here is very limited use of SODROPs, but then Senator McKenzie mentioned the data saying that half the flights, I think half, in 2023 used it. Can you just explain the difference here with what your evidence is showing, a very limited use of it in your submission, but seemingly quite at least half using it in total?
Yes, Senator. In the lead up to this proposal being launched, when it was communicated to Brisbane families and communities, the airport was aiming for about 90% of flights to operate over water and away from residential areas.
When was that? That was before the second runway?
This was before the launch. They said a second runway will enable them to put the airport into SOPROPS mode. If we had SOPROPS happening more often, we would see figures of 70, 80, 90% of using one runway over water for arrivals, the other one over water for departures. The fact that we are now seeing about 50-50, in fact, the more accurate figures look at or suggest the majority of flights over residential areas. That suggests normal runway operations anywhere in the world, because you have them arriving from one side, departing on the other side. And when the wind changes, it goes the other way. So that means you'll always have flights over residential areas.
Now that I've looked at your graph again, because the axis started at 40, I just misinterpreted that. It is 50% in your graph. So that's clear. I've just checked that. And basically from your graph, though, it hasn't changed really with the second runway. It was running at 50% before the second runway.
Well, that is correct, but the claim was that it would enable them to go all the way to 90% over water operations, and now the majority is over people.
So why hasn't it changed?
Yeah, that's right. Like, it just hasn't. Well, there was an uptick after the second runway, or just before, in fact, but stayed up for a little bit, up around 55%, but it's now back down to 50%, which is basically what it was before.
The SOPROPS, which is the technical term for all the water operations, is a bit of a red herring. So whilst there were certain disclaimers attached to footnotes in the original 2007 environmental impact statement, it would really be something that ordinary lay people would not necessarily notice. So there is conditions around cloud cover, around whether the runway is wet or not, whether there is more than 20 aircraft in the sky. We now recently heard that it's not just whether 20 aircraft are arriving or departing. Even if a plane leaves Auckland in New Zealand and travels to Singapore and is somewhere in the upper airspace, that is all of a sudden included in this 20 maximum. So Airservices is looking for a whole bunch of reasons why the airport can't be put into SOPROPS mode, again, in order to appease their commercial partners, because they hate SOPROPS, because it does curtail the capacity of the runway configuration.
But just to clarify, the promise was, despite all those conditions and caveats in the footnotes and terms and conditions, the promise was that a second runway would allow more over-water flights to occur.
Correct.
And that has not happened.
Correct.
Yes. Senator Colbeck for the last couple of questions.
Just one question off the back of that. Given all of the prevailing weather conditions and things of that matter that go into the decision-making process as to how directionally a runway might operate, or the airport might operate, how realistic do you think that the original claims of 90-odd% or up to 90% of the airport operating out over the water were in the first place. It would appear to me that the realistic application of all of those things that go into the decision making as to the directional use of an airport, of the runway, would probably have resulted in what we're seeing operationally now, and the 90% was never realistic as a claim in the first place.
That is correct. The 90% was never realistic. We are now getting technical explanations why it wasn't realistic, but it goes even further. The scandal really goes all the way back to the 80s and 90s, when the airport took over the lease of that Commonwealth Crown land and opened the airport in its location in 1988. They based their profitability assessment on eventually building a second runway. The question was, in what direction is that runway going to point at? And we traced, again, through historic documents that we've retrieved, the analysis of why this parallel runway is the preferred solution. And there is a whole bunch of inaccuracies in that assessment, because during the master planning phases, they suggested that we will do our proper analysis during the EIS and MDP, Major Development Plan. But in the EIS MDP document, they said, oh, we've already decided previously in our master planning phase that this is the best operation. So in 2003 was the master plan that is particularly relevant for us. 2007 was the MDP EIS. And they both point and reference each other of having done the proper analysis, but in fact there is no proper analysis, and now we are looking at experts that are suggesting a cross runway would have given Brisbane communities a much better noise outcome, but the cross runway at Brisbane Airport is now a taxiway.
Thanks.
Just sorry, I didn't say that would be the last question, but our hard-working staff wants me to ask another very useful question, I think. Can I get your thoughts on continuous descent operations? Is that potentially a solution? If and I don't even know what that is. Maybe you can explain that. I'm sure the person who said it to me knows, but can you explain that? And if you know it, and is it useful?
I think it's useful to address this point, because it again demonstrates that whilst Jason Harfield and Senate Estimates maintains that flight path design is their bread and butter, they are entirely incompetent and unable to do the work that the government really requires them to do. We do not have these continuous descent arrivals in Brisbane because they cut corners. We had an existing airspace architecture that was attached to the legacy pathway, and they just kept most of it intact, so that the arrivals that are leading to the new parallel runway needed to maintain a safety separation with that existing architecture. That means, and pilots refer to dirty flight paths, that means that they are actually stepping down like on an escalator and not using a continuous glide path. By having the stepped approach, they need to extend their flaps early in order to stay in the air. With extended flaps, there's more friction, there's more noise, the altitude is lower, which means they are closer to the ground. That is more noise times 2. And because the engines have to rev up in order to maintain that thrust, there is more noise times 3. So Airservices, in all their technical expertise, created a scenario that is not reducing noise, it's actually creating an amphitheatre.
May I just add a small amount to that? In working out how many suburbs are affected by aircraft noise and so on, I tracked using a piece of software called Flight Radar 24, which gives you the altitude of aircraft. I tracked hundreds of arrivals at the airport on the old and the new runway. The reality is that aircraft, almost without exception, maintain 3,000 to 4,000 feet right the way across Brisbane, from Forest Lake in the southwest until they do their final descent, starting at about the CBD. So we don't have a continuous descent. We have a level flight, basically, all the way across the city, with flaps extended, wheels down, the noisiest possible the pilots call it a dirty configuration, and that's what we've got.
That's very interesting. I noticed that actually. Now you tell it. You notice when you're coming in, the thrust goes, and you think you're going to. You think. Oh no, they're not. Can't land right now. We've got a circle, but they keep going. So that's now explains it.
About 30 kilometres.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It was very, very useful to our committee. Sorry to keep you a little bit longer, but as I say, that was very, very informative for us. Have a great day. I think there was maybe one partial question taken on notice, but I think that was more to check. And when are we asking for those back by, Kaz?
If I submit some more, though?
6th of May. We're asking for any questions back 6th of May to help our inquiry, and Senator McKenzie might send you some further questions at your discretion if you're able to respond to. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you. Now I might just we'll just suspend. Now, welcome Distinguished Professor Lidia Morawska. Got that? Morawska, thank you. And I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Lidia Morawska, Distinguished Professor at the Queensland University of Technology.
Thank you. Now, you are welcome to make a short opening statement if you like, and then we'll go to questions. Do you have an opening statement? And just before you do, I might just check that. Professor Quiggin, is that have you just joined the line?
Yes.
Great. Yes. Perfect timing. It's Senator Matthew Canavan, the chair. Professor Lidia Morawska has just introduced herself, so I might ask you to do the same. Before you do, I just want to confirm that you've been provided with information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses before Senate committees. And for the record, could you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Yeah, my name is John Quiggin. I'm appearing in a private capacity and have received the advice.
Thank you very much. And we're now just going to opening statements. If you have one, we'll go to Professor Morawska first, and if you have one, we'll go to you next. Thanks, Professor Quiggin. Over to you, Professor Morawska.
I'm a physicist, and over the past more than 30 years have been leading research into all the aspects of air quality, with particular focus on combustion emissions and specific expertise, particulate matter, and specifically ultrafine particles which are very small coming from combustion emissions. We did a lot of research on transport, including emissions from airplanes. Some years ago, we measured emission factors from planes taking off and landing at the Brisbane airport. I've been also working in application of this knowledge towards understanding the impacts of emissions and air pollution, and in particular, I was a co-chair of the current edition of the WHO Air Quality Guidelines published in 2021, which demonstrated that concentrations of even much lower levels, as previously understood, have impacts on health. Particulate matter is one of the pollutants of significance, and in this current edition of the guidelines, ultrafine particles are also for the first time included. Over the years, I've been also following literature on any research conducted around the world on the impacts of airport emissions. There have been studies conducted, particularly in the United States, at the airport of Los Angeles and many other airports. There have been also investigations conducted in Europe, in Frankfurt, Amsterdam, London. Every study which was conducted to demonstrate what were or were not impacts of emissions on health demonstrated that they were impacts on health. Now, the impacts range from basically I would say that there is no organ in our body which is not affected by emissions and specifically particulate matter. Particulate matter and the small particles penetrate into our bodies in the first instance through the respiratory system, and because we are talking about these very small particles which are emitted from combustion, they get through into the blood system and from there to any organ in our body. So airport emissions have been shown to affect absolutely every system in our body. Newer research also demonstrates that these particles not only get to our body via the respiratory system, but because of their small nature, they get through olfactory system to the brain. So there's no doubt based on the literature available internationally that airport emissions have very significant impact on health. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. And then I'll go to Professor John Quiggin. Do you have an opening statement?
Yes, just a brief one. The first point I'd like to make is that the attitude of the airline industry, including the airports, and of the government, is very reminiscent of the attitude of polluting factories in the 20th century. This is economically vital activity. Any restriction will cause massive losses, and people suffering the impacts of pollution should simply learn to live with it. That's also reflected in the production of low-quality research designed to defend the operations. I'd like to quote from the research commissioned by the BAC, finding that the overall theme in the literature studied was that the impact on residential property affected by noise from a national or international airport was universally negative. Now, despite this international finding, the authors, Eves and Blake, conclude that this doesn't apply in Brisbane. I think I heard in the previous session a suggestion that the laws of physics don't apply in Australia. It's also being suggested apparently that the laws of economics don't apply. In my view, in particular, the benefit cost of allowing flights in the evening when other cities have a curfew is massively negative. Very small increase in convenience for a massive impact on quality of life and on public health. And the final point is that these impacts, pollution, we just mentioned, noise is a severe form of pollution. It's undoubtedly causing premature deaths in the areas affected. And so what we're seeing is that essentially spurious claims about safety of operation are being used to justify activities which undoubtedly are leading to loss of life.
Thank you, Professor Quiggin. I'll just might start with Professor Morawska. In terms of your evidence about the impact of ultrafine particulate matter, what do you think should be done? I mean, do you have a policy prescription about it? What can we do to mitigate that impact or avoid these health impacts from those emissions?
Well, in general, impact from emissions, from combustion emissions, dependently what aspect of emissions we are looking for. If we were talking about transport, I would say, well, we need to shift to green energies. And that's ideally we should do with airplane emissions. I don't think we're there yet that we can ask.
Technically, we can't. You know.
So this is a problem with airplane emissions. But the first aspect is to understand what the impacts are. Such studies were not conducted in Australia. I'm not aware of any studies conducted on the impacts in Australia. However, it is possible because health data are collected. If emission factors are known of vehicles, modelling can be done. So even retrospectively, we can conduct studies which would demonstrate the impact on health. Now, what to do? First of all, if we know and we quantify the impacts, what to do, as during the previous session demonstrated, avoid these emissions in a way that they affect the community. That's the solution. There's no other solution.
So this is not a matter of like some restrictions could make a difference. It's either good or bad, basically. You're not recommending fewer flights, for example, or something like that. It's one or the other.
Well, I'm not an expert in aviation in that sense of the how to operate an airplane in a different modes so they emit less or more. That's how it was discussed. So I cannot say that do it this way it would be less emission, but this wouldn't be because we simply haven't done this work. Okay. We've done very similar work in relation to vehicle emissions. So, but if we were asked that question, what to do, that can be of course done.
Okay, thank you. And I might just turn to Professor Quiggin before going to other senators. Thank you for your submission and the economic analysis you've done. I just wanted to first just make sure my interpretation of your conclusions is correct. I think what you have performed is an application of the international evidence of noise levels on property values to the property values in the affected suburbs in Brisbane. I don't think you've used real sales data from Brisbane. Is that correct? Is that the method you've used?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, that's fair enough. I wanted to really understand, can we do or could we do a hedonic price estimate of the impact on noise on Brisbane property values? Is there enough data? Is the data disaggregated enough to be able to conduct such a study if someone was funded to do it?
I believe there is. The main problem is a slightly limited time period. We haven't had the second runway in operation very long, but we could certainly do that. And we could also look at this is more difficult, look at a cross-suburb comparison, trying to take every factor into consideration. That, I think, would be difficult in the Brisbane context because such a large part of Brisbane is affected, it would be hard to find comparative studies.
Yeah, I might just get you to repeat that last bit, the comparative studies point. Sure. What was that?
This is off the top of my head, but ideally what you would do is estimate property values in, say, Bulimba, as an underflight path, with suburb identical in all other respects, but not underflight path. And I think finding those comparators in Brisbane is going to be very difficult. Yeah,
I suppose that would always be a problem. I mean, can you explain for me a little bit more about what the Brisbane, in your submission, the Brisbane Airport funded a study that you mentioned?
Yes.
What did they do? What did that study do? I just couldn't
very
quite...
little, really. Or they sort of looked at suburb average prices and said they hadn't changed very much between the 1990s and recent past. That's almost valueless as evidence.
Yeah.
There was no change in the flight path was zero, everyone knew it. There was no impact. I think a notable feature is just that the text of the article showed a complete lack of understanding of the standard economic ways of addressing this problem, even with the basic tools like multiple regression.
Yeah, so it wasn't a multi-regression. They didn't correct for bedroom size, land area, any other factor. It was just aggregate price data. Obviously, generally speaking, house prices have been very strong. Despite some stumbles over that period, but that's a general.
I think, as I say, the airport's $1 billion operation. I could certainly have commissioned a proper study if they chosen to, and I think the standard question is don't ask a question if you don't want to hear the answer.
All right, thank you very much for that. Senator Waters.
Thanks, Chair. Hello, thank you very much for your time and your expertise. I'll start with you, Professor Morawska. Are there any international standards that apply to ultrafine particulates and in particular from aviation? And if so, what are the lessons that we can learn?
This has been a very difficult topic to put forward any standards or even guidelines. In order to put forward guidelines, there's a need for so-called exposure response studies. So we need to know these are the concentrations and the times people were exposed. These are the health effects. But ultrafine particles are very difficult to measure. It is not like larger particles where we collect mass on the filters like we do in the air monitoring station. It is much more difficult to study this. So this was, I would say, my frustration since I've got into that field when I got my position here at QUT, that with the knowledge we had about ultrafine particles, we couldn't really do much about implementation into health protection. But this work, our work, resulted in inclusion, as I mentioned, in the current WHO guideline document. Now, because there are no exposure response curves, yet there's enough evidence, so what's included there are so-called typical values. Typical values are concentrations which can be used as a benchmark. It's bad, it's good. So there are typical values, ultrafine particles, which are measured in terms of particle number concentration for 24 hours and for 1 hour in traffic. So we have these values now.
Okay, so is there an international standard that pertains to ultrafine particulates?
Well, standards, usually guidelines, are international because there is no international body which can mandate standards in individual countries. So this is a WHO typical values. As I said, I'm very careful not to use recommendation because it's not recommendation, it's typical value. So this is an international benchmark. Now, in no country I know there are standards mandated on concentrations of ultrafine particle number.
No country.
No. There are, however, emission standards, but these emission standards apply to ground transport. So we are talking about cars, trucks, but not that I know to airplane emissions.
Okay, so can you give us a potted summary of the regulatory situation that could protect the community from air quality impacts? What have we got at the minute, and what should we have to protect against all manner of particulates, including these ultrafine ones?
Well, at the moment, we have, in Australia, we have standards for a number of pollutants which are mandated. These pollutants include PM2.5, particles smaller than 2.5 micrometers, smaller than PM10, NO2, ozone, SO2, CO, carbon monoxide. So there are standards. These standards are mandated. And there are two pieces of legislation. One is emission standards. So all the cars imported to Australia, they have to meet the standards as well, all the industries. But in addition, the second piece of legislation is performance standards. And this is what is measured in air monitoring stations. Now, what's measured in air monitoring stations gives us a general understanding of concentrations, let's say over the Brisbane airshed. However, not necessarily about the exposures where community is. There's quite a procedure how the stations are located and placed, typically not directly next to the emission sources. So unless there is a monitoring station which is located directly in the community, which is affected by this source, which we are discussing, which airplane emissions, therefore that information may not be available. There's also one important factor. Unless ultrafine particles are monitored, which is the most important aspect from emissions from the planes, monitoring just PM2.5 emissions will not necessarily give any information about this. The problem is that PM2.5, they are called fine particles, they are still huge, 2 orders of magnitude larger than ultrafine particles. So it could be a situation that a concentration of ultrafine particles increased by an order of 2 orders of magnitude, but PM2.5 doesn't register this. Yet these are particles which go to into our lung. So it would be very important that in air monitoring stations, targeting exposures of the communities affected, also ultrafine particles are monitored.
Do we have any of those monitoring stations that measure below PM 2.5, that measure those ultrafine? And what's the barrier to doing that? It seems to me like there's very valid community concerns about health impacts. Why is there not an obligation on BAC around the country, all airports, to have these monitoring stations at appropriate locations measuring what is actually being emitted?
Well, this is in a way a chicken and an egg situation. Since there are no health guidelines, there are no standards, there are no measurements. Yet we are talking about a pollutant which is scientifically or technologically difficult to measure. So it's not that just we can pick up a cheap, simple instrument or regulated instrument and measure this. The technologies over the years progressed, moved forward, but since there was no demand for this and to measure en masse, this didn't go as far as possible. But with the technologies right now, and actually I'm leading an international effort to en masse measure using simpler and cheaper monitors, which can give size distribution, and the size distribution here is very important. We are talking about a monitor which is, well, in Australian dollars, about $20,000, which is not something which is outside the range of instruments which are used otherwise in air monitoring stations.
How many of those monitoring stations would you need around Brisbane to get an adequate, if they're 20 grand each, I'm interested in what would the total cost be? Because it seems to me like that's pittance for community health.
Well, I don't have a number of this, how many stations. What we would need to do and would look into the area, the likely, and do some modeling for this. That would be very important, which wouldn't be very difficult, to see which are the areas impacted and then strategically locate these stations. We are not talking about tens, we are talking about several.
Not talking about...
Talking about tens of monitoring stations, yeah. We are talking about several monitoring stations.
Okay, so not that many, so not that much expense for government to protect community health, or at least to monitor community health, and then ideally do something about the impact. Yes. Okay, I'm being wrapped up by the chair, but Professor Quiggin, hopefully you can hear me okay. I've got quite a few questions for you, but I will try to distill them. From the evidence we've heard this morning, the health impacts have been ignored, the economic impact on BAC and the airlines has been overblown, the analyses that have been done have been one-sided. In your view, do you think that the privatisation of airports and their status as for-profit corporations is contributing to this? Is there a case for a return to public ownership of the sector?
I think there is such a case, but obviously we need to take action. Before that, we have time to go through that process. And of course, the market value of the airport is inflated by the fact that it has this freedom from appropriate regulations. So I would say regulate first, and then we should consider, as on a number of issues, whether privatisation has served us well.
I'll go to Senator Colbeck.
It's just Professor Morawska, just one question in relation to the measurement of emissions from the aircraft themselves. Is there a system of assessment of measurement of what an aircraft generally emits?
System of assessment, you mean procedures, how to do it?
Well, is there a measurement system for the emissions from an aircraft, including right down to the fine particulates that you're talking about, less than PM2.5?
There are several ways in which it is being done. One, the probably the simplest way is emissions directly from the engine, and this applies whether we are talking about engines, aircraft engine, or we are talking any other kind of engines. So some years, for quite a long time, we had at the QUT, we have an engine emission laboratory. So there's an engine, and there's a whole system where we measure emissions. So these are engine emissions. But of course, this doesn't yet give information about the emissions from the system, which is the whole vehicle or a whole plane. So the next what's being done, but this is being done as far as I understand in the vehicles, putting a vehicle on a dynamometer, and then we measure the emissions in relation to the cycle which we apply. Again, there are question marks whether dynamometer measurements reflect what exactly happening on the road. I'm not, we haven't done this, but I'm not aware that there are dynamometer measurements of a plane. I don't think so. So then the next step of emission measurements is emissions in the actual operation. And again, this applies whether this is a vehicle, whether it's an airplane. We did such measurements, we published several papers on this in relation to planes on the runway. So in this case, we have the arriving or taking off airplane. We have a mobile laboratory which measures the emissions we want to trace. So the measurements are conducted. Now, in this system, we need to take into account what's happening around and particular meteorological conditions. So we cannot just take directly measurements, but we need to take the measurements also on the other side, which is the background measurements. We need to take wind direction and so on. And from that model, in relation to vehicle emissions, we call it the box model, which we developed for this. So these approaches to measurements are available, are used, and depending on what's the aim of the measurements are being applied.
So the work that's being done effectively is the work that you and your colleagues in your community are doing. There's not necessarily a formal measurement process which is required for, say, for vehicles, for land transport.
There is a process for land transport, and this is covered by so-called ISO standards. So
my question goes to the aviation side of it. Is there a requirement for assessment and measurement by manufacturers, aircraft engine manufacturers, for example, to do measurements on the emissions of their engines, aircraft engines?
I'm not aware of such procedures, but as I said, over the years we haven't done this kind of measurement. That's why I haven't looked into this, but I haven't seen any standards like this available.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Colbeck. Senator McKenzie.
Thank you both for your evidence. Professor Morawska, I'm sorry if I hope that's right. Could you detail the specific context that Brisbane differs from other international airport examples that you've been referring to? What makes Brisbane unique from there? In terms of needing to reduce the aviation transport task?
How it differs, I think it doesn't. I think every airport which was investigated faces the same problem, that there is an impact on the community. And therefore, while every airport is in some ways unique in terms of the topography and approaches and so on, so therefore the control measures are in a way unique or tailored to the airport. But in that sense, Brisbane is the same as other airports. There are emissions from the airplanes which affect the community.
And so, effectively, we need to reduce air traffic in order to reduce emissions.
Reduce air traffic, reduce approaches to the airport such that the emissions are not affecting the community, are not occurring over the community.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge of technological advancements? I mean, I'm assuming, and this could be an incorrect assumption, that planes today are quieter than planes of yesteryear. Has technology seen a change in noise production or particulates?
Well, noise is not my area of expertise, so I haven't looked into noise.
In emissions?
In emissions.
Because cars are cleaner
yes.
than they used
Well,
to be, and it's partly what you put into them, and it's partly the technology of, you know,
That's right.
the internal combustion engine
right,
today
yeah,
versus 50 years ago.
That's right. Well, there's no question about the combustion being cleaner, being more complete, but it's never complete combustion, so there are always emissions.
Yes.
And the point is that the improvements in combustion resulted in lowering of emissions of larger particles, but not necessarily of emissions of small particles.
Right.
And some of the small particles are formed during the emission process. So this hasn't necessarily changed or improved.
So in some aspects of emissions, technology has improved partially, but not wholly.
But not wholly, that's
Okay,
right.
just
Yeah.
want to
And
make sure.
and not wholly because since there was no requirement for lowering emissions of ultrafine particles, so this hasn't been a focus.
And that's a global problem.
That's a global problem. Yes.
Okay, I've been, as part of our focus on a low emissions transport sector, I've been really interested in the sustainable aviation fuel development space, particularly as it pertains to using cane waste products up in central Queensland. We don't grow them in Victoria. Have you had a look at the impact of that policy area on emissions particulates?
Well,
using a different fuel? Because, I mean, I think electric planes are going to be pretty difficult to get in the air, just putting it out there. So sustainable aviation fuel does seem to be a way that we can reduce emissions. And so I'm just interested in any work that's been done on subsequent particulate, particularly in the small particulate area that you're talking about, that you're an expert in.
Well, fuel being sustainable means that it's not a fossil fuels, it's greener fuel. So this
It's
is
literally green. It's sugarcane.
that's right. So from that point of view, this is very positive. This is sustainable. But in terms of combustion as such,
It
this-
won't make any difference.
it won't necessarily make any difference. Yes.
So is the solution then no planes? I don't. What is the solution?
Well, I don't think we would be as drastic as there's no planes, but we should look into any measures available to lowering emissions. So either via the way the plane is operated, and we've heard during the previous session that even to noise dependent how the plane is operated can change, and this would definitely apply to emissions as well, but also the trajectory the plane is approaching or taking off from the airport.
Thank you. Professor Quiggin, do you have anything to add to my questions?
No, I mean, I think, as I say, the evidence that the operations of the airport are causing massive damage, both to health and to economic values, is clear, and the case for restricting it is only driven by an assumption that this industry, unlike other industries, should be allowed to operate unhindered and vital.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Senator Waters had some more questions.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Professor Quiggin, Brisbane Airport Corporation referred to some modelling that they had done on why they say a curfew is economic ruin for them. That's my words, not theirs. Have you had a chance to look at that modelling, and do you have any comments on either the methodology used or whether or not it's looked at actually all of the relevant inputs? Has it counterbalanced the impact on community health, the reduction in property values? Do you have any views on that economic analysis that BAC have done on a curfew?
So I don't believe this has been published. I believe it was produced by an organisation with a name like Queensland Economic Advocacy, so very much a PR report. I think as far as I know, the only published report I saw calculated the number of passengers who will be inconvenienced by a curfew, taking every flight into account, and came up with quite a large number. But of course, applying the same criterion, every resident in Brisbane is inconvenienced every night. So we would have a number, many millions, well into millions, far in excess of what the consultant was reported to say.
Okay, well, let's hope that they actually put that into the public domain, or better yet, do a decent study that actually looks at all relevant factors and can draw a conclusion that we could have some confidence in. And last question for me, do you think we need more research into the economic and health impacts of aircraft noise in Brisbane, and which body or independent grouping of folk should be best placed to do that?
Well, I think we need more research, but we need to accept, I think, that there's nothing special about Brisbane. We ought to be looking at the work of the World Health Organization, which has investigated this in detail, rather than allow the aviation industry to rely on claims that safety as regards takeoffs trumps everything, even though, of course, airplanes are allowed to operate in conditions which entail significantly more danger than taking off with a tailwind. And, of course, there have been no relevant crashes anywhere in the world in the last 5 years.
I just lost the last bit of that, Professor Quiggin. I'm sorry, the audio is a little bit muffled in here. Would you mind
I'm sorry, it is. Yes, I'm making the point the World Health Organization shows demonstrable damage, including increased heart attacks associated with unmitigated aircraft noise. Meanwhile, CASA and Airservices Australia are relying on guidelines that say noise should be ignored as regards takeoff, claiming safety considerations. As I say, no relevant crash has occurred anywhere in the world in the last 5 years. No, as far as I'm aware, even longer. So we're mitigating largely illusory danger at the cost of imposing substantial health risks, including fatalities.
So the irony of the allegation that safety is being upheld when in fact the safety of residents is what's being thrown under the bus.
Absolutely.
All right. Thanks, Professor Quiggin.
I've just got a couple. I know we're over time, but I've got a couple of quick questions before we break. Back to you, Professor Quiggin. Obviously, there are also benefits from having an airport in a major city. Have there been studies on how that has impacted? I don't know if property price is the right metric, given those benefits are quite diffuse, but they're still there. And how would we, in any analysis that we're talking about doing before, how would we account for those benefits, as well as looking at the costs of more concentrated costs of aircraft noise?
Sure. Well, this is actually relatively straightforward. Of course, the benefits from the existence of an airport are very large. If someone were proposing to close Brisbane Airport, I would say, well, that doesn't seem like a very sensible idea. But we can use very standard methods to look at the question, how much economic benefit would there be by increasing the number of flights by 10%? Now, of course, you're only, in this context, getting the marginal customer, the customers who are just on the edge between taking a flight and not taking one. So you can use a standard method of consumer surplus. In my submission, I estimate, for example, that a 10% increase in flights to and from Brisbane Airport would raise community welfare. That's a very small amount compared to the costs being imposed, in particular by night flights. If we reduced slots by 10% or shifted the night flights in the daytime and displaced some existing flights, the economic cost would be trivial compared to benefit.
Yeah, thank you for that. And just one more question about, I think you have said the net costs of a curfew, or I should say it the other way around, the net benefits of a curfew seem overwhelming. My only sort of concern here as someone from regional Queensland, and so I live near Rockhampton, is have you at all, and you may not have been able to get to this level of detail, and I don't know the answer to this, but I'm concerned that if we have a curfew, does that have knock-on effects then to the availability of flights in regional areas? You know, if a flight can't get through, often then it'll have knock-on effects on the network because the plane's not in the right place for the next morning or some such. Have you looked at those at all? And as I say, I realise you're doing some personal capacity and may not have had time to do that, but have you looked at that impact potentially?
This is off the top of my head, but the flights that fly over Brisbane at night are large international jumbos. I can't imagine that those flights will go to Rockhampton. Obviously, if you limit the number of flights, some destinations will have less travel. That will depend both on demand and potentially on community service obligations that could be imposed on the airlines. But certainly there's no notion that the plane that goes to Dubai would be needed to fly to Rockhampton.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that. Thank you to both professors for your time, and I apologise again for us being a little bit late. Have a great day. Now, I don't think you've taken questions on notice, but if you have, we're asking for any further information by the 6th of May to help us with our report. And yes, and thank you again, and enjoy the rest of your day. We will now suspend for morning tea, so I'll just suspend the committee and let everybody know that there is morning tea available outside now. We have been a bit inundated with people, so there may not be biscuits for everybody, but do your best. Oh, it's up the back, sorry. And I should have checked this earlier, but I'm hoping that Mr. Nigel Chamier is also online. Can I just check, Mr. Chamier, are you online?
Yes, I am, Chair.
Great, perfect. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you both. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? We'll start with you, Mr. Brent, in the room.
Ronald Brent. I'm here in my capacity as Chair of the Brisbane Airport Community Aviation Advisory Board, or the AAB.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brent. And Mr. Chamier, are you there?
Yes, I am. My name's Nigel Chamier, and I chair the Brisbane Airport Community Aviation Consultation Group, better known as BACAG.
Great, thanks so much. There's an opportunity for you to both make an opening statement if you like. If you could keep it brief, that'd be great, and then we'll go to questions. Mr. Brent, did you have an opening statement?
Just very briefly, I'm here in my role as Chair of the AAB, but I should note that I have a previous background as Australia's first aircraft noise ombudsman, a role I held for 6.5 years. And before that, I was Deputy Commonwealth Ombudsman and sat in the role of Commonwealth Ombudsman for a total of 7.5 years. And I do chair 2 community airport forums, and all of that's going to influence the views I bring here. I'd also note that aircraft noise is an inevitable consequence of an airport, but that in no way detracts from the obligation of all involved in the aviation industry to keep noise to a minimum. The AAB was set up to support that role of trying to keep noise to a minimum through consultation with the community, and I do believe that Airservices has made serious efforts to improve the outcomes, the noise outcomes for Brisbane. But I guess there's a couple of qualifiers on that, and the first is that the new runway has had serious negative consequences on a lot of people in Brisbane, and no matter how much improvement's made, that will continue to be a problem. And secondly, that the AAB has got a rather narrow brief. It faces difficult challenges, and I personally have found it frustrating that we have not been able to achieve more than we have done. And I noticed that Tess Bignell had commented it's achieved nothing. I think at the margin we can point to some things where consultation and documentation was improved and communications were improved, but fundamentally I cannot point to noise reductions that we can claim credit for. And that does raise a question about the future of the AAB, but as long as it exists and I'm Chair, I'll work hard to get the best value out of it. The only other comments I would make is that I think the whole of the industry needs to be part of a solution here. Or not solution, an improvement that goes towards making things better. That does cost resources. I think that the amelioration of aircraft noise deserves more resources. And in response to the 2 professors that were here, I think that it's worth noting that I think there is a lot more work that needs to be done at a research level. Both of those presentations, I think, were I don't want to use the word superficial because that would sound derogatory, but they were done by people who had not been paid to undertake serious research with the resources required, and therefore they have gaps that need a lot of further research, and I would certainly support that. And the last point I'd make is that the role of the Aircraft Noise Ombudsman is critical in the entire mix. You heard from Professor Foth that accountability is a key issue. Having filled that role, I am conscious of the fact that there is a significant issue around making sure that the position remains independent and properly resourced. And I personally would like to see some further distance between the role and Airservices. While I was in that role, I had to work hard to maintain my independence. I did so with the background of having come from the Commonwealth Ombudsman's office as Deputy and a Commonwealth Ombudsman and having been in the Commonwealth Ombudsman role. That gave me a fair bit of capacity to push back, but I did find that that was an issue. I think that's really all I wanted to start by saying.
Thank you, Mr. Brent. Thank you very much for that. And Mr. Chamier, did you have an opening statement?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Chair. So BACAG provides a forum for local community engagement on airport planning and operations, and our role is much wider than Ron's because we look at airport development, traffic access, airport operations, runway maintenance, and also have special guests coming in to address such diverse matters as bicycle access, health, and aircraft technologies. So, Mr. Chair, we operate independently. We meet 4 times a year. We have 10 elected representatives in our forum, and we also have at our meetings Qantas Virgin, Airservices Australia, the Department, Brisbane Airport Corporation and the local and state governments in attendance. But as I say, whilst we continue to include noise on our agenda and we provide a forum for members to discuss these issues and advocate for change, we've now got the benefit of referring noise issues to Ron's committee, the AAB. But we believe through effective community engagement, the combined efforts of BACAG and the AAB aim to contribute to better balancing the impact of aircraft operations on the surrounding communities. We, throughout our life, have played a valuable role in increasing dialogue between industry and the community about the complexities of aviation management and its impacts, both negative and positive. And finally, Mr. Chair, I recognise that aircraft noise can be a significant issue for some residents, and we have to balance that reality with the essential service aviation provides to the people and tourists coming to Brisbane. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shamir. I'll start with Senator McKenzie.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for appearing and for your honesty, Mr. Brent. I think one of the concerning aspects of this whole public conversation has been, and I think someone earlier described it as a noodle mix of relationships, of potential conflicts of interest that make it very, very difficult, I think, for community and those not on the inside to understand how decisions are arrived at. And I note for the Hansard that you're nodding, so that I hope that is the sense that you were providing that. And I guess I have a range of questions, but in light of your opening statement, what behaviours did you experience as a former ombudsman, were you? The
Aircraft noise ombudsman.
Aircraft noise ombudsman. What behaviours did you see when you're in that role from Airservices Australia that you had to push back on, as you gave evidence earlier?
And for the record, the management and understanding of aircraft noise is extremely complex. It is
yes,
almost impenetrable for people from the outside. The sort of pushback I would get was what you'd expect from an organisation that is driven heavily by safety considerations and that did not have, before the Aircraft Noise Ombudsman position was created, a culture of improving noise outcomes. Indeed, it took me 3 years as Aircraft Noise Ombudsman to achieve the first ever, and this is acknowledged by Airservices, the first ever change in air traffic management arrangements solely for the purpose of improving aircraft noise outcomes that had previously been approved under EISs and other arrangements. By the time we left, there were a very large number, including some initiated by Airservices, but it took 3 years to get there, and that gives a sense of the sort of pushback against change.
So, from your perspective, was that a cultural issue within Airservices Australia? What led to that taking what had already been approved, etc., being implemented? Why did that take 3 years?
It was a cultural issue, absolutely, and one that is perhaps quite understandable. The organisation is built around essentially an engineering concept of building roadways in the sky that are safe. And I would say that you saw a reasonably black and white view to the issues, and that encompassed, on the one hand, it had to be safe, and once we'd achieved that, we'd achieved the most important things. And secondly, that the noise outcomes were assessed on a black and white scale. That is, was the noise intolerable under the standards of an environmental assessment? And if they were, then it was redesigned before it was implemented. But once you got the tick, then the noise was acceptable, and that was an end to the matter. The notion that there are degrees in noise and any small improvement is a benefit to people below, and that you have to pay a price for making small improvements because that's the price of a social licence to operate an airport, was something that I don't think was built into the culture of the organisation.
Mr. Brent, who appoints you to your role?
The Minister, Minister King.
Mr. King. And who recommended you for this role?
I'm not quite sure, but I would note that I probably am in a pretty small group of people who would be regarded as, and I refer to something that Tess had in her submission, as unbiased through my background as aircraft noise ombudsman. And I'm happy to touch on that issue of bias later if necessary.
We might ask those questions on notice. My question, I guess there's been quite a lot of critique about the current chair of Airservices Australia, Mr Harfield. This isn't our first rodeo. Anyone that's followed in from Senate estimates over years knows this is an issue. Do you think he is still the right person to lead Airservices Australia, given the issues of this particular issue, but more broadly across Airservices Australia?
This goes to my role as being independent and unbiased. Given that I have to work with Airservices on the one side and the community on the other, I think it would be highly inappropriate for me to make any comment.
It's disappointing given your experience as well.
Can I pick up on that, because I think this is a really important point?
No, sorry.
We'll let Mr Brett continue his answer. He can respond. Mr Brett.
Thank you. If I am to pass comment of that sort on people that I have to work with, it will diminish the capacity of me as chair of the AAB to engage with both sides constructively. And that's what being independent requires of me.
Yeah, but Mr Brent, with respect, being independent also means giving your honest, open and trusted opinion, because as you yourself gave evidence just previously, there is a very small circle of people in this conversation and everyone knows everyone, and from the outside it looks like there is a lot of back scratching going on because no one is prepared to say, you know what, old mate, great in his prime, time to go. Because the rap sheet is growing with this guy. And he is sitting on the minister's desk for reappointment. Now, if someone as experienced as you doesn't have a view, it makes it pretty hard for the rest of us.
Can I say I am happy and will and do provide my view on things that are within my expertise. My role does not involve general oversight of Airservices, nor does it involve any contact with the CEO at all anymore. And that means that I think that is not in my expertise, and that's why.
Yes, but I think you would have expertise and experience in how they behave, particularly in how they engage with the community, which is what has actually brought a Senate inquiry to us today. But I will leave that because you're clearly sticking to the program. Just for BACAG, 10 elected reps. I would just like to understand, of the 10 elected reps, who you shared your submission with before submitting it to this inquiry.
Senator, I don't. It was certainly put up on the website. I don't know when it was put up, but I did not circulate it widely to. I did not circulate it to the individual members. So
it's not BACAG's view, is it? It's your view as chair.
It's a statement of fact as to how we operate. It's almost taken from the terms of reference.
Does BACAG have a view on Airservices Australia?
All that I can say is those that attend our meetings are always very courteous, and when they don't know the information, they undertake to go away and come back with it.
Have they expressed a view? Has the 10 elected representatives of the community expressed a view to BACAG about Airservices Australia's behaviour?
I have heard comments that they do get frustrated at times because often there's no simple answer and people look for an easy answer.
Are you calling them stupid?
Not at all.
It sounded like it. Is it because there's no simple answer that they don't understand the lack of consultation, the overriding, what would seem from evidence today so far to this committee to some pretty dodgy paperwork around this particular issue?
I'm not aware of any dodgy paperwork.
I would actually ask you on notice to reflect on the evidence from this morning, and I would like you to respond to each of those claims made by the community group here, because It's people in your position who are the go-betweens between the regulatory body, the Minister's office and this community, where the breakdown seems to be occurring. So I would like to understand, I would like you to review the evidence from this morning, and I would like you to respond to each of the claims made by the community in a publicly available submission. And Mr Brent, I would ask you on notice to do the same in your role. I will leave my questions there.
Thank you, Senator McKenzie. Senator Waters.
Thanks, Chair. Hello, folks. Thank you for joining us today. Mr Shamir, I'll start with you. You've mentioned in response to questions from Senator McKenzie that your submission was drafted without input by the members of BFPCA. Can I ask, did you ask any of your members, particularly the community representatives, to attend today and give evidence on behalf of BFPCA?
No, I imagine some of them are there, but I did not ask them to attend.
Why not?
Everyone's well aware of it. I said I was going to make a presentation or submission, and I was happy to come and speak to this inquiry.
But did you ask whether they would like to speak to this inquiry and whether they were happy with the contents of what you proposed to present?
Senator, as I just said, I do believe that my statement I read out is basically the terms of reference of the organisation, which they all have copies of, and is on the website.
Okay. Can I ask then, what role did BFPCA play in consulting on the original community engagement process before the opening of the new parallel runway?
There was substantial engagement, but I have to say I was not on BFPCA and I did not chair it at the time. So I would have to take that on notice.
Yes, thank you for doing so. Sorry, when did you become the chair?
I became chair 3 years ago.
Okay. And have you taken an active role in consulting the community members on your group in your time?
Very much so.
But not for today?
Not for today. I mean, I'm sure some of them are there, and they will make their own presentations and comments.
Okay, well, look, to the best of your ability, given that you weren't in the role until 3 years ago, in your view, was there sufficient community engagement around the opening of the new parallel runway by Airservices Australia and Brisbane Airport Corporation?
Senator, I can't comment on something when I wasn't there, but I'm happy to take it on notice and see if I can refer back to minutes before my time.
Okay, I'm sure you've had cause to reflect on that issue during your 3 years in this role. Do you have a view on whether the community consultation at the time was sufficient? Because from the mood in the room, I can tell you people don't feel well heard. And I suspect that your organisation is also included in the general discontent in the room. So here's an opportunity to say what you'd like.
Thanks, Senator. I'll take that on notice and review things, but certainly I believe that there was widespread consultation. There probably could have been more. Absolutely.
Okay, well, look forward to your responses on notice. Thanks very much. And Mr Brent, thank you for joining us today. I must admit, I'm a bit baffled as to why there's two community reference groups and nobody's listening to either of them. So can you please tell me what it is that AAB is in charge of? And unfortunately, we heard evidence earlier that Ms Bignell indeed feels that this is tokenistic consultation and that actually AAB isn't achieving any outcomes, and you've shared those sentiments yourself in your opening statement. That's entirely unacceptable. You don't have community consultation just to tick a box. You have community consultation to actually listen and then make changes to protect the community and reflect their wishes. What suggestions can you make for how to improve your part of this situation?
Where to start? That covers a great deal. I would note that the The reason for setting up a separate committee was to try and put, I think, greater focus on consultation, specifically around aircraft noise issues. I don't think that has worked because the process is in no way different from what would have happened otherwise. And I also have some reservations because of the narrow brief, which is simply to essentially monitor and contribute to the implementation process of the noise abatement plan that's been prepared. But the community frustrations go much wider. We've heard a lot about health issues. One of my frustrations is that a lot of the issues that are outside our brief, I seek to refer elsewhere, and I think Tess actually included a letter of mine to the Minister that demonstrates my wish to do so. For health issues, it's very, very difficult to actually find out where I can refer those issues. They are not in the brief of Airservices. They are not actually in the brief of any specific organisation, including the Department of Health. They need to find a home, and I would be very keen to see substantially more work done on health issues around aviation.
I mean, that's quite revelatory, isn't it, that there is actually no responsible body for health matters pertaining to air quality generally, but specifically to air quality and noise and health impacts from aircraft.
I think there are organisations that look after air quality more generally. For instance, in my role with Gold Coast Airport, I know that the council has air monitoring, that the airport itself undertook air monitoring, but it is that broader issue of understanding the complex relationships between aviation and health. And part of the problem is that although Professor Quiggin, an economist who I regard very highly, and nothing I say should be seen as any criticism of him whatsoever, but in his submission, one of the things that he did highlight was the paucity of research here. He has used research overseas, but there are dangers associated with that. And therefore I think there's room to bring that level of scrutiny that's occurred, for instance, through the World Health Organization across Europe to Australia.
Why do you think we're not already doing those studies and appropriately monitoring both the noise and the health impacts?
There's a lot of monitoring of the noise, but it's the health impacts of the noise that I think is the first gap. And I think part of the reason for that is that because there is no organisation where that naturally falls, and because there hasn't been enough pressure exerted to land that responsibility somewhere, I think there is a gap. And I think my personal view, not as chair of the AAB, would be that this committee is a good forum to have that placed on the record as something that needs to be pursued. But at the other end of the spectrum, I'd also note that one of the challenges worldwide is effective analysis of aircraft noise issues. There are some really fundamental problems that the aviation industry and the health industry and the World Health Organization and everybody else who looks at this has not been able to properly get a handle on. And one is how you measure aircraft noise. Professor Quiggin had highlighted the direct relationship between the number of decibels and the value of the house. The question is, how do you measure those decibels? Do you measure it on a single plane coming over at a certain noise? I doubt that that's going to have a lot of impact on property values. How do you actually get a consistent value? The formula that's used around Australia is the ANEF, which is an Australian standards-driven measure, highly complex, in my view, challenging to use, challenging to understand, and in many ways inadequate. It's matched by the NEF in the United States, or the LDN or LDEN measures in Europe and other countries. Different measures basically in countries all around the world, and none of them, I think, come close to being an effective measure in the modern environment to measure the impact of aircraft noise.
Do you
Come back to me, please.
I'll see if we've got time. Thank you, Senator Waters. Senator Ciccone.
Thanks a lot, Chair. My question was to Ron Brent. Just following on from your opening statement, I just wanted to clarify something you mentioned. I got the impression that you said that there may have been some pressure applied by Airservices Australia to reduce the resources of the Aircraft Noise Ombudsman when you were there. Was that what you were implying?
No, definitely not. It was facing a culture that was not sympathetic or supportive to the role of the Aircraft Noise Ombudsman. I think that changed during my time. But I would have ongoing concerns that Airservices, I think, still has a either explicit or perhaps just implicit influence on the position. I do not wish in any way whatsoever to criticise the current or the previous Aircraft Noise Ombudsman, but I do think it is something that I found challenging, and therefore some greater level of independence would have made it easier to be truly independent. I had to work hard at it. I suspect my successors have had to do so also.
What was it that Airservices Australia did?
I think we touched on that a bit earlier, but I'll come back to it, and that is to say they at no stage tried to deliberately undermine my position, and they maintained appropriate levels of funding. I was never short of funding for the resources I needed. However, the sort of thing that would happen is I would be confronted with serious concerns that a recommendation I had made might have safety implications. Now, my view about that is their problem, not mine. But in any case, because I had one of Australia's most experienced air traffic controllers working for me at the time, we knew that there weren't safety implications. And so I think there was a knee-jerk reaction against working with an ombudsman to achieve improvement. I believe during my time as Aircraft Noise Ombudsman we dealt with that and we were very effective by the end of my time. But it was hard work, and every new ombudsman is going to have to put in the same hard work until, in my view, there is some greater level of independence built into the structure.
But you talk about the hard work. Is that because there's been attempts in the past to reduce the resources of the Ombudsman? No.
At no stage has there been a problem with the resources. I don't know what's happened after I left the office, but while I was there, I was given the resources I wanted, and there was no pressure to take those away from me. So it's not about resources. It's about corporate culture. It's about a mindset within the organisation that makes good sense. It's born in history and a culture around safety, but that provides a natural tendency within the organisation to resist the sorts of issues that an ombudsman regards as important.
Well, just on the culture, how would you describe the attitudes of Airservices Australia to when they deal with noise issues when you were the Ombudsman?
I would say that when I arrived in the role, they were dismissive is too strong a word, but certainly given significantly less prominence in the thinking of the organisation than they should have had. During my time as Aircraft Noise Ombudsman, I think we achieved significant change and a significant improvement. We did fundamentally change the way the complaints service worked, but I would have to say that I think it's not a once-off, fix it and it's done. It is it's a constant exercise in working against a culture that inherently and perhaps understandably is biased towards safety and efficiency, but that needs to always remember the importance, the fundamental importance of the impact on communities of aircraft noise and aircraft operations.
But you'd agree that culture usually starts at the top, and the board of Airservices Australia's attitudes, perhaps to some of these issues, probably needed to also be looked at. What was your dealing with the board, or did you have any involvement with the board or the chair at the time?
I had, of course, a great deal of dealings with both, and indeed I was appointed by the board, and the board listened very carefully to things I had to say. On occasions I had to elevate matters to the board to get sufficient attention to satisfy my concerns as an ombudsman. The board at that stage was chaired by Sir Angus Houston, who I would have to say backed me fully and 100%. And the first CEO, I think, came from a position of having significant reservations about the role of Aircraft Noise Ombudsman to understanding and indeed supporting the role. And I only overlapped with the current CEO for a relatively short time, which is one of the reasons that I am reluctant to make any direct or personal comments. During my time, he met with me and was certainly willing to listen and would allow me to bring matters directly to him. But that's now a long time ago, and it was a short overlap.
Were they matters that related to the board of Airservices Australia?
All the matters that we dealt with were matters that centred in some way on aircraft noise issues. Ultimately, of course, the board is responsible for the running of the organisation, and therefore, if I had concerns that were significant and I didn't believe were getting enough attention in the organisation, I would always take them to the board, but that became less and less necessary over my time.
Okay. All right. Thanks a lot. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Ciccone. Senator Colbeck.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Brent, you talked about your capacity to achieve anything in respect of reducing aircraft noise being limited by your brief. What modifications to your brief might assist in actually getting some outcomes which you, from what you've said, I think you believe might be possible?
I do believe there are significant improvements that could be made. It is a question whether the AAB is the right sort of forum. The use of 5 community representatives does limit the extent to which we can engage with the community because we are getting 5 perspectives, one of which I should be explicit about represents communities that are not necessarily benefited by overwater operations. So SODPROPS is not a magic solution for everybody. And those sort of issues we have limited capacity to explore. I think what I would say is I'm happy to keep working as chair of the AAB as long as the community members are happy to work with me and to work hard to try and get improvements as quickly as possible. But the limitations that are imposed by the fact that we deal only with the noise abatement program are significant. For instance, I do believe that I would like to explore the health issues more. Not that we'll have solutions, but at least we could explore the issues and understand community perspectives and perhaps bring some influence to bear on the question of doing more research. I do believe that there is room for us to go beyond the noise abatement program and look at other options. Now, I don't believe there's much value in us discussing a curfew simply because both sides of politics have been very clear that they're not going to pursue a curfew.
There's more than 2 sides.
Well, sorry, both. That's a very important point and absolutely valid. What I was trying to say in shorthand terms is the majority of the parliament seems to be implacably opposed. My point that I was leading to, though, is that that doesn't necessarily mean that there's no value in discussing the concept. It may nevertheless provide a clearer understanding of community perspectives and may provide alternatives that sit somewhere between an absolute curfew and unfettered access to the skies at night. But those issues we can't explore, and I can understand why the Minister has set the committee up with that limited brief. But increasingly I am finding that those limits are frustrating if I am to fully explore the best ways to address noise. I've sought to refer some of those issues back to BACAG and others to the Minister. As I mentioned, Tess included in her submission a letter that demonstrates that I'm happy to do that. But that's not a very satisfying thing for a chair to do, to say, look, we're going to send that somewhere else.
Sorry. No, we'll stay with Senator Colbeck. I'll come to you, Senator McKenzie, if signed.
So just to confirm, the Minister sets your brief?
Yes.
You believe that there are things that can be done to abate and mitigate some of the experiences that people are having to put up with?
There certainly are, and some of those are in train. The noise abatement program is built on the back of the report that the earlier witnesses had referred to, done by an independent consultant, Trax, that delivered a large number of suggestions, and some of those, a couple have already been implemented and made a small difference, and there are more that can be done. I would make the important point, however, that if everything that's on that program is done, there will be a great many people in Brisbane still significantly dissatisfied with the outcome because it's not going to fix the problem, make it go away or turn us back to the situation we had prior to the second runway. So I think we do need to have a way of exploring broader options. And I also think that there are areas that across Australia have not been properly explored yet. There was a long time ago a program to provide compensation to heavily noise-affected houses to enable them to be noise insulated. That program, I believe, was poorly conceived. It was conceived along the models of overseas exercises, but was very arbitrary in who had access to the funds and how they were expended and so on. I do believe that some of the stuff that Professor Quiggin has raised around being able to link loss of amenity directly to noise impacts does leave some scope for rethinking that entire model. This is a personal view, not as chair of AAB. It's outside my brief as AAB. But my personal view is I think there is room to look at ways that a small levy on the passengers and the services using the airport might provide funds to have a totally differently conceived subsidy scheme that would be less arbitrary in its application, would be smaller in terms of how much individual people might access, but that might provide a more accessible way to implement measures at homes that could make a difference. Again, that's not going to be a fix, but it is something that needs to be explored. And I think what I'd like to see would be forums somewhere that were able to take up these issues.
Just going to your reference to Professor Quiggin and the comments that you made about some of the particular pieces of work that he talked about, and let's recognise the expertise that's brought as part of that process. Do you think that though raises the question or the need for the gaps in that work to be actually filled and additional work to be done to provide that broader and more detailed, localised impact of the issues that are being discussed in the community?
Easy answer, yes.
Okay, that's good, short. Last question, and I was anticipating the chairs and treaties. And it probably goes to both Mr Chandler and you, Mr Brent, as well. You've got two organisations here effectively creating a community perception of trying to do exactly the same thing, although having slightly different roles. Might be a slow learner, but my perception would be that neither of them are satisfying the community in a broader scheme of things. Okay, I got that answer as well. How do we restructure the system so that we actually are getting what it is that the community are looking to see as part of this process? You know, the Minister says we set up your organisation to provide a role. You're constrained by your terms of reference. You've got another organisation, 10 elected community representatives. I get the sense they're not happy either. How do we set something up that actually makes this work? You bring significant experience as aircraft noise ombudsman to the seat that you're sitting in now, but what is it that's going to deal with this, and how would we look at restructuring this to actually start dealing with this in a manner that's providing some level of satisfaction to the community?
That's actually a very big question, and I don't have time to explore it fully, but what I will say is three things. Firstly, there is no good solution. The aircraft noise from this airport has had a strong negative effect on the community, and I cannot see a way to get rid of that, even with a curfew.
Okay, sorry. It's not. I'm sorry. We have to stay between the senators and the witness.
Our time's limited here.
Even with the curfew. Yeah. So the second comment I'd make is, nevertheless, I think there is room to explore issues much more broadly, and therefore, what I think is needed is not just a committee and consultation, but is some serious research on costs and benefits, on health issues, on consequences for communities that hasn't been done. And that Airservices isn't resourced or equipped to fund, and that we certainly aren't. And the third thing I'd say is that whether it's one committee or two, whether this is folded back into BACAG or whether it's not, I think any organisation that's looking at aircraft noise in a consultation forum has to have a much broader brief than the AAB.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Senator Colbeck. I've just got a couple of quick ones. It seems to me a lot of people are upset because promises were made to fly more over water, etc., and that clearly hasn't happened. Well, the evidence we've gotten shows that that hasn't happened. I now see in the post-implementation review there's more promises to use sod drops more. Is this going to happen in your view, Mr. Brent? Why hasn't it happened, or can it happen in the future? If so, what sort of impact will that have?
There is some small gain to be had by increasing the use of sod props purely over water operations. However, it's at the margin, and it is, if the airport is right about growth figures, it is a short-term solution, because as traffic numbers grow, the capacity to use sod props will decline. So it is no major contributor to an improvement in aircraft noise. It is certainly something that should be used to the maximum, and there are measures in train to try and increase at the margins its use, and that is a good thing. We don't want to do anything that inhibits even marginal improvements. But to suggest that this is the solution or this is going to have a major impact is unrealistic.
And what about the use of the full runway? I'm not sure if you heard that evidence earlier, but did you have any comments on the trial that was conducted and whether or not that should be redone or should be looked at again?
I've actually spoken to Tess, who raised the concerns in her submission just before I came to the table here, and emphasised that I think that I had understood we were still looking to understand more clearly how that trial had worked and whether or not the aircraft had taken off at the same gradient that they had previously. That's the critical issue. And Marcus Foth was talking about the understanding in the community that all they had done is taken a lower gradient to get to the same altitude because they were starting further back. I would note that the gains from that will only ever be marginal because, as Aircraft Noise Ombudsman, we undertook a great deal of work doing not just practical tests at another airport, but also doing theoretical examinations knowing the properties of sound. And therefore the gains from that would be marginal. But again, the important point I want to emphasise is that marginal gains are an important part of the overall mix, and therefore we need to know that the study was undertaken properly, that the aircraft took off at the same angle. And although Tess has criticised me in her submission for not taking that matter to the Minister, it's not for me to raise matters with the Minister, it's for me to be the conduit for the committee, and I've made clear to her if the committee wants me to write to the Minister, I absolutely will, and that would be one way to pursue this issue.
Do you meet with the Minister?
No.
So you've never met with the Minister?
No, but I do meet with senior staff.
You were appointed by the Minister? Sorry, you were appointed by the Minister, was that earlier?
Yes.
You've never met her?
No.
Okay, seems a bit
The
strange.
list is growing.
Right.
The list is growing.
Okay, Senator McKenzie. Well, at least you're being treated the same way as the rest of the people were. Senator McKenzie.
No special deals when it comes to meeting with Catherine King on this issue. My question to both, it was actually on that. It's a great segue. So, Mr. Brent, you haven't met with the Minister, but you've met with her advisors?
Yes, the departmental advisors.
Departmental, yes. Not her political advisors. No. Mr. Shamir, have you met with the Minister?
No, I have not met with the Minister.
Have you met with her office?
No, I've not met with her political advisors. I've met with the department representatives.
Right. Have either of you had any communication about today from either the Minister's office or the department? Mr. Brent?
I have not.
I've had machinery communication, as in arranging for me to be here and so on. No communication about comment. I shared my opening statement in text form with them, but there was no comment back from that. That's
and Mr. Shamir, did you share your opening statement or submission with the department officials?
No, I did not, Senator.
Thank you. My question then goes to the Brisbane Flight Path Community Alliance, which you're both very aware of, has been seeking a meeting with the Minister or her office for for a very, very long time to put their issues directly to her office. Mr. Brent, do you think, and this is an opinion, so you don't have to answer it, but do you think, given all that you know now, that would be a useful thing to happen?
I don't think, again, it's appropriate for me to comment, but what I would say is that I have met with Marcus, I've exchanged emails with him, I have spoken to him on the phone, but I've also had a long conversation over coffee with him, and I found that very valuable.
And Mr. Brent, you aren't able to be the conduit between Marcus, that group, and the Minister's office because you don't meet with the Minister's office. You meet with the department, two very different entities. So, Mr. Shamir, do you think the Minister or her office should meet with Brisbane Flight Path Community Alliance members?
Again, Senator, I'm not qualified to, or not in position to answer that, other than as a general personal observation. I think it's really good if ministers can meet with as wide a wider group of people as possible.
That is always a good practice in my experience. Now, Mr. Brent, you have a joint report. You report to both the Chief of Defence and the ASA board, correct?
The Aircraft Noise Ombudsman does.
Yes.
And that's a role I haven't held for some years.
So is one of the changes to make that role more independent is that it's actually not appointed, doesn't have that joint responsibility, isn't actually appointed by ASA? Like we hear about this marking your own homework problem that doesn't allow the Ombudsman to be completely independent unless, they're exercising the high precaution you seem to have done.
I don't want to be seen as being pedantic, but what I would say is it's not so much a question of allow, it's a question of both the public face of the role and the clear presentation of it as independent, and secondly, it's about working hard to maintain that independence. I would say having both roles is a good thing, the Aircraft Noise Ombudsman role and the Military Aircraft Noise Ombudsman role. That actually occurred while I was there because the Air Force was not getting good responses through other arrangements. And I think that worked very well. I think that enhances the independence, having those different roles, but I think there would be value in making both roles in some way more independent of the organisations.
Yep.
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. And look, I'll just make the point that we normally would not ask officials, public officials, for an opinion. I recognise the position you've been put in today. We normally wouldn't do that because they're giving advice to the government, and that's we ask them about facts and events, but not opinions. Now, you're in a bit of a grey area because you're appointed by the government but not public servants per se. So I appreciate for the answers you've been able to give today, but also appreciate the position you're in. Thank you very much, Mr. Brent and Mr. Shamir, for your evidence today. I don't think you took anything on notice, but if there's any more information... Oh, you did?
Yes, they did.
Okay, sorry.
They've got a big bit of work for me to do.
Oh, that's right.
I've asked them to review that evidence.
From this morning. That's right. Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. We're asking for that back, Mr. Shamir, by the 6th of May so we can finalise our report. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Now, are these online? Okay, we got the Queensland Tourism Industry Council. We might just suspend given the number of people here, so we'll just suspend.
Got the pilots first.
Oh, sorry, I've got ahead of myself. Yep, I jumped one page. Federation of Pilots, are you here? We're in suspension while we just... the hearing. Thank you very much, and I now welcome representatives from the Australian Federation of Airline Pilots. I understand the information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses has been provided to you. For the record, could you state your names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Okay. My name is Simon John Lutton. I'm the Executive Director of the Australian Federation of Air Pilots. And my name's Naomi Radke. I'm a former captain of a jet airliner and I work for the Australian Federation of Air Pilots as a safety and technical officer now.
Fantastic. What I might do is I might ask you to take those microphones and bring them closer to you if you can, and also just speak as loudly as you can without shouting, but because we're just trying to make sure everyone can hear in this room with the AV equipment we have. Thank you again for that. You do have an opportunity to make an opening statement if you'd like, and then we'll go to questions. Would you like to make an opening statement?
Thank you, Senator. I've got a short opening statement.
Right, thank you.
Firstly, just in terms of who we are, the Australian Federation of Air Pilots is the largest professional body and union for commercial pilots in Australia. We've got about 5,500 members who are all professional pilots. We represent their interests. In particular, we have a concern for safety and technical matters. We have a staff of about 4 qualified pilots who work for us on an employed basis to help make submissions and put reports forward for the furthering of safety. That's our primary concern in these matters. In support of our verbal submissions today, we put forward a more detailed submission which covered issues to do with airports around Australia, and we also included a copy of a letter that we sent to the CASA Director of Aviation, Ms Pip Spence, on the 17th of March 2022, titled Normalising Tailwind Operations, Politics Threatening Aviation Safety. I think both of those submissions have been placed on the Senate website. While our submissions cover a range of issues, the AFAP is particularly concerned about any potential move away from the internationally accepted limits for tailwind approach and landings. Currently, the internationally accepted criteria for the selection of appropriate runway is a limit of 5 knots tailwind, including gusts. This is an International Civil Aviation Organisation, or ICAO, standard. Australia is a signatory to ICAO. Wind direction is the primary criteria used for the selection of the runway, and therefore the direction from which an aircraft takes off and an aircraft lands. In simple terms, it is far safer to take off and land into a headwind. It is far less safe to take off and land with a tailwind. This is one of the reasons ICAO has set an international benchmark of no more than 5 knots tailwind. The AFAP is concerned about ongoing lobbying to change this benchmark, particularly in the case of Brisbane Airport. We believe the intention of this lobbying is a desire to increase the use of runway operations over Moreton Bay instead of over housing surrounding the airport. Our concern is this lobbying fails to properly consider the safety implications. Australian pilots are trained and encouraged to perform a go-around whenever they are not fully stable coming into land. Landing with a tailwind increases the likelihood of a go-around. It is the AFAP's considered view that the higher the tailwind, the greater the likelihood of the need to perform a go-around. Increasing the tailwind limit will reduce safety buffers and increase the occurrence of go-arounds, which will create greater noise to surrounding suburbs. In the case of Brisbane Airport, given the predominant traffic flow from the south, it will also increase fuel burn. Obviously, myself, I'm not a qualified pilot. I'm employed as the Executive Director of the AFAP, but with me is Captain Naomi Radke. She is a former 737 pilot for both Ansett originally and more recently as a training captain with Virgin Australia. Captain Radke is well placed to answer any questions the Senate committee may have regarding the operational and safety issues faced by Australian airline pilots when flying into Australian airports, including Brisbane Airport. That concludes my opening statement.
Well, thank you very much for evidence, and on behalf of the committee, thank you for all the service you do as pilots to keep us safe in the skies, and we really appreciate that frank advice, and it's very clear, it helps a lot. I'll start with Senator McKenzie.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for your evidence and keeping us all safe, those that fly all the time. Could the AFAP comment on the specific ways that you believe Airservices Australia is prioritising politics over safety?
It's detailed in that letter. Our concern was that there seemed to be some sort of indication given to the community that there would be further operations over Moreton Bay. And from our point of view, that's fine as long as it's safe to do so. We don't have a concern with all of the flights going over Moreton Bay as long as it's safe to do so. And what that means is you wouldn't be sending them from across the bay with a tailwind of greater than 5 knots, because that's an ICAO standard. So I think our concern was that both the Brisbane Airport and Airservices, at least implicitly, if not explicitly, misled the community into when they were doing the consultations regarding the airport. And we became aware of this push to divert more aircraft over the bay and then, by default, raise the internationally accepted tailwind limit to 10 knots and then perhaps 7 knots. And we're not in favour of that in of itself, because that will undermine safety. It will cause a situation where it'll be less safe for pilots, it will increase the workload, it will increase the number of go-arounds, and it will reduce the safety buffers. So we would be suggesting that other measures would be more appropriate than to increase the tailwind.
So what are those, how do you propose that Airservices Australia could better manage the aircraft without compromising safety?
I can probably answer that. I can't obviously speak for what Airservices can actually make the decision on. However, there are other measures in place, and they've been talked about today already. Changing a flight path to try and mitigate noise, as long as all the factors are taken into consideration. Safety coming in from 1,000 feet down to landing, or if the landing isn't appropriate to go around, is the factor. So the tailwind increase is not really a great option, and it takes us away from all the built-in performance margins that pilots like to work to. So when I've operated into Sydney with a curfew, I've operated in Sydney with sod props. We are talking a lot about approach and landing, but there also is takeoffs. There is measures in place already for noise abatement, for 2 types of noise abatement takeoffs, where the aircraft try and get higher as fast as they can by using full length on the runway, as well as using higher engine thrust to get away from the ground quicker, to take the noise away higher. So that's also options. So all options are available, but only if that has had full consideration of the safety effect of it.
And it's your submission to us today that hasn't been undertaken, of all these different mechanisms that are available on how to get in and out of Brisbane in a plane and minimise the noise impact.
Yes, Senator.
Without compromising.
Yes, it's our understanding there's been no safety case performed on the proposal for increasing the tailwind limit.
Okay.
Sorry, could you say that again?
To our knowledge, there's been no safety case that's been generated to justify increasing the tailwind limit.
Maybe you can take this on notice. On page 42 of the post-implementation review, or the final report on the PIR, I think this is an Airservices Australia document, it says a safety case was submitted to CASA on the 29th of April 2022 to increase the existing 5-knot tailwind limit for sod drops operations at Brisbane Airport to 7 knots. CASA is still considering the submission. Now, this report was December 2022, I think, so I'm not sure what's happened since then. But maybe you could take that on notice, or do you know about that, or you're not aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, all right. Well, if you could take that on notice, that'd be great. Thanks. Sorry, Senator McKenzie.
Can you provide examples where noise abatement has directly conflicted with safety priorities?
Well, one would be increasing the tailwind above 5 knots, because an aircraft handles differently, because you're coming across the ground faster. So you're actually touching down at a higher speed, use more runway. There's more likelihood of an aircraft floating in a tailwind landing. And
what does floating mean?
Floating means, I'll go back one little bit. We have a touchdown zone that you need to touch down the aeroplane, which all the performance factors are determined on. If you don't touch down in that zone, then you're supposed to go around. Go around and do the whole approach again. When you come into a flare, the aeroplane settles down to the runway, you reduce thrust, and you touch down. A float means with a tailwind, and changing tailwind amounts there's more chance of a float where you therefore have a higher chance of actually making a go around. Back to the question of has it been other things looked into? Obviously, it is happening around the country, but we haven't had discussions, as far as I know, exactly with Airservices on input into actual different ideas to try and reduce, the effect of the noise.
Okay, and I just, sorry, can I,
As far
my
as I
last
know.
question.
Yeah.
Mr Lutton or Captain, have either of you met with the Minister's office?
I've attended a roundtable in Canberra with a number of other participants in the industry. So
And who was at that roundtable?
The roundtable had representatives of airports, representatives of the airlines, representatives of other unions such as the engineers, and it was a cross-section.
TWU, were they there?
Yes, they were.
Yep. Any community groups?
No, there wasn't at that roundtable.
And when was that roundtable?
I cannot remember exactly, but it was probably about a year and a bit ago.
Yep, okay. And have you sought to have meetings with the Minister or her office?
Yes, we have. We've written to the Minister's office to organise a meeting directly between our President, Captain Louise Poll,
Yep.
myself, and that meeting didn't eventuate. We received responses deferring it, but we haven't actually had the opportunity. Our President is a working commercial pilot, so it's...
Floating.
Yeah, it floated
It's
away.
a floating invitation.
Yes.
So just to be clear, because we don't want to verbal the Minister or her office. So when did the pilot seek a meeting with Minister King?
It would have been a significant time ago. It would have been well over a year ago that we, probably shortly after she was appointed as the
today, here we are.
Yeah, we generally try and organise a meeting with the incoming Transport Minister. And we do it with both sides of politics, obviously.
I'll give you my card.
Great.
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Senator Waters.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, folks. Thanks for your time and all of the expertise in keeping us all safe in the air. And great to see some female captains being represented, so thank you again. Can I just ask, please, on this tailwind change proposal, does anybody know who submitted that request to CASA to change it from 5 to 7 knots per hour? Because it seems to me like a bit of an elaborate way of avoiding a curfew.
As far as I know, it was a joint from Airservices and Brisbane Airport Corporation. Yeah.
Okay. All right, we'll keep an eye on that. Captain Radke, you mentioned that you'd operated both under sod props and under a curfew in Sydney Airport. Does the Federation have a view on the desirability of a curfew from community perspective, but also from the perspective of you as those flying?
Pilots are acutely aware of the noise we create, and we take it very seriously to follow any procedures that have been put in place to try and reduce the effect of that as best we can. And pilots do live in noise-affected areas as well, so we're very aware of it. From a curfew point of view, it is an option. It also has different complexities attached to it, and also a consequence of increased pressure, because especially if you're at the edge of it, if you're getting close to it coming in force on approach, it adds an element of pressure to the pilot, because if you don't, in Sydney, if you don't land by the curfew time, you need to carry extra fuel to go to another destination, which in itself is what we train for. However, the decision-making process leading up to that is taken very seriously and takes the capacity. That compared to sod props themselves, even though they're used, they have pilots on high alert, because you're taking off in a direction for an oncoming aircraft, and probably as close, in effect, as cars passing on a road. But this is aircraft where other things can happen, because we're in three-dimensional, and if you move, and actually 4 if you add in the airspace moving around. So, and if any problem on a takeoff, or any problem as an aircraft coming in to intercept an approach, you're both coming in like this, it actually is a high. Although it's done, it also is a challenging thing for us to be aware of. So what's better and what's worse, it's hard to say without doing further research and getting data. We know the data on the tailwind, and it's actually in the letter from 2012, some Boeing data about runway overruns globally. For winds over 5 knots tailwind, it's 42% has been part of the reason. So tailwind needs to be taken seriously. The next stage is around that, and I understand trying to reduce it as best we can by doing as many mitigations as we can. I'd say, the curfew, I'd understand it from the community's point of view, I can't say that, but a curfew for a pilot is doable, but it has increased complexity.
Okay, thank you for that. Can I just ask now about the full runway usage trial? There's been some discussion about the parameters of the trial basically being designed to fail because you weren't changing the destination height. Therefore, the trajectory was essentially irrelevant, as I understand it as a layperson. So can I ask, if the height was increased, what is the gradient that is safe but achievable as a pilot, a takeoff gradient?
That depends on the aircraft, because every aircraft performance is different. I wasn't actually part of that trial. No, we weren't actually involved in that trial, as far as I know. But yeah, different aircraft have different gradient, and so the actual maximum would depend on the aircraft, and it also needs to consider that's 2 engines. If it's all airliners are 2 engine, if an engine failed, which is a really low risk, but it is there for consideration in the actual gradient. So I don't want to give you a number. I can do the approach gradient because that's set, but the takeoff gradient depends on the aircraft. And in a tailwind takeoff, what I can say is the gradient will be flatter because you've got the tailwind to account that is pushing the aircraft along faster and flatter.
Yep, understand. Thank you. Now, I understand there's some air traffic controller shortages. Is that impacting pilots' ability to navigate the air safely? And is that impacting optimising flight paths to reduce noise?
Yes, Senator, that has been a very big issue for the AFAP for quite a while. The insufficient number of air traffic controllers and the use, and I know that the senators are aware of this, of TIBA is something that we've found extremely frustrating at the AFAP, and we've made submissions about that to Airservices and to anyone that will listen about the degradation of airspace and the introduction of TIBA.
So for those playing along at home, TIBA is a significant issue. Did you just want to briefly explain what happens? Because this is a game played by Airservices Australia that's appalling.
Yes, I can explain TIBA Airspace. It stands for Traffic Information Broadcast by Aircraft. And basically what would normally be controlled airspace, controlled by air traffic controllers, and mostly a lot where jet airliners and propellered airliners are flying, changes to, because of staff shortages, will change to TIBA, where the pilots have to separate their aircraft from another pilot's aircraft. We've had examples where international aircraft have come in, didn't even know what TIBA was, which is concerning. Not from their airline point of view, just because it's such a unique problem we're having here in Australia, as well as it's happened between Sydney and Brisbane. It's quite often it can happen. It's been happening north of Brisbane, but between Sydney and Brisbane, we've got data where it's occurred on a major route where aircraft are having to separate from each other, and that
without an air traffic controller telling them where to go. So it's like being on an actual road visually.
So you're on your own.
As well as the driver.
Yeah, so you're doing both roles, and that's. I was going to say something else, but I've just lost it. So.
Well, can I just ask, whose responsibility is that to fix that shortage, and what are Airservices Australia doing about it?
So the shortage of controllers is from Airservices, obviously not providing enough staff, and whatever the reasons are, there's not enough. So how it affects pilots is airlines are just not sending, if it's known about TIBA coming into effect, airlines aren't sending their aircraft through Tiba, so they have to reroute around it, and that increases fuel burn highly. And if it's known about before, pilots can put that fuel on before they leave, but if it happens in the air, then that can be an issue. So it is staffing numbers. So I think back to the original question about the noise flight path. If they don't have enough controllers, managing those flight paths is made more difficult.
Like they say they're so concerned about safety and that's why they can't do anything about noise, and yet they're not putting the staff on to deal with safety. None of this adds up.
Yeah, this has been concerning us for a while. We've been writing a lot about this. So,
Thank you.
Sorry, Senator Waters. Senator Colbeck.
Thanks. Look, I just want to go back to the 5 knots tailwind question. So that's an international standard, and so effectively what happens is that pilots everywhere operate to that standard.
Yes, Senator, that is. There will be occasions when there is exceptions, but they are very much the exceptions. That is the ICAO standard, is what's applied at all of the airports around Australia.
So what would be the circumstance that would create the exception?
I was talking to Naomi earlier, she might be able to explain it earlier, but for example, if there was a large terrain in front of the airport, it may be decided that it was a safer option, or near the airport, a safer option to have marginally higher tailwind than to be encroaching into that higher terrain, for example, if there was an airport of that sort of nature. And there may be occasions when it's lifted for air freight on the edge of a curfew, is what my understanding. We asked that exact question internally about when is there exceptions to this, and there's very few, and they were the 2 that were given to me. Naomi may be able to explain a bit more.
Yeah, so it's all about making it the safest outcome. So the safest outcome on its very small occasions of airports around the world is where the terrain itself means that taking off away from the terrain and landing towards the terrain makes the airport like a one-way strip almost, and that's where the small occasions that then an increased tailwind can occur. But it's all about limits. Aircraft limits they call it an envelope, the amount of the scope the aeroplane can go. Pilots and airlines don't fly to those limits, and their limits are there based on data to stay away from all the limits unless it's an emergency or there's a higher pressing reason to do it. And so that's why we stay away from noise limits, and the 5 knot limit has plenty of data as to why that should stay that way.
Okay, so in an international system, pilots would expect to be flying to the international standard, and if they're not flying to the international standard, there would need to be a well understood and published exception to the processes that they would apply to that airport, which would mean an additional layer of operational requirement for a pilot preparing for a flight into that port.
Yes, some airports actually have different category levels, and depending on their complexity, and that sort of airport would have different training for the pilots, possibly even additional simulator training for any airports like that, especially if it's a terrain reason for it.
No, but in the operation of a system more broadly, the less exemptions you have, the less opportunity there is for error to occur, and therefore the safer the system is to operate.
Yes, Senator, that's exactly correct. And pilots operate to international standards, and any deviation from those standards needs to be carefully thought about, and there has to be good justification for it, and there would be more complexity and more training required for the pilots. So back to your original point, yes, it's much more appropriate to have benchmarks and international standards applied universally than making any deviations to those standards.
And so as someone who flies a bit, my KPI for you is number of landings equals takeoffs equals number of landings. You would want a system with the least variation in it possible to be the most safest.
That's correct, Senator.
Yeah, okay. That's the point that I want to make. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Colbeck. Can I just go back to this safety case issue? As we've established, there was a safety case prepared And indeed, on the Airservices Australia website, on the 20th of April 2022, they say that Airservices Australia and Brisbane Airport Corporation have been working jointly to develop a safety case to increase the tailwind limit for SOD drops from 5 knots to 7 knots. I mean, clearly given your evidence, but I just want to clarify, you weren't consulted as a part of that safety case submission?
Not to my knowledge, we weren't consulted at all. If you look at our letter prior to that date, 17th of March, we were certainly aware that there was lobbying to do this, but we weren't involved in it across it, and we made our position in that letter of the 17th of March.
Who was that letter to, sorry? To Airservice?
It was to Pip Spence, to CASA.
To CASA, okay. So just to be clear, your submission says you're the largest pilot association in Australia. You represent them more pilots than anyone else?
Yes, there's actually two. Well, we're the largest and we're the first. There is another one called the Australian and International Pilots Association, which is another. But for safety and technical matters, we work together with them, and that's why the letter is called AusALPA, because when we're on safety and technical matters, we partner up, and the two groups come together and will represent over 7,000 Australian pilots. When you put the two groups together, it's over 7,000. And that letter was an AusALPA letter written by both the two largest Australian pilot associations.
So, you worked together on that, and that group wasn't consulted then, just to be clear.
Exactly. We became aware of this sort of push to do it, and it concerned us gravely, and we wrote that 10-page submission.
I mean, this is almost a rhetorical question, but would you expect a safety case involving a significant change to the operation of aircraft to require, would you think that best practice around that safety case would require the consultation with the Pilots Association?
We certainly would. So the pilots are the ones flying the aircraft in the area, so you would think that particularly any deviation from international standards would have to involve the Pilots Association. And to my knowledge, and I'm the Executive Director and Naomi works in our safety and technical, there was no engagement with the AFA.
I actually have an update on this. This is concerning me greatly, as you'd expect, and I've just done some quick research here while sitting here. And on October the 9th last year, an article in Australian Aviation is titled "Brisbane Airport Noise Breakthrough After Tailwind Deal," and the news article says that Singapore, Emirates and Cathay Pacific have agreed to fly in tailwinds of up to 7 knots at Brisbane Airport in a bid to alleviate aircraft noise for locals. So you're not aware of that either. Obviously, that's you don't represent pilots from those those organisations. But they've done a deal with Brisbane Airport to do this. Does that concern you? Well, if that's true, I imagine it's true, but it's just something I've seen.
Would you expect to be notified? Would you expect to be notified if there is a change in the conditions for flying into an airport? I mean, if there is, there's a standard. You're all training to and operating to a standard. There's a change to the application of the standard. Shouldn't there be some form of notification process to you as an organisation? Captain Radke, you're training pilots. Wouldn't a standard part of the application of the standard be to notify that there's been a modification to the standard for a particular airport?
Senator, I think we'd be notified. The issue is we weren't consulted about it. So I'd expect that if it did come into place, that it would be published, but it hasn't yet come into place, to my knowledge. And obviously, once it's published, but the issue for us is that we weren't involved in any consultation regarding it, but we placed our view anyway.
I'm not arguing with that either side of it, but surely if there's an article saying that it's changed, there should be some notification process to you and as an organisation that there is a change. That would seem to be a complete failure of the system if there wasn't.
Yeah, well, if when a change occurs, I think all operators and all pilots will be notified of that at that point in time, but there hasn't been a change at the moment.
All right, Senator McKenzie, quick follow-up.
Very quick. Just on that deal article, Singapore, Emirates and Cathay, are they all in a one world type, an alliance?
I'm uncertain as for the airlines, but from a union point of view,
that's all right.
I
I'll
don't
ask
believe
Qantas.
So. Yeah.
Thank you.
Just finally from me, we had some discussion earlier today about continuous descent operations, and that potential is a way to reduce noise. Apparently there's like a step down at the moment into the Brisbane airport.
Yeah.
Have you got any feedback on that? Is that a viable technique to reduce noise?
Yeah, definitely, because it's making it more efficient to be able to fly that. But the flight paths have to match that process and match all aircraft types to that are likely to use it. But pilots would prefer to do a continuous descent rather than keep levelling off, because it changes profile calculations, and profile being you need to end up at the runway at the right height and the right speed, and you're working from that all the way back, all the way down the descent. So continuous descent profile with gates to meet, like altitude gates and speed gates, would be helpful.
Right. There was some talk of the current flight paths into Brisbane being dirty, or described by pilots as being dirty. Is that some description you've heard? And if so, what does that mean?
Means that possibly there's lots of level outs, and having to recalculate each time would be what they would mean, I expect, by dirty.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for that. It's very useful evidence. We really appreciate you coming along, and I think may have been one question taken on notice. We're asking for any information back by the 6th of May, if that's possible, and enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
So, I'll now call the Queensland Tourism Industry Council, Tourism and Events Queensland and Tourism Transport Forum. And I might just suspend again, given the number of people and noise.
Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. Yeah. We'll reconvene this hearing, and I now welcome representatives. Sorry, everybody, could we just have some quiet? You can take discussions outside if you need to. Thank you. I now welcome representatives from the Queensland Tourism Industry Council, Tourism and Events Queensland, and the Tourism and Transport Forum. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses has been provided to you. For the record, could you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear today? I'm happy for you to decide the order.
It's Melanie Anderson, General Manager, Strategy and Advocacy, Queensland Tourism Industry Council.
Great.
Dr Esther Anderson, Senior Research and Policy Officer, the Queensland Tourism Industry Council.
Thank you.
Nick Elliott, Group Exec, Corporate Strategy, Tourism and Events Queensland.
Thank you.
Margie Osmond, CEO of the Tourism and Transport Forum.
Great, thank you very much. Some of Taz, can I just ask an advice? Are some of these groups public officials? Yes. Yes. Some of you are public officials, eh? Or I say your group, Tourism Events Queensland, you're a state government agency. Okay. Sorry. So because of that, and I just wasn't sure who you were. So because of that, I just need to make sure all senators realise that we can't ask an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or state an opinion, but we can, of course, ask them facts and figures. And yes, others here are not in that category. So sorry for the confusion. Thank you for that, and thanks for submissions that you have provided. You have an opportunity to make an opening statement if you'd like to. Would you like to do that? And again, I'm happy for you to decide the batting order. Ms Anderson, you want to go first?
Thank you very much. We thank the Chair and the committee members for the invitation to appear at this public hearing. QTIC, or Queensland Tourism Industry Council, is a not-for-profit, membership-based peak industry body and leading advocate for the tourism, hospitality and events sectors in Queensland. We are committed to the growth, the sustainability of the visitor economy by representing our members and businesses from across Queensland. I would like to start out by also acknowledging the residents of Brisbane that are affected by aircraft noise. Members of the committee, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that whilst this inquiry is largely instigated by circumstances in Brisbane, its scope of impact extends far beyond the capital city. Brisbane is a gateway for 75% of Queensland's inbound travellers, with aviation serving as a crucial enabler of regional connectivity and commerce. Queensland is Australia's most dispersed state, and airline travel is often the only means of travel, resulting in Brisbane Airport Corporation being the most connected airport in Australia. Tourism and the aviation sector are deeply connected, as airports and carriers facilitate the dispersal of both international visitors and Australian residents. With 53% of Queensland tourism businesses based outside of Brisbane, the airport and airlines ensure that we don't cut the city off from the bush. Visitors to and within Queensland are the lifeblood and of regional areas, not only the capital city, fueling social and economic development, employment opportunities, and vital infrastructure investments. Queensland works in a highly competitive market to secure and maintain air routes with airlines. Queensland State Government, Tourism Events Queensland, Brisbane Airport, other Queensland airports all work together collaboratively and commit financial incentives and resources to ensure that our state does not miss out on the highly competitive airline routes that bring approximately $93 million a day into our economy. The net taxes rising from direct consumption of tourism products contributes approximately $909 million into federal, state and local revenues annually. In 8 years, Brisbane 32 will place us on the global stage. To maximise exposure, facilitate regional visitor dispersal, maintain a positive brand, address demands of population growth and ensure livability, it is critical to make ongoing investments in transport infrastructure. Caps and curfews will only disproportionately affect our regions and our businesses. If allowed, caps and curfews will pave the way for airlines to prioritise flights with the highest yield and occupancy. It will decrease our tourism offering, decrease the ability to provide overnight freight, decrease regional and remote connectivity, and cause major issues within peak hours of travel to increasing volumes during those times. Caps and curfews will increase airfare prices and will lead to mass traveller inconvenience. The topic at hand is not new. A similar inquiry took place in 2010, and many of the terms of reference are duplicated within responses to this aviation paper. Perhaps our approach this time can serve as a catalyst for innovative and sustainable practices by adopting a holistic, long-term perspective for all. QTech and industry encourages the government to participate in win-win solutions by adopting innovative suggestions, perhaps incentivising the fast-tracking of airlines to procure new and quiet aircraft, fund and fast-track initiatives such as hydrogen electric aircraft, such as the work of the Hydrogen Flight Alliance, improve the coordination of flights between Airservices and BAC to ensure best outcomes for all, setting goals for airlines in the lead up to 2032, balancing air slots with aircraft quality, and perhaps high-speed rail for Queensland. The committee should also note that Brisbane Airport Corporation has undertaken several proactive initiatives to reduce the impact on Brisbane residents, and that includes such things as the airport penalises very noisy aircrafts via increased landing fees and the redirection of flights. More from them later this afternoon.
Okay, sorry. People have been very good today, and I realise it's a highly emotive issue, but I do have to ask that all are heard respectfully, and we do want to hear from all groups for our own committee's report and integrity. Back to you, Ms Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. In closing, as Queensland continues to grow, our state's residences businesses and visitors' needs will also grow. That is inevitable. Reverting to antiquated caps and curfew approach will only hinder the state. We, as a collective, alternatively must find ways that support and enable growth in a sustainable way and not just try and stop it without a solution. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms Anderson. Others? Go, Mr Elliott. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Tourism and Events Queensland is the state's lead marketing, destination experience development and major event agency that works to promote the state's destinations and events and drive consumer demand from key domestic and international markets. TEQ works with industry partners, including the state's airports and airlines, to attract visitors to Queensland and ultimately generate economic benefit for the state. In the latest numbers released by the federal government just recently, to the year ending December 2023, Queensland reached a combined $34 billion in overnight visitor expenditure. That included 28.3 from the domestic market and 5.7 billion from the international markets. This includes about 7.3 million domestic trips which were taken by aircraft through the 7.3 million domestic trips through Brisbane Airport and 811,000 trips for international visitors arriving into the state. Queensland's tourism landscape is highly decentralised, and more visitors travelling to our regional destinations than the capital city, and that's a big difference to other states. So again, the year ending December 23, 8.6 million people visited Brisbane, but we had 18.4 million people visiting the regions across the state. And aviation plays a critical role in dispersing visitors across the state and stimulating economies in regional areas. In terms of jobs, tourism directly and indirectly provided 206,000 filled jobs in Queensland in the year ending 21-22. That's 1 in 15 Queenslanders, and that's more people employed in tourism than forestry, mining, fisheries combined. More than half of tourism businesses in the state are located in regional areas outside of Brisbane, and over 9 in 10 tourism businesses are small businesses, less than 20 employees. This further demonstrates how important connectivity is for the dispersal of visitors across the state to support our regions and businesses. The Queensland Government in 2022 established a partnership with the private sector as part of our COVID-19 recovery measures to recover our international flights into Queensland and rebuild Queensland's international visitor economy. The Attracting Aviation Investment Fund was anticipated to accelerate Queensland's post-COVID recovery by supporting the restart growth and service frequency capacity and development of new aviation routes into Queensland's airports. TEQ works in partnership with the Department of Tourism and Sport to market aviation routes in key international source markets, with activity being funded through the AIF program. Our key role, TEQ's key role under the AIF program, is to work with airlines to market our destinations, to support those routes, and by doing so driving conversion and activity into Queensland. Visitor dispersal to regional areas and aviation connectivity are key priorities across industry and government strategies at the state and national levels. TEQ continues to work with the department here in Queensland and broader government, including Tourism Australia industry, to support tourism and events businesses as part of the Queensland Towards Tourism 2032 strategy. And in TT32, one of the 3 key strategic themes relates to demand, supply and connectivity to drive visitor demand, deliver transformational visitor experiences and ensure connectivity to and within Queensland. At a national level, TEQ is committed to contributing to the targets outlined in the federal government's Thrive 2030 strategy, which also talks to the importance of regional dispersal, of making sure that our visitors get out of the capital cities and support regional communities. Looking ahead to 2032 and the Olympics and Paralympic Games, there is a significant opportunity to attract visitors to Queensland and disperse them across the state. This is not only an opportunity to develop more international services into Queensland, but the potential to expand the interstate and intrastate domestic aviation networks. To conclude, aviation directly supports Queensland industry in achieving its ambitious target of growing overnight visitor expenditure to $44 billion by 2032. TEQ will support industry to achieve this goal through demand-driving activities that will attract visitors to Queensland and grow economic and social benefits for the state. That concludes my opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr Elliott. Ms Osman.
Thank you very much, Senator. And can I thank all the senators for the opportunity today to speak.
TTF is the national peak body for tourism, aviation and transport, and I'm particularly happy today to be here on the panel to support my Queensland colleagues. I would like to just open by saying that we sit currently in the most competitive international aviation and tourism marketplace that anybody's ever seen. And the capacity for Australia to have the best operating long-haul aviation system is really, really incredibly important. And we've applauded those governments around the country that have put in place aviation reattraction funds as part of the post-COVID recovery for the industry. The industry absolutely relies on aviation for its recovery, and this is not just about leisure tourism. The route Sydney-Brisbane, for example, is the 5th busiest route in the world, and that is largely a business travel outcome. And of course, I'm sure a number of the senators at the table would be very much aware that from an agricultural point of view, the vast bulk of high-yield perishable product goes out in the guts of a passenger plane, not on a freight plane. So the capacity of Brisbane Airport is remarkably important to a whole lot of different outcomes. I think the other thing that's quite important is to say that the industry itself is very conscious of noise, very conscious of sustainability, and is in the discussion and investment, most importantly, in noise abatement, all the way from manufacturers to the superannuation companies who invest so largely in the aviation sector. I think part of the solution here is one that the industry has already embraced, which is next generation airlines and fleet change, and I'm aware that you've got the airlines this afternoon, who I'm sure will go into considerable detail in that space. But critically, from our point of view, those new planes are a commitment by the industry, and organisations like Qantas and Virgin are spending a significant amount of money to ensure the outcome for their travellers and for the larger noise and sustainability outcome. I think there are some other parts of the puzzle that are important as well, that are regulatory changes. So a number of technical processes on the airport surface. So single engine taxiing in a number of airports could make a difference from a noise point of view, reduced thrust takeoff, reduced reverse thrust on landing. But currently regulations don't allow for these kinds of activities, and we would heartily endorse that the committee has a consideration of some of those changes to regulations that would make a difference, and I know that descent operations is already being discussed. I think from our point of view too, the issues around the national complaints system, so that the community engagement and the process of discussion about noise and noise abatement has greater uniformity. I'm not certain whether others have spoken about this, but certainly we feel that there's an opportunity there to be looking at a more uniform capacity to describe and to identify and work with data in the noise complaints area would be a terrific outcome. We're also very conscious that this review is happening and particularly valuable as part of a larger review space relating to the aviation white paper. So thank you again.
Thank you very much for that. I might just start off with a couple of questions before flicking to other senators. I'm trying to get a handle on this curfew issue, and some of this would probably best placed to Brisbane Airport, but in their submission at least I haven't been able to establish this. I mean, how many of these flights at night are related to tourism? Do you know? Does anyone know that? I mean, in their submission, they say sort of in 25-26 that there'd be 16,000 odd flights that would be restricted if we put a curfew in, and that works out to be about 44 flights a night. How many of those are international destinations? Because I don't think there wouldn't be many of them to be domestic flights. They'd probably be international. How many of those are international on average?
We'd have to take that on notice.
You don't have it. Take that on
I
notice.
think the other part of the puzzle with this too is that we are in recovery mode. So from an aviation capacity perspective, I think you do need to talk to Brisbane Airport about that in terms of their potential growth and recovery capacity.
Okay, I'm happy for you to use, if you come back to my notes, happy for, say, a 2019 figure, if that is significantly different from the 2023, I suppose, figure. I suppose that raises the question, though. Your contention, my understanding, is that a curfew would be seriously ruinous to the tourism industry. How can you establish that if you don't even know how many flights are using that overnight?
I'm
happy to take that. Whilst we don't have the actual data at hand, Chair, the connections with international flights is of particular interest in this space because the connections with the airspaces into the airport from its origin and where it lands is what determines when and where aircraft can land. As you know, there's quite a competition for airspaces and airlines, so that connectivity piece is quite a complex issue. It's not something that is just meticulously put on the boards. It's actually worked out with each of the airlines and the airspaces, Airservices, Queensland and the airports. So it is quite a complex solution which the airport can talk further
and look,
to.
Don't get me wrong. I mean, I think what I'm trying to do here, I'm going to be explicit and be happy to be transparent. What I'm trying to do here is, I mean, if there's only a few flights that are leaving overnight for tourism, and that's really, really important, and yep, Brisbane's a really important destination, fine. I suppose if most of those are freight, then I start to think, well, we could probably do that somewhere else in the country. We don't have to have freight coming into Brisbane. It could be come in somewhere else and just be distributed. Obviously, tourists want to come where the attractions are. So, yeah, I don't know if we need to be as binary as curfew or not. It seems to me the issue is how many of these flights are and are they each individually of a net benefit to the Queensland economy in the Brisbane region.
I think what you'll find is that they're inextricably linked to some extent because the belly of an aircraft is freight, and that's what helps offset the cost of having the destination as well as the passenger revenue. So I think it is an...
We did hear earlier there are some freight-specific flights, and that's
Absolutely.
part of the Brisbane Airport's future plans for growth.
Absolutely.
And obviously more and more of that happening with online deliveries, etc.
But I think...
we can come back to you with additional data on that because I think it is a matter of forecasts and projections because the industry is still in recovery.
Yep.
So when you're talking 25, 26 figures, that's a slightly different kettle of fish. So
yeah, that's their projections and their modelling, and they only produced figures every few years from their modelling results. In 2018, just for the record, in 2018-29, there were only 10,000 flights that would have been affected by the curfew. So they are predicting significant growth. One of the problems that seems to have happened, I think, in Brisbane is that when the parallel runway was being developed, there were promises. We've heard promises that wouldn't impact noise, and clearly that's not happened. I mean, were the tourism industry involved in these discussions at all? And what's your assessment then on what was promised compared to what has been delivered for the City of Brisbane?
From a QTEC perspective, that was before my time, but I was in the industry when that master planning was happening, and we were involved in and made aware of all of the consultations and the processes and the discussions. I wasn't particularly aware of any sort of misinformation in that respect. So,
right.
I'm sorry.
I mean, it seems, just to quickly follow up on that, this promise of putting more planes over the water, the evidence we've got is that hasn't really changed. That about half the flights were going over Moreton Bay before the second runway, and it's now half again. Slightly ticked up around the second runway, but it's now back to half. Now I see there's more promises that post-implementation review there'll be more over water flights. I mean, what assurance? I mean, I know this is not your responsibility, but it's obviously impacting your industry. Are you confident that will be able to happen, that we'll be able to get more flights over water? What's your assessment of the promises being made?
I absolutely think that it's part of the puzzle. I don't think it's the solution, and I think, as I referred to in the opening statement, there's many pieces of this puzzle that need to be enacted to ensure that residents have a better peace of mind going forward. I think what we do need to face is that the flights aren't going to decrease, and we have got the Olympic and Paralympic Games ahead. So I think that what we need to do is, as a collective, come together with all of the pieces of the puzzle to make the answer for everyone, for the industry, for, majority of our industry are small and micro businesses across the state. There's 63,000 businesses owned by mums and dads. 54% of them are outside of Brisbane. We're talking about their future and livelihood as well. So I think this is a bigger picture for lots of things. It's for the environment, it's for residents, it's for amenity, it's for connectivity. Residents of Brisbane still get on the flights to go overseas for holidays or go visit family down in Victoria or New South Wales. Sorry, but it's true.
Sorry, please.
It's a fact. And the fact is that we're growing. Our population with migration is planned for Queensland to be extensive over the next 10 years. We can sit and say let's stop all the flights.
Okay. Look, if they're sorry, I will look. Every now and again, a reaction is not the end of the world. But if we have interjections, people will be sent out. There'll be ejections. Okay. We've been very good this morning, but we have to listen to people with respect, please. And I say the odd groan, I'm not going to be a school teacher about, but please, no interjections. Let people give their evidence in silence. Ms. Anderson, do you want to finish that comment?
I was just saying that it really is a collective together, piecing the puzzle together to make it a viable solution for everyone and our environment moving forward. There's no one shortcut way to fix it.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sorry, Ms. Anderson, yes, for sure.
Yeah. Look, I know you've got Brisbane Airport next who will be able to deal with the overwater thing very specifically, but I just want to come back to the fact that the industry is amazingly and completely focused on the issues around noise abatement and sustainability and is making significant investment in what needs to happen in terms of new fleet. And I would once again repeat and encourage the fact that there are immediate solutions that could be made in this space that would abate the noise outcomes in terms of regulatory change.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Osman. Senator Waters.
Thanks, Chair. Hi, folks. Number of questions. Can I start off with high-speed rail? You mentioned it briefly in your statement, and I'm sorry I missed your quip. Could you just please elaborate?
As an alternative for our decentralised state and ensuring that we don't forget about the regional and remote communities, of which tourism is a major component for their economic viability. Are we looking at other alternatives and into the future? I know it's a financial and a fairly big project to look at, but at this point in time, air flights are the way that we connect into those communities.
And if I could just add to that, I think in terms of high-speed rail, we know that Europe and America has the advantage of a secondary transport system, which we simply don't have here in Australia. We're a long-haul destination to get to, and everything in Australia is a long-haul destination. It'd be great if we had some high-speed rail options, but we don't. So we are completely reliant at this point in time on the aviation sector.
Okay, well, let's hope we can embrace the opportunity of change. I, for one, am a big proponent of high-speed rail, and I think, Mr. Elliott, you said, was it the fifth busiest flight route? Was sorry, Ms. Osmond.
Fifth
busiest is Brisbane to Sydney. I would not consider that a long-haul flight. And my recollection of high-speed rail potential is you could do that in 4 hours or less. And I stand to be corrected; it might be significantly less. So just putting that on the table as an elegant solution to address the domestic. I understand that won't address international, but to address...
no, I completely agree, Senator. And the issue for us is I think that high-speed rail and its iterations have been a topic of conversation within the tourism and larger government and other circles for a very long time. So we're hoping to see a greater debate about it.
Yes, perhaps if they were carrying coal, it would have been built by now. Anyway, moving along from that, yeah, please don't get any ideas. That was said in jest. Here we go. That was not meant to be a moment of levity. Anyway, Mr. Elliott, I understand that your organisation has a aviation framework. Can I ask, under that framework, what percentage of growth in flights are you projecting?
So the Queensland Government has established the Aviation Attraction Fund, which I think you're referring to, Ave. It was established in 2022 predominantly to accelerate the recovery of the aviation industry. So taking us back to the days of COVID where there was no international rivals, how do we, in a highly competitive environment, as Margie said before, how do we stimulate the return of connectivity into Queensland, given how important it is for the state from an economy perspective, but also for our regional connectivity. AFE is structured around international flights. The latest data is we're not back to 2019 levels yet. We're about 85% thereabouts. So recovery is happening, but it's happening faster than it would have happened without stimulation, but it's still a work in progress. Nationally, I don't think nationally we're at 100%. I think we're well short, but the airports can talk to that in more detail. The opportunity of AFE was really focused around accelerating recovery. Now, AFE existed pre-COVID in a much different scale around developing new aviation routes to support market growth in terms of international connectivity. But for the program I'm talking to now that was commenced in 22 was about recovery post-COVID.
Does it have an end date?
Yes, this goes to 2025.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any data on how many more flights per day go through Brisbane Airport as a result of that fund, that government subsidised fund that pays airlines to make people miserable in their homes?
Yeah, our role in AIF is to stimulate consumer demand. So the activity we do is in market. So the recent announcements of flights out of the US, we're marketing to Americans to come and visit Queensland. That's the activity we do under AIF. I mentioned in my answer previously we're about 85% of 2019 levels. I don't have the exact number of seats here, but I can tell you what they were, what they are currently in terms of recovery. So it's still work in progress to recover the international aviation network, and that is a symptom of quite a number of things: the highly competitive nature plus the supply side constraint. We've got every destination around the world chasing flights at the moment because it is such an important aspect of visitation.
So just coming back to my question, how many more flights do you think there are coming into Brisbane Airport as a result of AIF?
So AIF so far has successfully attracted the restart or new services. 29 different services have recommenced under AIF.
What do you mean
services?
Flights?
And I'll explain that. Some might be daily and some might be 2 days a week, for instance. So the agreements.
So how many flights? If you can
I can
talk
give
to me
you that
in flight
on. I
numbers,
can give you
that'd
that
be
on
great.
notice. Yeah, I can give
on
you
notice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you have a stab until we get your firm?
I'd prefer not to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds reasonably substantial though. What's the quantum of public money going into this fund to attract more airlines into a busy airport and above people's homes?
So the Attracting Aviation Investment Fund is a joint program with industry. It's a $200 million fund, which Queensland government's contributed $100 million.
Okay.
So it's a 50-50 partnership.
Okay. Have they spent that much on noise attenuation?
The role is about attracting aviation. It's outside of our remit to be dealing with noise. We're a marketing agency.
Okay. Okay. Can I ask, please, and if you have to take this on notice, so be it, how many more flights per day are going through Brisbane Airport between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. as a result of this government-funded
Again, I'll take that
subsidy?
on notice. Yeah, I don't.
Thank you.
Don't have
I'm
that data.
very interested to know the answer to that. And again, just coming back to your to the Queensland Government's aviation framework, 2018 to 25, what annual % growth in flights are you projecting under that framework?
Yeah, it really goes back to the question, to the answer around AIF, which so 2018 to 25.
Are they linked? Are they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So the aviation framework was established pre-COVID. AIF really was stepped up. The $200 million program was stepped up as an economic recovery measure post-COVID, and the primary objective was to get back to 100% recovery as quickly as possible.
And that goes across all Queensland airports with international capability.
Oh, I see. So you just want to get back to original. You're not projecting further growth under that strategy?
Of course, we expect growth. There's more people travelling. There's more parts of the world where people are capable of travelling, and we expect there'll be growth in the industry. And the Queensland Government's established a $44 billion target in terms of overnight visitor expenditure by 2032, which is super ambitious and targets growth in the visitor economy, both domestic and international.
Can I just, and final question from me, Chair, as part of that fund or the strategy within which it is nested, has there been any data commissioned to quantify the health and economic impacts of increased flights?
Of increased flights, there's
and particularly the noise that they create.
There's no research being commissioned by TQ, at least. I can't speak for others on noise, but nor would you expect there to be. It's not in our remit as an agency. That's for others who regulate in this space.
Has anybody done it that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Here's some free money, but we won't look at the impacts.
Oh, I don't think it's free money. There's very tight conditions on the work that we do in terms of the airlines performing at a target in terms of frequency and
but
yield.
But not noise targets.
That's outside our remit. That's a matter for the regulators. That's not our matter.
Okay. Thanks very much, all.
Senator, could I just take one opportunity to say too that the aviation reattraction funds around the country are designed to bring back the airlines that left as a concept as a result of COVID. So airlines didn't automatically come back to Australia. So in terms of being able to retrieve a Chinese market, a New Zealand market, an Indian market, or whatever else it might have been market, we had to go out and attract people back to Australia in terms of those airlines. And every other country in the world was doing it, which is, and are still doing it, which is where the Aviation Reattraction Fund model came from. It was about reinstating what we lost as a result of COVID in the first instance.
Are the profits of those airline companies back up to what they were?
I couldn't answer that. All I know is that the tourism industry here in Australia and a whole range of airports and states that have aviation reattraction funds are interested in Australian jobs and outcomes for Australian businesses.
Is there, just last question, is there any fund to attract high-speed rail investment?
I think that's a very good question for the federal government.
Thank you, Senator Porter. Senator Colbeck.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to confirm the 85% number that's the recovery of pre-19.
Yeah.
So we're currently at about 85%. Yeah. Is that a national or a local figure?
No, that's the Brisbane Airport.
Brisbane Airport. Is it similar everywhere else? Osmond, you would be the person that might.
Well, look, I think a national gateway airport like, for example, Sydney probably has a slightly higher return on flights because it's a feeder airport into a range of other destinations around the country. But 85 is probably around about where most would be at this point in time.
Okay.
So, and just to clarify, that's international services I was referring to, which is the objective of AIF.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, at a domestic level, where do we sit?
It's a tick over 100% of 2019. It's
So,
about 104, I think, from memory.
Which goes to the growth expectation that you talked about for effectively all aspects of utilisation of the airport.
I would assume so, yes. Growth in population, growth in people's ability to travel. We'd like to think that people are excited to visit Queensland from a tourism perspective, and we played a bit of a role in doing that.
I think one of the trend growths out of the COVID period is in fact a greater interest in domestic travel. So there are a lot of Australians choosing to holiday here at home.
So in terms of the projections that are being looked at within, say, the documents for the airport itself, how accurate to see those other demand projections? How accurate to think they are, given the interruption of COVID and the fact that these things would have been done pre-COVID?
I think that's asking me for an opinion, which I'd prefer not to give.
You don't have to. Okay.
So anyone else want to have a... Ms Anderson?
We've got some hefty targets for the Towards Tourism 32 strategy.
Well, you talk about 44 billion
Yes.
overnight expenditure by 2032. You said that they were pretty big.
That's a big target for us to hit, and we're currently in the process of working with each of the regions and TEQ to work backwards to really get some action plans in place and how we deliver on that. That includes things from product development through to, just basic essential services.
So what does that number look like in terms of the projections for a demand on the airport and airport use, flight numbers?
Yeah.
I mean, part of the problem that I see here is that you've got a community that's been made a number of promises around the way that the airport operates, and that's not for you to answer, that's somebody else's to respond to. And they're looking for solutions to their problem, and part of the loss of trust, if you want to put it in that context, in the way that this whole conversation is being had, is they're being sold unrealistic propositions, and therefore their level of trust in what they're being told as part of the process continues to diminish. They just want to know which way this is going and what their expectations should be as part of their everyday living with aircraft flying and other potential impacts.
I think we understand that, what you're saying, and unfortunately we can't speak on behalf of Brisbane Airport Corporation.
No, but that's why I'm asking a specific question about what your assessment of the realisticness or otherwise, or how realistic the projections for growth might be that are in the airport's plan.
I would say that we've been working collaboratively together on future growth targets as an industry. And that's not just on aircraft, it's also things from workforce, because we have an extreme workforce shortage across, as we've heard from about pilots through to air services, but from restaurant F&B to accommodation managers through to infrastructure development, and connectivity is a big part of that. So I guess from our point of view, it's part of a bigger collective part of this tourism, hospitality and events industry. The projections that we all have in regards to attracting more international visitation to the state is something that is aspirational, but is something that we're working towards. We have the Olympics coming in 2032. We do have some obligations underneath those commitments, and that can be everything from dispersal through to new accommodation to house the people that will come at that time. So
let me stop you there. I'm really interested in getting an understanding of how realistic you think the projections in the plans are. I think I understand what you're saying in respect of the other benchmarks, because I can see those things as well. I just want to ask one more question in relation to your entreaties with respect to curfews on regional airports. Now, I'm someone who lives in regional Australia. I get very shitty when my service is inhibited in some way, whether it doesn't turn up and doesn't pick me up, or whether the quality of the service gets diminished. And I've had those conversations with the airlines directly around even the type of aircraft that are servicing. Why is it that you say that regional areas would suffer in relation to curfews? Because for me, that's a significant matter that I'm concerned about, because I come from a regional area. I sat on the regional airports inquiry that went around the country 8 or 9 years ago.
Yeah.
And those communities not only deserve their service, but it's actually critical to their operation and survival.
I agree. I think the disruption to the servicing for the regional and remote communities will come about with curfew if a connection is displaced. You can't seamlessly get off one aircraft and go on to another, or you have to wait overnight to get the next flight during non-curfew hours, of which time it could be peak. Therefore, costs of the flights will be expensive because it'll be higher yielding people who pay to get on those flights. It will be a situation where the flight slots in the airport in Brisbane gaining access to arrive and depart. And also, as you know, being in the regional and remote, if they get one aircraft service a day, that is often a mix of business and leisure. It's a whole family, visiting family and relatives, and there's the freight aspect, mail aspect. There's a whole, it's an intricately mixed society, really, and that airline and aircraft and that air slot is just part of a bigger picture of an economically functioning society.
And if I can add to that one, it stands that larger flights would be prioritised. If I can add to that, it stands that larger flights would be prioritised, therefore displacing,
higher yielding flights,
limiting smaller regional routes.
Unless stipulated otherwise.
Potentially.
So, yeah, it would be nice if the witnesses were giving evidence, not the senators at the table. Thanks, Chair.
Yep.
It would be nice if
Okay, yeah, no, point taken. So let's get back to questions. So Senator Colbeck has the call.
Can I just add to that too, from a larger perspective, that caps and curfews have the capacity to literally destroy the national network. You only have to look at Sydney, for example. 45 minutes of weather or some interruptions in Sydney quite recently led to 90 cancellations. And what that means is the entire national network backs up. The same thing would happen if that was applied to Brisbane. And it would mean Brisbane's connectivity as a gateway port for people coming into Brisbane and going to other places like Uluru and goodness knows where else would be limited. It makes so difficult for an airport to cope with any kind of change in the weather or anything else that might affect the outcome of an airport.
So in the context perhaps of, say, I'm coming from somewhere in outback Queensland, I can do a day trip. It may become an overnight trip.
Yes, exactly right. It will either become an overnight trip or it could conceivably mean that your flight is going to circle for a very long time before there is a gap capacity for you to land, and that obviously has emissions outcomes.
I've seen way too much of one. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Colbeck. Senator McKenzie.
Thank you all very much for your evidence. I just wanted to understand the role of Airservices Australia in and its impact on cancellations and delays in your sector, and to give us some data, some information, and I've got some follow-up questions. Who wants to go? Ms. Osmond.
Would you like to be more specific in terms of the Air Services question?
Well, the Airservices Australia is predominantly responsible for the cancellations and delays, as we've heard time and time again with the ACCC report, etc., and I wanted to understand the impact of cancellations and delays both on the freight and the tourism market.
Well, obviously, depending upon what's caused the delay in the first place, it could be weather or it could very well be lack of air services staff at a given airport to make it possible for people to land. Now, I think there are a whole range of uncertainty issues that come from that make it less likely that international airlines are going to feel comfortable putting additional seats into Australian ports as a consequence. The number of flights is going to impact on traveller capacity and the attractiveness with which we are viewed as a destination and, of course, that high yield freight capacity. So for us, the issues around air services are really critical. The other part of it is, of course, the discussion about regulations that might legitimately make a difference to how airlines, pilots, etc., may be able to operate those flights, and in all the instances we're seeing and hearing about, would reduce noise outcomes.
Thank you. Did anyone have anything else to add? Mr. Elliott or Ms. Anderson?
I would only add that from a tourism perspective, it's about the visitor experience. So I would think for a visitor to have a reliable service and connection would give them a favourable impression of their time in Australia rather than something that's disrupted.
I think that I would agree with that. It's our brand perception, but also there is a massive workforce shortage across all sectors of all business these days, which does really impact upon our day-to-day operations, not just in tourism but in business. Cancellations have that flow-on effect again. If hotels are prepared for their flight arrivals and that don't happen, they've staffed up, they've got their restaurants full of food, it has an ongoing, on-flowing effect. So it is a critical issue for the whole industry and indeed for business generally.
TIBA and ground delay programs are unreasonably high at Brisbane Airport. I would also we heard some evidence from the Pilots Association earlier today about the impact of TIBA events. I find them, if there's going to be an accident that happens, it's Airservices Australia expecting pilots to fly around this country using their eyeballs and not air traffic controllers to keep everybody safe. Can I get an understanding of both TIBA and ground delay programs from the Brisbane perspective? And if you don't have, I appreciate that's quite a specific topic. I'm very happy for you to provide that answer on notice, if that suits.
Senator, I'd have to supply something on notice, but I would say to you, just to the earlier point about skills, every country in the world now has a shortage of air traffic controllers. So we're not going to be able to fill that gap from anywhere else. It's a very critical at-home issue.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure the world doesn't use air traffic controllers with seriously a clicker.
No.
Counting flights, which is what happens in Sydney. So
fair enough.
I hear you. think there's better ways we can do what we're doing at the moment. Would everyone like to take that on notice? Or
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. I think that's it for me.
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. I just got.
Oh, sorry, no.
All right. There's still
Sorry.
time, so
Well,
go
it's an
for it.
iterative process, Chair. Ms Anderson, Mr Elliott and Ms Osmond, have any of you met with Catherine King?
We meet with the Minister and other members of the Federal Parliament regularly to talk about a range of aviation
Right, so
issues.
you have been able to get a meeting with the Minister?
On a number of occasions in the past.
Ms Anderson?
Not me personally, but the CEO of QTIC, yes.
Yes, great. CEOs, yes, I appreciate that. Mr Elliott?
As a Queensland Government agency, we wouldn't expect
Yep.
to. Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Mackenzie. I just wanted to go back to Senator Colbeck's questioning about the impact of a curfew like him. I live in regional Queensland, so I am concerned about any restrictions on Brisbane that might have flow-on effects to regional airports. I wonder, though, has there been a proper analysis of, if we were to put in a curfew at Brisbane, what would that mean to flights to Rockhampton, to Townsville, to Cairns, etc.? Is there anything that you can point to that exactly outlines the impact?
Personally, we haven't, but
Right.
I am aware that Brisbane Airport Corporation may have done some research into the economic implications on that.
Right, okay. And then I suppose the other issue here is there is understandably a presentation of this as a binary choice, so it's a curfew or not a curfew, and I think the points you've made about how the Sydney curfew works and how one weather event can impact everything is problematic. But presumably you could design nighttime restrictions that don't include that would allow flexibility for that event, so there's not those knock-on effects. I mean, what's your view then, and this is an opinion, so not for Mr Elliott, but what's your view more broadly then about introducing some restrictions at night or additional restrictions that would alleviate aircraft noise for Brisbane people trying to sleep?
From my personal point of view, I know it's a very difficult situation, and again, I say there's no real easy fix, otherwise we would have been done that by now. I don't think I have enough understanding of the immense complexity around scheduling and aircrafts and arrivals and slots and making sure that we're attractive enough still to both visitors and airlines to come here. I think that it is quite a complex process to understand. I do know that it would affect negatively the connectivity and the economic impact on our industry, which is made up of small business.
Fair enough. Okay. Sorry, I think Ms Osmond wanted to say, but yep.
Simply going to say that Sydney is the only airport currently with caps and curfews. It significantly limits that airport from the perspective of visitor experience, from tourism capacity, and it does have this ongoing impact outside of Sydney Airport. So any airport that you apply restrictions to is going to once again impact on that national outcome.
Sorry, Senator Mackenzie.
Yeah, sorry, and I forgot to ask this. Is it the case that Brisbane Airport is unique in that it's a base for our Pacific neighbours?
It does service the Pacific.
Like Nauru and others.
I think that's all
But
very
you don't have any
applicable.
greater detail on
No.
that, Mr Elliott?
No, just Mel's point that there's definitely connections into the Pacific,
Okay.
but yeah, in terms of it being a base, I can't comment on that.
Happy to take that on board,
Yeah.
supply with
Could
some
you?
additional info, but I would say to you that from the New Zealand perspective, for example, there are probably more New Zealanders come into Brisbane Airport than any other airport in the country apart from Sydney.
Why is that?
They like going to the sunshine. They love coming to the beach in Queensland.
Strong visitation.
It's a
Nothing to
very
do with
strong
football.
tourist outcome here.
Okay.
And look, just one final one from me. I just haven't had an opportunity to ask this to other witnesses, but no one's raised the point yet about the Sydney restrictions and the flow and impact to the need to build the Western Sydney Airport and the costs associated with that. I mean, to what extent, number one, you might not be knowledgeable about this, but has the curfews and caps, in your view, played a role in having to build the Western Sydney Airport, and what are the potential implications for tourism in particular of having Sydney now split across two airports rather than one?
Well, Sydney and Australia, one hopes, and we know, is an amazing tourism destination and is seeing significant trend growth in attention around the world. In terms of the caps and curfews at Sydney Airport, they are a major issue in terms of the national network. So I think, without even contemplating the issue, about Western Sydney and the need for that additional capacity, we impact our national network and our reputation for reliability and all sorts of things by having caps and curfews on an airport.
Well, yeah, and while I've got you here, it's a slightly getting beyond our terms of reference, but what about the situation with the slot allocation in Sydney? Do you have a position on that? And I know there's been some recent announcements on it, but is that restricting the network, so to speak? And do you want to put anything on the record about it?
Well, look, I think all I would say on that at the moment is that we welcome the latest announcement from the government for the first review of that in something like 27 years and some changes that have been applied to Sydney.
Okay, but yet to see any change as practical changes occurred
Look,
yet?
I think we're in the middle of one of the
It's a bit
biggest
early.
aviation reviews the country has ever seen, the white paper and the green paper, and as is the case with many of these questions, I think they're being dealt with in that larger review, and we look forward to working with everyone on an outcome in that space.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your evidence today. Very much appreciate it. There has been some questions taken on notice, and we're asking for those back by the 6th of May. Thank you very much. We are now breaking for lunch, so we are on time, and we'll come back at 2:15. I'll suspend the hearing. just remind people before we start again that if you want to participate in the open session this afternoon, you do need to register, and space is limited. So see Emma over here on my left if you want to. I do now welcome Mr. Gert Jan de Graaf. Is that correct? Thank you. And representatives from the Brisbane Airport Corporation. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the record, could you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
My name is Gert Jan de Graaf and I'm the CEO of Brisbane Airport Corporation.
Thank you.
Pardon me, Senator. My name's Rachel Crowley. I'm the Executive General Manager for Communications and Public Affairs for Brisbane Airport Corporation.
Paul Coughlin. I was the Project Director for the new parallel runway.
Thank you.
And I'm Tim Boyle, the Program Manager for Future Airspace Strategy and Planning at Brisbane Airport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boyle. Thank you very much for your submission as well, which we've received. You have the opportunity to make an opening statement if you like as well. Would you like to do that? Okay, over to you, Mr. de Graaf.
Senators, thank you for the opportunity to appear for you this afternoon. Senators, you more than anyone know that in Australia, aviation is an essential service. The sheer size of our country and our dispersed population mean that aviation is often the only viable means of connecting people and services across the country. This is especially the case for our regions. Aviation is also the primary means of connecting Australia to the world. Without it, our tourism industry would not employ millions of Australians. Our international education sector would not be one of the most sought after. Our resources industry would not be able to access enough workers, and our primary producers and manufacturers would not have many of their time-critical international markets. In other words, Australia without a healthy and competitive aviation sector would be unrecognisable. Whilst this principle is a simple one, our industry is complex, with many hundreds of organisations, including government agencies, and thousands of people playing vital roles in delivering aviation services every day. As the operator of Brisbane Airport, one of the cornerstones of our national industry, we are required under the Airports Act and under our lease from the Commonwealth to meet the public's demand for airport services. That means runways and terminals and all the associated facilities. And in doing so, we must also support the interests of many stakeholder groups, often with competing interests. We work hard to ensure that we balance these interests. This is a challenge faced by aviation right around the world. It's not unique to Brisbane or to Australia. The benefits of aviation are broad, benefiting the public economically and socially. But the burdens of aviation, most particularly noise, are borne very locally around airports. We acknowledge that for some people aircraft noise is a genuine problem, and we are very sympathetic to their distress. We know, however, that reducing aircraft noise is complex. It requires airports, airlines, aircraft manufacturers, and airspace managers working together with common purpose and commitment. There is no easy fix. There are no silver bullets. Airport curfews and movement caps are often seen as simple solutions, but they are blunt instruments with many unintended consequences. They might deliver some immediate relief to some community members, but they don't silence the noise entirely. So they will never solve the problem for those of the community most concerned about noise. And caps and curfews generate problems of their own. They reduce access for regional Australians, they limit capacity and competition for airlines and therefore drive ticket prices up. And they end up forcing governments to spend valuable taxpayers' dollars to build new airports, which only introduces noise to new communities. Senators, we strongly believe that the noise impacts from Brisbane Airport can be improved. We designed our runway system to deliver better noise outcomes than we're seeing today. We know that can improve. We believe that a better balance can be found between the essential service the airport provides to all people of Queensland and Australia and the noise burden on our near neighbours. But this requires concerted effort and investment from our whole industry, because ultimately it's in everyone's best interest for aircraft noise to be reduced. The airlines need to invest in the quietest aircraft technology and prioritize noise minimization in their standard operating procedures for pilots. We, the airport operators, need to design and build the runway systems that offer the best noise solutions, and that's exactly what we did in Brisbane. Airservices Australia needs to deliver airspace design and airspace management that is not only safe, but innovative and focused on noise reduction. And the Civil Aviation Safety Authority also has a role to play in being world best in designing safe and noise-friendly rules for our industry. Australians who rely so heavily on aviation deserve this. Senators, in addition to our written submission to the inquiry, we will also make a supplementary submission containing further detail and data, including some studies currently in field. We will endeavour to answer all your questions today, but if we don't have the detail or technical data to hand, we'll include that in the supplementary submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr de Graaf. Senator McKenzie.
Thank you very much for appearing. Appreciate it. Has the Minister or her staff ever raised Brisbane airport noise concerns with you?
Yes, we've got regular meetings with the department about various issues related to Brisbane Airport and aviation in Australia, and noise is one of those topics.
I appreciate the department has raised those with you. We've heard that many of the groups we've spoken to have regular meetings with the department. Departments are functions of the Minister of the day, subject to her direction, and she's responsible for their actions. Has the Minister or her office, not the department, raised Brisbane Airport noise concerns with you?
Yes, I have had meetings with Minister King and some of her advisors about noise issues at Brisbane Airport, including the threat of caps and curfews.
Right. The threat?
Threat, yeah. The impacts that caps and curfews
So that's something that you raised with them?
That we raised it with them, yes.
You raised it with them.
Yeah.
I want to be really clear here because you brought that to the table to raise that your concerns about caps and curfews with the Minister in one of your regular meetings.
Yes.
She didn't call you into the meeting and say, what the hell's going on?
No.
Right. What incentives does BAC offer to airlines to use quieter aircraft? You mentioned it's aircraft producers, it's management. There's a whole raft of stakeholders here involved in actually having an environment where noise is decreased. Do you offer any incentives to airlines to use quieter aircraft?
Currently, Brisbane Airport Corporation is not incentivising the use of more noise-efficient aircraft at the airport. We're contemplating doing that, but it sounds easier than it is, and that's partly because our charging system is on a per-passenger base and not on an aircraft base, so it's not that easy to implement.
Okay. Is that a mechanism that's used internationally?
It varies very much from airport to airport. I worked at other airports as well, and for example, at two of those airports, there's a mix of aircraft-related charges and passenger-related charges, and then to incentivize or penalize based on noise, aircraft and airlines using those aircraft is easier to implement.
How does the increase in aircraft movement since the opening of the NPR correlate with noise complaints?
Well, that's a very good question. Tim, do you have that at hand?
Senator, I do. Certainly since the opening of the NPR, the new parallel runway in 2020, we have seen an increase in noise complaints. I can provide some actual numbers when I can find them. Sorry. In 2023, for example, we received at Brisbane Airport 5,900 complaints. To put that into context, though, 5,000 of those were from two complainants only. That means
Were they individuals or groups?
Individuals, Senator.
Okay.
And between 2020 and 2023, when we look at the number of complainants, not the number of complaints, in 2020 we had 998 individual complainants. In 2023 we had 249. Complaints are to be expected, particularly with the opening of something like a new runway. We do take them seriously, Senator. Everybody deserves to be heard. We hear them and we want to see improvements made.
What metrics do you use to measure the success of noise mitigation strategies?
We look very well at those numbers of complainants and complaints. We don't measure that ourselves as an airport. That's a role for Airservices.
So what metrics does Airservices Australia use to measure noise, the success or otherwise of noise mitigation strategies that are employed?
Yeah, to be really honest, I think you should ask that.
I will
services.
be. I will be when I finally get Mr. Harfield in front of me again.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm asking you.
My guess is they're looking currently, first and foremost, at the number of complaints.
Say that again, please.
I think first and foremost they look at the number of complaints and complainants, like we do. That's probably the most objective measure to see if noise mitigation and consultation works and has an effect.
But isn't that easily waved away by Mr. Boyle saying, "Oh well, 85% of the complaints are from two people, so it's really only 15%, Surely understanding the success or otherwise of noise mitigation strategy would be on something objective, like is it louder or quieter?
Can you give a couple of examples of mitigation initiatives and how we measure them?
Senator, I can speak to the initiatives that have been developed during the Noise Action Plan for Brisbane.
Yep.
And each of those individual proposals, some came from the TRACS report, which was raised this morning, and some have been developed by Airservices. For each of those individual changes, the metrics that are considered include things like the number of communities that are overflown, the number of people that lie within certain noise contours, how many people experience noise above 60 decibels, noise above 70 decibels, for example, population density, and so each individual proposed change is assessed against a set of metrics, and a decision on whether to implement that change or not is made based on that assessment.
And so once a mitigation strategy is implemented, then you would measure over time whether those metrics are being met or not? Not you, Airservices Australia.
As with the post-implementation report, Senator, where there was a major change made, Airservices went back and reviewed those changes and compared it to the expected outcome. We're not at that stage yet with the Noise Action Plan for Brisbane. We are waiting for some of the implementation to occur.
What proportion of the suggested mitigation strategies need to be implemented? Are we waiting for implementation? 3 out of 10?
Sorry, Senator, I'm not sure I understand the question.
So there's a range of noise mitigation strategies that you're waiting to be implemented. How many of the original suite of strategies have been implemented?
So from the original TRACS report, I think there were 49 recommendations for investigation. Some of those have been broken down into a series of alternatives, option A, option B, option C. To date, to the best of my knowledge, we have seen the introduction of 3 of those, and I believe there are probably another 10 to 12 for implementation in 2024. So.
Out of the 49?
Yes, Senator, but some of those activities form part of what is called Package 4 that will occur from 2025 onwards. And so the structure of the program has dictated the rate at which those changes are implemented.
And who actually set up the structure of the program and the timeline for implementation?
Airservices Australia.
Did you have input into that?
We provided comment, Senator, into the post-implementation review.
Did you suggest that any of the 49 weren't able to happen?
I'll defer that question to Rachel, if I may, as I wasn't here at the time of our input, Senator.
Ms Crowley?
Senator, it's a good question. I will have to take that on notice, just in the interest of accuracy. I believe that we were supportive of the report and the recommendations. Whether there's any nuance, I would like to check, if I may.
I'd really like to understand it before I get Airservices Australia in front of me, because if Brisbane Airport was supportive of the 49 noise mitigation strategies, and Airservices has come up with a plan that sounds like it's going to run for years to implement, we're only going to have implemented 25%, a quarter of them, by the end of 2025, by the sounds of it, which is just, I mean, I've seen some departments go slow over my time, but that just tops the pops. So I would like more detail.
Absolutely,
on that, please,
Senator,
Ms. Crowley.
no problem.
So how do you work with Airservices Australia to design flight paths that will minimise noise? Is there sort of a weekly meeting?
Yes, Senator.
Really?
Yes.
Excellent.
So Brisbane Airport and Airservices meet weekly on the Project Management Office for the Noise Action Plan
Specifically
for
on the design of flight paths?
Specifically on the Noise Action Plan for Brisbane, which includes the design of flight paths, yes.
So how would you work with them to design a flight path?
We're not flight path designers, Senator.
No.
So we look to their expertise.
Yes.
We provide input to the design in relation to areas of population density, what is achievable from an airport perspective, what the runway modality or usage will permit. And then we jointly spend time in the community, at community engagement sessions, seeking feedback, asking people for their opinions on option A, B, C, and so forth.
But it's the expertise of Airservices Australia to design a flight path that mitigates noise.
Yes, Senator.
Are you guys getting a bad rap for the incompetence of Airservices Australia?
Well, I think we do, don't we?
It sounds like it, thus far.
But that's a very important conclusion, to be honest. We, and that's the community in Brisbane Airport, are very much aligned when it comes to this. It's in our best interest as well to create the most noise-efficient operation of Brisbane Airport. So we're equally disappointed that so far the runway system, the airspace, is not operated as it was intended. It was designed.
Yeah, it seems the way. Have you raised your concerns about Airservices Australia with the Minister?
We haven't, or I haven't, but with...
I certainly have, Senator. Sorry, Jan. In conversations I have had with the Minister's office, they are aware
that
of
you
concerns.
have issues with Airservices Australia. Yes. Have they asked your advice on the reappointment of the CEO of Airservices Australia?
Not to me.
No. All right. I might leave it there for now.
Mackenzie, Senator Waters.
Thanks, Chair. Hello, folks. Thanks for your time today. Can I just start on this contention that if there was a curfew, regional Queensland would automatically miss out on flights? I don't accept that. I'm asking, would it be, it seems to me perfectly possible, correct me if I'm wrong, that you could simply prioritise regional flights rather than prioritising international flights. Is that something that is within your ability to do?
It is not, because that's also dependent on the existing infrastructure. You can't park every aircraft on every gate. You don't. So it's not that there's so much flexibility there. But why a curfew would impact regional flights is because during the night we're operating about 50, just under 50 flights in total. So that's about 25 aircraft that are turning around. 14 of those flights, or about 1/3, are freight flights, and they go predominantly to regional destinations with products, services, pharmaceuticals, mail packages, and those kind of things. So those would be the first issue if you would opt for night closure. There are also about 2 freighters every night going to Melbourne and Sydney, but that's how the region would be impacted.
Could you just say, I'm sorry to interrupt, could you just say those figures for me again, please?
And
I didn't quite catch them.
And I'm happy to share them with you as well. Currently, we do about 50 flights, just under 50 flights every night. 14 of those are freighters, going to regional destinations predominantly. And then we've got 25 passenger services per night. Those are flights to regional destinations, but also to national destinations, domestic destinations, and 10 international flights.
Is that 10?
10, yeah.
10 of the 25 international. This is on average, presumably, is it?
This is an average.
Change
This is an
from night
average.
to night, but yep.
And there are 9, 10 charter flights every night. And those are predominantly fly-in, fly-out operators, aeromedical services, as well as some government flights happening.
Okay.
So that's how it is.
Thank you. I've got a few follow-up questions. When you say at night, are you talking about between 10 and 6?
I used 10 to 6
Yep.
for that reason.
Yep.
We've got quite a few passenger flights arriving between 10 and midnight. Those are, for example, the flights from Perth, the longer destination domestic flights. And we've got a substantial number of passenger flights departing in the early morning. That's between 5 and 6. Those are the flights to regional destinations as well as Sydney and Melbourne and Canberra for people to make a day trip to work.
Okay. Of the 25 passenger flights, you said that was combined regional and national. What's the figure just for regional flights?
That differs a little bit, but that's I don't have that at hand. Do you have them with you?
Senator, I just have an annualised number in 2023, 3,960 of the flights went to regional destinations, and so doing some quick maths in my head, that's about 11.
Okay, so it's less than half.
Grade 4.
Less than half. Okay, thank you. And so I just invite you to reconsider or to restate your view that you couldn't somehow prioritise regional flights were there a curfew in place. That's not your... Who does that, if not you? Who makes that decision?
That's predominantly the airlines doing scheduling, and there's an independent slot coordinator in the country that provides airlines with a time to arrive and a time to depart from Brisbane Airport and the other slot coordinated airports in the country.
Okay, so that body could theoretically say you must prioritise regional flights ahead of international or what have you. Okay, so it's a problem that's surmountable with the decision to promote
specifically for regional flights, yes.
Yes, thank you. I think it's important to clarify because it's been used as an excuse to not have a curfew, and I think it's a flimsy excuse.
I think that's a combination between caps and curfews. There's a proposal on the table to limit or to cap the number of flights per hour at Brisbane Airport to 45. We're currently operating about 60 in the peak hours. For comparison, the cap at Sydney Airport is 80, so that's quite a significant difference.
In peak hours and Sydney?
During the day. That would have a significant impact on all traffic, including a very significant impact on regional traffic.
Okay, so do you feel more strongly against caps rather than curfews, or you don't like either?
I think they're better noise mitigants, and that's why it's so important that those 49 improvement opportunities that have been identified by Airservices via their consultant tracks are actually going to be implemented, and I think the real focus should be on that. In addition to that, we believe, and that's what I said in my opening statement, the airlines have a responsibility as well to continue to invest in more noise-efficient aircraft. And together as an industry, therefore, I think we can achieve significant improvements compared to the situation we've got currently at hand.
Can I come down to noise monitoring? You said in answer to some earlier questions, and again, correct me if I've gotten this wrong, that you don't have any monitoring of noise, but instead you just track the numbers of complaints and you look at whether the numbers of complaints have come down or not. It seems to be a fairly imperfect measure, particularly if complainants are feeling like they're not being heard, they may just simply give up. It doesn't really mean the problem's gone away. So why are you not considering more rigorous methods of assessing community concern and indeed of actually monitoring the noise?
Yeah, we actually do monitor noise and invest in that ourselves, so independent from our services.
Senator, at the opening of or prior to the opening of the new runway, the number of Brisbane Airport was concerned that they were not ideally located to measure the noise appropriately, and so Brisbane Airport, in addition to Airservices noise monitor, purchased an additional 4 permanent monitors to sit under the new tracks, and we also have a temporary noise monitor that we move around from location to location when we get a particular request for information about noise in an area that doesn't have a permanent monitor. So monitoring is very much part of the combined work that both BAC and Airservices undertake.
And what are those monitors telling you about the level of noise that communities are experiencing?
So normally we would deploy our temporary monitor for a period of 3 months. It is optimised depending on the location, be it under an arrival track, a departure track or both. And the results are then collated and published in a public report. I think we've just released our 6th temporary noise monitor report in the last few months. In general terms, Senator, the noise monitors confirm that the noise modelling that was undertaken was reasonably accurate.
Okay, so hang on, you're saying it's just as noisy as you said it was going to be, or I don't understand. Can you say that a different way?
So prior to the opening of the runway, a noise model was developed and published, and a flight path tool was published on our website to provide information for people to understand the impacts. What I'm saying is that the information we receive from the temporary noise monitor indicates that that model is accurate.
Okay, and have you tested that with the community?
I'm not sure what you mean by testing it with the community.
Well,
Senator.
have you asked the community whether their expectations of what the noise would be have been met, or in fact whether it's significantly worse?
I have had that discussion with many community members, Senator, over the last 18 months, yes.
And?
Their view is that generally the noise monitor results are not accurate and do not reflect what is being heard on the ground.
And how do you explain that discrepancy?
It's a difficult one to explain, Senator, because metrics are metrics, and if a number is recorded by an accurate noise monitor, it is a record of fact. Where there is a discrepancy, though, and we cannot predict and we cannot forecast, is how that noise affects individual people. And quite often we find that people are affected by noise that is within the model in different ways, so perhaps more severely affected than would have been predicted. That is an individual outcome.
Might there be a cumulative impact of sustained exposure to noise? Might the impact get worse over time when people don't get a full night's sleep for extended periods of time?
Senator, I think there's been a significant amount of research done on that globally, and the outputs of those show that there are potential adverse health outcomes from extended or extensive noise exposure from all types of transport.
Yeah, so what are you doing about that?
Senator, we are doing everything we can to try and reduce the impact of noise on the community through initiatives like the Noise Action Plan for Brisbane. We have a voluntary curfew on our new runway. We don't operate it over the city between 10 and 6. We work with our airline partners to encourage them to introduce more noise-efficient aircraft. As the former Noise Ombudsman this morning said, improvements in the margins are an important part of the framework, and so we are always looking to try and find ways to reduce the noise impact on the community.
You mentioned a voluntary curfew. Is anyone abiding by that?
Everybody abides by it, Senator.
It's voluntary though, and everyone's complying, and yet you still don't want to have a permanent curfew. Is that right? That doesn't make sense to me.
So the new runway, what we call the new parallel runway, does not operate over the city at night. So between 10 and 6, Brisbane Airport has voluntarily closed that runway to reduce the noise impact on the community.
Okay, just the new one.
Correct, Senator.
Okay. Now, I'm informed, and again, please let me know if I've got the wrong end of the stick here, that on Friday you announced that major runway works would mean that the new runway would need to be used at night for most international flights. So that seems to be a little bit contradictory to what I think you just said. Okay.
So I think the full description of the voluntary curfew, Senator, is that the new parallel runway will not be used for arrivals and departures over the city unless required for essential maintenance or failure of the other runway. So the period of time that we are about to enter from June through to September is in a period of essential maintenance to ensure that the existing or legacy runway is safe for operations.
Okay, and how often do you expect that maintenance work will need to be undertaken? Sorry, I'm getting a bit of feedback here. Is that going to be a regular thing, and ergo a regular reason to keep flying?
Senator, the legacy runway is 40 years old, and so at the end of each end of that runway are quite a large number of concrete slabs, and concrete has a useful life of circa about 40 years. So that's where the maintenance will look at replacing all of them. So from that perspective, once you've done that, then you'd hope to get another 30 to 40 years. The other thing we do, approximately every 12 to 13 years, depending on flight numbers, you do what's called a runway overlay, and that's where the top bitumen, we take it down about 50 mils, because just like roads, that wears out, and then we put a new bitumen layer, asphalt layer on top. So circa about every 12 or 13 years.
Okay, thank you. Now, I understand that sod props was meant to be the preferred operating mode, but then that was dropped before the new runway was opened. Did Airservices Australia communicate that decision to you? Did you get a chance to provide any feedback to them prior to that decision being made a thing?
Senator, sod props is still the preferred operating mode from Brisbane Airport's perspective, recognising that the weather and traffic demands make it not necessarily usable all the time. So in terms of was it dropped, I don't believe it was dropped. It is still considered a valid operating mode. Sod props, however, is not being operated in the way that it was anticipated prior to the runway opening. And this is part of ensuring that the airspace is operated as efficiently as possible, as it was designed to be, because efficient airspace leads to noise-efficient outcomes. And so we're continuing to work with Airservices to try and expand the use of sod props.
Because, yeah, the figures here show that there's fewer flights over the bay now than there was in 2019. It's marginal, but it's a decrease, despite the public assertions made by yourself, I believe, that there would be.
I said that there would be a net improvement for residential areas, and we still believe that that's the case if we operate the runway system, the airspace, as it was designed. So during the day we do slightly 1% less, I think, than in 2019. Just under 50% currently of all flights are going over the bay. During the night, it's about 2/3 of all the flights are over the bay, but definitely. With the implementation of the runway design as it was intended, those numbers should go up.
And in your meeting with Minister King, where you raised your concerns about caps and curfews, two-pronged question and then I'm done, what did she say? And secondly, did you raise these other concerns about Airservices Australia's underperformance and what you say is their problem of mismanaging the airspace?
Both questions, yes. So yes, I have discussed let's say the speed in which we're able to implement the improvements that came from the post-implementation review. Definitely, that's on the agenda all the time. And the second is, yes, I've discussed that in the same meeting as where I discussed my concerns about caps and curfews, and I said that I believe that those other mitigating factors are more important and should get a higher priority than they're currently getting.
And did the Minister agree?
I think she did, yes.
Okay, so she ruled out caps and curfews as well.
Well, she did that publicly, not because I told her so, but that's what she did.
Thanks.
you, Senator Waters. Senator Colbeck.
Thanks, Chair. We heard from Mr Brent this morning that there's effectively been no reduction in noise. You were talking about various measures and marginal impacts, and I'm prepared to accept that all of the marginal impacts have an effect. And you talked about the 4 permanent and 1 temporary noise monitoring stations that you utilise. Simple question: what is actually happening with noise levels? Are they coming down, or are they staying the same, or what? It's a simple question and sits behind, I think, the reason we're sitting around the table.
To date, Senator, I would say that the noise levels are consistent. They are not decreasing. What we do see, though, is where there are new aircraft types being introduced, such as the new Virgin 737 MAX, the Jetstar A321neos, we see a significant reduction in the noise from those aircraft. And so over a period of time, we expect that the net impact of noise will reduce as older, noisier aircraft are replaced with newer, quieter aircraft. But to date, we are not seeing significant changes.
So effectively, at this stage, no change, which confirms the evidence from Mr Brent this morning. Again, the evidence this morning that from the community that there was a perception that the vast majority of services would operate because of the new runway towards Moreton Bay. How would the community have come to that perception, and from the evidence that we've received subsequently, including consideration of prevailing conditions and all of the other circumstances of the operations, it's clearly not a viable perception or a viable reality, and yet it's clearly a perception that's been created. The community say, based on your documentation. How do they come to that, and why is that so? How has the process allowed that perception to be created that is effectively just so wrong?
Senator, that's a great question, because we really would like to rectify that statement this morning that 90% of the flights would go over the bay, because that's definitely never communicated, and it's not going to be the case ever. Paul, would you like to say something about?
Yeah, Senator, when the airspace was designed during the development of the EIS Major Development Plan 2005-2006, the sod props, as Tim said earlier, was the preferred mode. It was recognised and stated back then that it was weather dependent. Back then, the downwind allowed was 10 knots, up to 10 knots, and the runway had to be dry. We looked at 10 years of weather data, so from about mid-1990s, to take out any seasonal fluctuations. And what it showed is during those night hours, 10 p.m. through to 6 a.m, during the winter, now winter was May through to September, and then you had September through to the end of April, which is your summer, more wet season. It did show that with the prevailing winds being less than 10 knots, the winter time was a drier period for Brisbane. We tend to get summer rains, that we should be able to get around the 90% of night flights over the bay. In summer, I can't recall the exact figure, but that dropped off because you had a lot more wet nights during summer. I will stress...
So just to be clear, you're saying the evidence back then was 90% in winter?
At night.
At night.
Yes.
Okay.
Because the winds do drop off at night.
Okay.
We did 24-hour wind analysis. And what I can say, Senator, was back then the allowable downwind at Brisbane Airport on a single runway, and had been for 20 years, was 10 knots downwind. So we were regularly achieving, even back then, into the 80% at night in winter on a single runway. I think the difference with the single runway, the capacity of that was about 12 flights per hour, because if you can imagine a single runway, and the pilot said it this morning, you're taking off over the bay with the next plane to come in. The thing with the parallels, and what gave Brisbane the advantage, was that they were widely spaced at the 2 kilometres. And what it meant when you were operating over the bay at night is all the flights, whether they're coming from the north or the south, the east or the west, could come in and land on the new, and then the ones departing could take off from the legacy. And so that, when you actually looked at that, you went from about 10 to 12 movements per hour capacity to around 45. Now, the benefit for the community was when you looked at that wind and the flight numbers, it actually allowed us to contemplate sod props being used from probably about 8:30, 9 o'clock at night through till that about 6:30, 7 a.m. in the morning. But equally important, it allowed for the weekend flights, the Saturday and the Sunday, where a lot of those business flights drop off, for that period to be extended. And as we've heard this morning, at Brisbane, the allowable downwind is 5 knots, which was the Sydney Airport sod prop standard. And their parallel runways, just to put it in comparison, are 930 metres apart versus ours, 2 kilometres.
So it becomes a separation issue.
Yeah, it allows us to operate fully independent because of the 2 kilometres.
I still can't just quite understand then, notwithstanding those changes, the proportion of flights using sod drops hasn't changed, at least the data we've got here. It hasn't changed since the parallel runway came into operation. Why is that the case?
Tell everyone.
Is that
first of all, is that correct? They've got a graph here. It's in the Community Alliance's submission. Yeah, it's correct. Why haven't? Because even with 5 knots, and it should have gone up, shouldn't it?
But is that aggregated data across 24 hours, or is it the sod drop stuff?
So during the night we're operating just over this month, over 70%.
But this is obviously an average of all flights. But it still should have gone up based on that theory. Right. So what's the explanation?
That the airspace and sod props as part of that, Senator, is not being operated as it was designed to be by Airservices.
Airservices Australia?
Yes, sir.
Can you just pinpoint what have they done? What have Airservices Australia done or not done that hasn't allowed sod drops to increase?
The airspace is designed to operate in a variety of different modes. And I guess I'll talk about 2 key areas. One is the runways can operate dependent, so you have to consider aircraft on the other one, or they can operate independently.
Right.
The system is designed to be operated independently. At this stage, we have not moved to independent operations, which allows for much better noise outcomes for the community, because Airservices has not implemented that. There are some procedural changes that are required to the instrument approaches that need to be published, and there are some staffing constraints that have precluded that. Similarly with sod props.
Just before you move on to another point, in my head what I'm hearing from the independent dependent is that mean you're effectively running them as one runway rather than this separation because of they've not made this change?
Almost, Senator. Right? It's quite a technical difference, but yes, we are not seeing the full use of the full range of approaches, which would share the noise across the city in a much more effective way, and we would get the best and most efficient noise outcomes.
So you physically built it, but the regulations haven't kept pace?
Correct, Senator.
So is that process part of the plan?
Yes, Senator.
Yes. Not implementing.
And I did interrupt you, Mr. Ball. I think you're going to say similarly. There's another point.
Similarly with sod props, Senator. Is that sod props was anticipated to operate up to around about 40 movements per hour. At the moment, the maximum we see from sod props is around about the 15 to 20, maybe 20 movements per hour. And again, there are some procedural changes that are required to the flight paths and some staffing constraints that have meant that it cannot yet be introduced.
But that number, that 15, is no different than what Sod Drops was operating before the parallel runway, is that right?
That's correct.
Pretty much no change. That's what we're not seeing.
So procedural process is preventing the airport operating the way that it was designed to operate, and therefore having some of the mitigating effects that were in the plan that you proposed as a part of the development.
Correct, Senator. The airspace was designed to operate in what we would call an optimal way, and with that comes the most efficient noise outcomes for the community. The airspace is not operating in that way today.
Could I ask a supplementary? Pardon me. You've referenced staff shortages twice. In what section are those staff shortages that are contributing to this problem?
In what we call the Brisbane Terminal Control Unit, the TCU, where particularly for independent operations there is a monitoring controller that ensures that aircraft stay on their assigned paths. Unfortunately, staffing constraints at the moment mean that position cannot be staffed.
Just one position.
Correct, Senator.
That's right. This is how,
Thanks.
So two people get sick in Sydney, the rest are in the whole East Coast with these.
Shits down.
Shits down, shuts down.
That's a shut. That's a shut.
It was a TV show, wasn't it? Shit's great.
Anyway, let's keep it tidy.
So going back to Mr. Coghlan, your evidence in relation to the original design, and we were talking about at that stage a tailwind standard of
Up to 10.
Up to 10. The ICAO standard is 5, which is what you're operating to. What impact does that have?
It certainly drops the percentage of time where you can operate sod props down significantly.
Do you have a number on that?
Look, Senator, I'd have to go back and check from the studies in 2005, 2006, but our consultants certainly did a wind analysis. I remember it very well, and we did it at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 knots. I thought it dropped from 90 in winter. It probably brought it down from memory into that 60, mid-60s. But, at the time, 10 knots had operated very successfully at Brisbane Airport for about 20 years. I'll be honest with you, I was personally surprised when in 2017 we were advised that CASA was unlikely to allow the continuation of the 10 knots.
So how many airports around the country would have a variation to the current 5?
The only airports at present that I'm aware of that operate the sod props was Sydney. The sod prop standard in Australia.
The sod prop standard at Sydney's 5, isn't it?
5. But again,
Is sod props different from the wind tail issue, though?
Yes.
Why are they? Yeah, they're different. Yeah, so the ones doesn't matter if you're doing sod drops or not. There's a certain tailwind standard. Yeah, right.
Yeah. Sydney is 5, but Sydney was always these closely spaced parallels. So the concern at the time when I was involved with pilots,
but it's an international standard of 5.
The international standard's at 5. There are airports overseas for noise management that at night do allow higher, but it's a individual case for that airport.
And so what was the basis of your submission to increase it to 7, the drivers for it, and who did you consult with?
So, Senator, there have actually been 3 applications over the last decade to restore the 10 knots, or to increase the tailwind limit. Following its removal, Airservices applied to CASA for 10 knots. That was rejected. BAC followed up with an application for 10 knots that was rejected around 2017. And in 2022, post-opening, now that we have more data on the operation of the runways, the decision was made to submit a safety case for 7 knots, as that was seen as being a compromise between the 5 and the 10. We believe we would still get improvement in sod props from 7 knots. The safety case was actually prepared and submitted by Airservices, and they did consult widely. There may have been some confusion this morning, Senator, because AusAlpa were consulted on the safety case twice in February 2022, and they actually made 11 individual submissions, all in opposition to the safety case, but they were certainly
the position hasn't changed.
They were certainly consulted, Senator.
And so I suppose in the safety sense, and it just goes to a particular perspective in relation to a standard being a standard being a standard. That's why I asked the question about how many airports in Australia had a variation to the ICAO standard, but the actual desirability of that.
Senator, to put that into
I understand you're trying to resolve some problems, so I get that side of it.
But in terms of standard, ICAO has around about 11,200 standards across the aviation business. If a country wishes to operate to a different standard, they file a difference with ICAO, because individual CAAs or CASs make their own assessments. Out of that 11,200 at the moment, Australia has filed 4,280 differences with ICAO. So of the 11,000 standards, we are different in 4,000 areas. I think from our perspective, we then don't understand from a risk perspective why you would not actually consider an application for 7 knots on its merits.
Just because there's been a whole range filed doesn't take away from the point about the consistency of the standard and not having to have, from an operational perspective, be looking at variations all the time in an operational sense. So that's why I asked the specific question about the desirability of it. I mean, just because somebody's done it doesn't necessarily make it more desirable.
I don't disagree with you, Senator, and I think global standards are a good thing, particularly for an organisation like, or an industry like aviation. It is a global market or a global activity, and so having consistency is important. Having a single standard, however, 5 knots, that applies to a very short grass runway, for example, in Papua New Guinea, versus a 3.6 kilometre runway in Brisbane with extensive wind measurement, air traffic control, does sometimes seem to be challenging, and that taking a risk-based approach on an individual basis or airport basis seems reasonable, particularly when the outcomes for the community could be so significant.
In terms of the 48, 49 recommendations, was it, on the noise reduction process, what in your view is a reasonable time frame to get those things put in place? You've expressed some concern about the process as it's running at the moment. You're being held up. What's a reasonable time frame to actually get that stuff done?
I find that question difficult to answer, Senator, because aviation, given the inherent safety focus of the business, does not necessarily work to a set time frame. The safety assessment of some of those changes and how they impact on other flight paths and operations takes the amount of time that it takes for due diligence and safety to be assessed. I would say that Airservices set themselves a very aggressive timeline in the post-implementation report and have found that challenging to meet.
Thanks, Senator Conley. Look, I just have a few. We are over time, so I'll try and go through quickly. I really wanted to get your thoughts, specific thoughts on some of the proposals put to us, especially by the community groups this morning. There was complaints about this full runway trial. Do you know about that? There was a trial done of using the full runway. There were apparently issues about whether the actual flight path used was different and therefore was a real test of whether that would reduce noise. Did you see that, or do you have any comments on those complaints?
I'll let Tim talk again. Tim, by the way, is an advisor to the AAB, the Ron Brandt's
so
initiative.
he's well aware of these particular issues. Mr. Boyle, do you understand my question?
I do, Senator. And Brisbane Airport was very supportive of the trial because, again, if there are any improvements that can be delivered, without wanting to get too technical, to actually improve noise outcomes for people underneath the departure path, the aircraft has to climb at quite a significant gradient or angle, and an appreciable difference is measured and generally accepted as being a reduction of 3 decibels or more in the noise that an aircraft makes. So to achieve a positive outcome from the trial, you would show that this Qantas jet was 3 decibels quieter when it was...
Presumably it's the 3 decibels lower on the ground.
On the ground,
on the
absolutely.
Ground, not the
on the
aircraft,
ground,
yeah.
So following feedback from the trial, Airservices did some modelling on that and found that the climb gradient to achieve that 3 decibel reduction on the ground was around about 24%. Now, again, without wanting to get too technical, that is unachievable by jet aircraft today. And those findings were actually presented to the AAB in November 2023, and this was explained to the Chair and to the members. And the airline representatives of Virgin and Qantas verified that the data was accurate and that to achieve a noticeable outcome was simply not possible in that scenario.
So they were all modelled outcomes. Did the test? I mean, it was a real test apparently, wasn't there? Like you did use the full runway, or there was planes changed routes, etc. Did in those tests did the gradient of the takeoff alter from the normal gradient to test a real world test of your modelling?
We're not entirely sure, Senator, because the gradient data is not something that we capture.
Fair enough. But there's the complaints that this I can't remember the acronym. The SID was not changed. Are you aware of that?
Correct.
Again, this probably maybe something I need to put to Qantas and Virgin. Well, they're the ones operating the planes, obviously. But did you think that were they changed? Were these SID points changed?
We do see a range in heights that aircraft achieve, and so when you take noise monitor data and map that against the actual heights that are achieved, the results are consistent with the model.
I mean, it does surprise me that we had this trial, or we're meant to have this trial, and no one seems to say whether we actually did do it in the real world. And I'm just a little sceptical always of modelling, notwithstanding, I'm not disputing whether what you've done is right or not, but it's perhaps best to have a go in the real world. Continuous descent operations, do you have a view on that? There's this step down, apparently, approach to Brisbane Airport, which seems strange. What's your view on that?
Continuous descent operations are beneficial in the aviation environment, Senator, to airlines and to communities for a number of reasons. You need to be perhaps a little careful as what do you consider to be a continuous descent operation, and I'll provide an example. So in London Heathrow, where a lot of aircraft spend time in holding stacks waiting for runway availability, they determine a continuous descent operation to have occurred if an aircraft has descended from 6,000 feet to the ground with no more than 3 seconds of level flight. So they classify that and report on that as a continuous descent operation, whereas I think many people assume it to be from cruising height to touchdown. So the definition of a continuous descent operation varies, and so does the reporting. There is currently a trial going on in Melbourne by Airservices Australia to measure the effectiveness and usability of continuous descent operations. And we fully expect that once the benefits of those are explored and presented, we would see those introduced to Brisbane at some stage in the noise action plan.
Okay, thank you. Turning to your submission, in your submission you present some numbers on how many flights would be reduced if a curfew were put in place. I mentioned these numbers earlier, that in 25-26 it says here you'd have 16,104 flights reduced, which corresponds similarly to the numbers that were given earlier by Mr de Graaf about around 50 flights, or it's 44 I think on those numbers a night. But by 2041-42 that number grows in this modelling to 88,000 flights. I suppose my takeaway from that is the estimates seem to be that something like 240 flights would be going overnight by 2041-42. Is that the growth projections for the Brisbane Airport?
That sounds accurate, Senator.
So people in Brisbane, I mean, so you've got 50 odd tonight, 50 odd now, currently, was the evidence earlier, and that grows to 240 in the next, it's not that long, starting to getting old. It's only 15 years away now to 2040 or so, and so that's going to grow by 5 times in just over 15 years.
Let me take that on notice.
Okay.
And I'll come back to you with Ms. Waters. Waters also asked a few questions about data, so I'll provide it.
Yeah, he's just for the purpose, Mr. de Graaf's taken it on notice. Okay, I think people will be very concerned about that if there was a 5 times growth of overnight flights.
And it sounds, so I need to check.
There's numbers in your submission.
No, I know.
Modelling, so.
We're forecasting about, compared to today, 100 more daily movements in the next 10 years, leading up to 2032, based on the current percentage of 8% during the night. That would be about 10 more in 2032 during the night. So that's, I'll come back to you.
Okay. Okay. One thing that is starting to concern me, and I come at this quite open-minded and fresh to the whole issue, not living here in Brisbane, but it's starting to concern me. The evidence seems to be that part of your growth projections is increase in freight movements. Is that something that the Brisbane Airport sees as a growth opportunity?
Not as a growth opportunity per se. Most of the freight, if not almost all freight, is in the belly of passenger aircraft.
So you're not considering a big growth in just freight-only flights?
No. So, for example, I know that this morning facilities like DHL and Australia Post were mentioned to a large degree. That's just the e-commerce that's currently also taking place at the airport. They're only moving into new facilities, but it's definitely not a growth market we're foreseeing for now and in the future. Especially when it comes to domestic freight, we don't see an increase in
freight-only flights. Because again, I suppose that would fundamentally change what the Brisbane Airport has been about for Brisbane.
Yes, we don't have international full freighters operating, period.
Right.
Only full freighters operating to Toowoomba Airport currently, so we don't have them at Brisbane Airport. We've got domestic freighters, that's about the 14 I was talking about during the night. That's
and they exclusively run at night at the moment,
yes.
do they?
Not exclusively, but predominantly.
But predominantly. Well, I suppose maybe when you come back to me on notice about the flight numbers from the modelling, if you could break out how much of that increase to 2041, 42 is passenger flights and how much is freight, and then there's presumably another category of medical or charter flights, etc. Okay, look, the final question, I know we're way over time, but it's been very useful. The final question, I believe that in the post-implementation review report, there is a talk of still noise sharing, and I think I'd heard previously on this issue about flight paths possibly adjusting or moving at different times, like Heathrow apparently does. Is that still potentially in the forward prospects for flight paths from the Brisbane Airport?
I believe so, Senator. I know that during the post-implementation review, generally the communities that were consulted were opposed to the concept of noise sharing.
Right.
However, the advice from places like the UK and from TRAX, who conducted the independent investigation, was that noise sharing has been successful in other jurisdictions in reducing the impact that people feel in the communities. So I think it does still need to be considered.
Presumably the downside of this is that more people may be exposed to aircraft noise, but the upside is less concentration for particular households.
Correct.
That's the balance.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Yep, sure, and then we'll wrap
Thank
up.
you. Thanks very much. Just in relation to the new parallel runway communications agreement that I understand you made with Airservices, am I correct that this agreement dictated that you would do the bulk of the community engagement work prior to the new runway opening, as in sort of do it on their behalf? And if that's right, under that agreement, were there any requirements about the community engagement process? And do you think you've met them?
Thank you, Senator. That's a question for Rachel.
Yeah, and thanks, Senator. There's a number of years between, obviously, the EIS in 2005, 2006, 2007, and then runway opening in 2020. Over those years, BAC, in the years before the flight paths were finalised, we absolutely took the lead because it was our project and the runway was our project. And we felt very strongly that we needed to be as transparent as we could be with the community at that stage when we had indicative flight paths. So we were out with the community on a very regular basis. As airspace was being finalised, we continued that we were front-footing, if for want of a better term, in terms of the community engagement. And then once the airspace was operational, that responsibility went back to Airservices, where it lies, where their responsibility nationally for community engagement on those sorts of things. I believe that our engagement was very broad and it was extensive. I absolutely understand that there are members of the community who their concern about the way we describe the runway operating and the runway system operating is not how it's operating today, and therein lies the gulf between what we described and what is happening now. So I believe that it was extensive. It genuinely was extensive. I mean, for example, we had more than 55 million impressions from our ad campaigns. We had 65,000 visitors to our on-site different discovery centres and visits. We met with hundreds and hundreds of members of the community. Nearly 400,000 people went to our online flight path tool. We did extensive work, but I think the gulf lies between the way we described it operating as the way that the runway system was designed and the way that it's operating now.
And you say that gulf responsibility for that gulf lies not with you, but with Airservices Australia. Is that right?
Airservices is operating the system. We don't operate airspace. So it's that gulf, I believe, that is at the crux of the issue.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Senator Waters. Thank you again, Mr de Graaf, and to you all. You have taken some questions on those. We're asking those back by the 6th of May, if you could. And thanks for staying a little bit longer than scheduled. Enjoy the rest of your day. Okay, I'll now welcome Qantas and Virgin to come forward. Just keep going. Okay, well, look, I now welcome representatives from Qantas and Virgin Australia. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your names in which you appear, in the capacity, in which you appear today? We might start with you then, Mr Adams.
Murray Adams, Head of Fuel and Operations Efficiency for the Qantas Group.
Captain Alex Passerini, Chief Technical Pilot at Qantas for Flight Operations. Thank you.
Peter Strube, Head of Sustainable Operations for the Qantas Group.
Scott Mitchell, Partner Performance Manager at Virgin Australia.
Stephen Beckett, General Manager of Government and Industry Affairs at Virgin Australia.
Thank you to you all. And thanks, we have just received a submission from Qantas. Thank you for that. And you do have an opportunity to make an opening statement if you wish. Would you like to do so? And don't mind who goes first, but Captain, you look ready to go. So
ready to go. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. We welcome the opportunity to appear before the committee. My name is Alex Passerini. I'm Qantas's Chief Technical Pilot. I operate the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner from Australia to ports including London, Rome, New York, Johannesburg, Tokyo and Santiago. I have been operating commercial aircraft for more than 30 years. I am joined by my colleagues Murray Adams, Head of Fuel and Operations Efficiency, and Peter Strube, Qantas's Head of Sustainable Operations. Aviation plays a critical role in connecting Australian communities, especially those in rural, regional and remote Australia, and makes an important economic contribution. The Qantas Group alone helps to generate more than 1% of gross domestic product in Australia and more than 170,000 Australian jobs through total economic contribution and economic contribution of Qantas Group facilitated tourism. In the state of Queensland, where we meet today, tourists carried by the Qantas Group in 2022-23 contributed 21,630 jobs, and $2.5 billion in value to regional Queensland. Indeed, regional Queensland accounts for almost half of the total facilitated tourism value added in regional Australia by the Qantas Group. The Qantas Group acknowledges government and community concerns about aircraft noise and continues to pursue procedural efficiencies supported by the latest innovations in flight planning and air traffic management to mitigate its effect. The Qantas Group participates in community forums and working groups around the country where we listen to and contribute to the conversation on aviation-related issues, including noise. Airports are critical national infrastructure. Our aim at all airports is to optimise the flow of air traffic, reduce emissions and ensure that Australia's airspace remains safe, secure and efficient. As Australia is an international civil aviation organisation contracting state, the Qantas Group must consider noise around airports within the framework of ICAO's balanced approach to aircraft noise management. This consists of identifying noise at an airport and analysing the measures available to reduce it through reduction at the source, land use planning and management, noise abatement operational procedures and aircraft operating restrictions. It is important that the impact of some noise mitigation initiatives on efficiency and emissions are properly understood. Balance is critical. While well-meaning attempts to address noise concerns and mitigation often result in inefficient flight paths and operating procedures that lead to increased track miles, higher fuel burn and emissions, which work directly against the sustainability objectives of the industry that benefit the broader community. Qantas is a global leader in research and development of advanced navigation procedures that can help balance noise, environment and airport utilisation. The current jet transport fleet, including that of our competitors, have had significant capability for the past 20 years that, unfortunately, remains largely dormant and underutilised. This is a source of frustration for us and the industry. The Qantas Group encourages the committee to work with airlines and aviation sector stakeholders more broadly to fully understand the relationship between noise and emissions and to ensure that the economic and environmental impact of noise mitigation measures are considered appropriately when making their recommendations. In our view, the most effective way of reducing aircraft noise at the source is continual renewal of aircraft fleet types. Modern aircraft are markedly quieter than prior generations, and investment in new aircraft will continue to play a significant role in the management of aircraft noise. The Qantas Group has a major fleet renewal program in place which represents the largest and most significant fleet order in Australian aviation history, with deliveries already underway and continuing for at least the next decade. On average, the Group will take delivery of new aircraft every 3 weeks for the next few years. These state-of-the-art aircraft include the Airbus A320neo family, the Airbus A220-300, the Boeing 787-9, 787-10 and the Airbus A350-1000, which will deliver a range of benefits such as lower emissions, improved mechanical reliability and, importantly, up to a 50% reduction in noise footprint. Jetstar has now taken delivery of 10 Airbus A321neo LRs that have a significantly smaller noise footprint area and are fitted with a CFM LEAP 1A engine that burns up to 20% less fuel than Jetstar's earlier A321 aircraft. Qantas has also commenced the retirement of its Boeing 717 fleet, which is being replaced by new Airbus A220-300 aircraft over the next 3 to 4 years. We already have 2 of 29 in service. The A220 aircraft offer longer range capability, allowing for more point-to-point flying within our regional network across Australia, approximately 25% fewer CO2 emissions per seat, up to 50% noise footprint reduction compared with previous generation aircraft, and around 40% less nitrogen oxide emissions than industry standards. Thank you, and we welcome your questions.
Thank you, Captain. Virgin, would you like to make an opening statement? Mr Beckett.
Thank you, Senators. As we know, aviation plays a critical role in connecting people, businesses and economies. Aviation is a key economic, social and cultural enabler, and for an island nation the size of Australia, aviation is an essential service. However, at Virgin Australia, we understand the need to strike the balance between the benefits of air travel and the well-being of our flight path communities. Virgin Australia acknowledges the genuine impacts of aircraft noise for some people who live in flight path communities, and we understand the importance of ensuring that our operations are efficient, sustainable and minimise disruption to local residents and businesses. So you're aware, both Scott and I live in flight path communities. Combsley Hotel, where we meet today, is my local, and I live just a few hundred metres from here under the direct final approach of the Legacy runway. Scott lives on the other side of the river?
Yep,
under the Legacy flight path. So we both know and have been woken up by aircraft late at night. We have had to rewind the Netflix and watch sections again because it's been noisy, and we've had to repeat conversations, sometimes unrelated to aircraft noise, but in relation to our families. In acknowledging this, Virgin Australia works with Airservices Australia and collaborates with a range of industry partners, such as airports, government authorities, including the Department of Infrastructure and Transport, and organisations and groups representing the community and environmental protection. We have representatives that serve on a range of airport community aviation consultation groups across Australia, including here in Brisbane and Western Sydney. Virgin Australia participates in the Sydney Airport Community Forum, and we've been active in the development of the Noise Action Plan for Brisbane via our role on the new Brisbane Airport Community Airspace Advisory Board. VA provided specialist technical advice into Airservices Australia's safety case to the Civil Aviation Safety Authority to safely increase the tailwind allowance at Brisbane Airport, with the aim of enabling more flights to arrive and depart over the uninhabited waters of Moreton Bay. We're investing in newer, more fuel-efficient and quieter aircraft as part of our airline's transformation. We've taken delivery of 4 new generation 737-8 aircraft, with one of them arriving just a few weeks ago. According to the manufacturer, these aircraft are around 40% quieter when compared to our 737-800 fleet. Additionally, our new aircraft are not only quieter, but they also are much more fuel efficient, and we have 36 new generation aircraft on order. Our commitment to responsible aviation practices is reflected in our comprehensive submission to the Aviation Green Paper. In November last year, we outlined our initiatives and strategies regarding noise management and community consultation. This include investing in advanced technology and operational procedures, and we talked about the graduated flight descents, which is all designed at reducing noise during takeoff, landing and in flight. Furthermore, we emphasise the significance of engaging with communities affected by aircraft noise, fostering open communication channels and implementing measures to address their concerns effectively. Today, our evidence is grounded in the insights and commitments made in our submission, and we collaborate regularly with government bodies, industry and local communities. Our 3 main points in our submission, as I conclude, our recommendations are that the Noise Complaints Information Service, rather than sitting within Airservices Australia, should sit with CASA or the Department of Infrastructure and Transport. This would strengthen the independence, enhance its capacity to provide objective advice and information, and ensure that decisions regarding noise complaints benefits both the community and the travelling public. Secondly, like the NCIS, the Aircraft Noise Ombudsman, which sits with Airservices Australia, we believe it is unable to be truly independent when conducting investigations and making recommendations, and we think that it should sit with the Department of Infrastructure and Transport to ensure impartiality. And finally, greater public awareness of aviation is critical to improve communities' receptiveness to changes in flight paths and to mitigate the concerns about aircraft noise from the onset.
Thank you, Mr. Beckett. We just had a request. Would you be able to table that opening statement? Is that possible?
Yeah, happy to.
Okay, all right. Emma, when she comes back, will grab that from you. Thank you very much. And I'll go to Senator Waters first for questions.
Thank you, and thanks both for appearing today and for your respective statements. All right, I'll speak up. It's been a long day. I didn't get a cup of tea. Can I ask firstly of Qantas? And this is a bit roundabout, but apparently in October of 2023, the Brisbane Airport Corporation told Minister King that Jetstar was going to be fitting new vortex generators to its A320s. Now, I heard your reference to the A321s, and that sounded fine, but I understand that this, where is this at, the new vortex generators for the A320s? Was that ever genuinely a commitment made, and if not, why not? And what's happened with that?
Certainly. Senator, thank you for the question. So the vortex generator modification, the vortex generator being an airflow control device, in this case on the A320 that is located close to the fuel vent port. And there has been a modification introduced in production since 2015. At this moment, approximately 20% of the Jetstar fleet have the vortex generator installed. With our delivery of A321 Neo aircraft, of which we currently have 10 in the Jetstar fleet, that will be growing to 18 by the end of this calendar year. That will mean 35% of the Jetstar fleet will be equipped with the vortex generator. And it is likely that within the next 2 years, with our fleet renewal program, that the majority of those vortex generator equipped aircraft will be retired. On the subject of the vortex generator, I will say that the manufacturer does not have any conclusive benefit for the installation of the vortex generator. At best, the estimates by some European carriers are up to 4 decibels reduction. Typically 2 is reported. According to the Australian Federal Noise Ombudsman, 4 decibels is barely perceptible. And frankly, the best, most advantageous aspect of is the fleet renewal program, because those aircraft are up to 50% quieter than their previous generation aircraft.
Okay, thank you. Well, in relation to that then, at what stage will the fleet be completely renewed?
100%.
So on current estimates, as I mentioned, at the end of the calendar year, we'll have 35% of the Jetstar fleet completed. And because of the introduction of these new aircraft, which are up to 50% quieter than previous generation aircraft, and the remainder of the fleet that do not have the vortex generator installed will most likely be retired within the next 2 years. It's important to note that those modifications would be done in what's called a C check, a heavy check, which is typically takes between the aeroplanes visit a C check every 18 months to 6 years, depending on where they are in the program. So the fleet renewal is a much more advantageous way of getting the vortex generators, but more importantly, getting the benefit of those new aircraft with those new generation engines that are up to 50% quieter than what they represent, which is far more significant than the up to 4 decibels, which is barely perceptible.
Understand. Thank you. And so that was my second question. When will the new aircraft be? When will your fleet be 100% new aircraft? The up to 50% quieter that you've referenced.
Yeah. So the majority of the fleet that will not have, that do not have vortex generators installed, are likely to be retired in approximately 2 years.
Yep. And so when will the fleet be 100% new aircraft?
I can take that question on notice to give you an absolute metric. I just would like to say that you're probably aware that we've had some delays in production from Airbus. The A350-1000 for our Sunrise project, they're approximately 6 months late because of some certification reasons. The A321 Neo fleet are about 3 months late. So obviously, if you can't get the new airplanes in, you can't retire the older airplanes. So that's part of the reason why I'm using that terminology.
I understand those delays aren't your doing, but do you have a rough estimate, given that the community's here and they're so desperate for solutions and a good night's sleep? Do you have an estimate for when, and I'll ask Virgin the same question, when your fleet will be 100% new aircraft?
Within approximately 2 years. As I mentioned...
I thought you were saying the 2 years included the retrofitting with the vortex generators.
No, we're not...
You do not turn over a whole fleet in 2 years.
I'm saying that by the end of this calendar year, we'll have 18 aircraft, with which are A321 Neos. They have the vortex generator installed in production, and the remainder of the fleet will most likely be replaced with new aircraft within approximately 2 years.
Okay, so 2 years, give or take a few months, given the manufacturing delays. Okay, thank you.
Can I just clarify?
So
Is that
only-
all aircraft, like the
It's
dash?
only the A320.
What about
Yeah.
the dash that I use?
No,
all the
the,
time?
um,
no. Okay.
the-
We're just talking about jet.
The only aircraft that...
this is Jetstar. Okay.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. And again, I press the point that
Sorry, I just
most of the industry reporting relates to approximately 2 decibels, up to 4 at the outside, and according to the Federal Noise Ombudsman, that is barely perceptible. So the most powerful driver of reducing aircraft noise is fleet renewal, and we're embarking on the largest in Australian history, and that important point, 1 new aircraft every 3 weeks for the next few years, just to your point, in terms of the rapid rate.
Are you speaking about Qantas and all of your subsidiaries?
That's correct.
Yes, okay, thank you. Same question now to Virgin. How are you going in terms of modernity of your fleet, and what are your timeframes to have quieter aircraft?
Yeah, so as you heard, we've got an additional 36 on order. We hope to have at least 6 more this year, but for a complete overhaul, turning out of the fleet, you'd expect it to be up to 10 years for the whole fleet to be turned over. That said, because we do have the youngest fleet in the country, there are some aircraft that are relatively much younger, so they'll have many years before they're to be swapped out.
Will those ones which have a longer lifespan left in them be able to be retrofitted with devices that make them quieter, and have you plans to do that?
Absolutely, Senator. So on our 737-800 fleet, one thing that we're able to do similar to Jetstar with the Airbus components is we can install what are known as split scimitar winglets, which is when you've got a traditional sort of 737-800 wing, you have sort of these at the end. What we are doing on a majority of our fleet is actually splitting them out, which not only makes them more fuel efficient, but does in turn also make them quieter. Okay. Similar technology, but just not exactly the same.
Okay. Similar issue you're addressing. How many of those have you got fitted with the split scimitar winglets, and what's your time frame for all of your craft to have that feature?
Senator, I'll try and get the detail for you by the time our time is up. If not, happy to take that on notice and come back to you afterwards.
May I have one more, please, Chair? Thank you. Just in relation to the full runway usage trial that we've talked about quite a bit today, the point being that the height wasn't, and forgive my layperson's description here, but because the point at which you're aiming didn't change, the study didn't really show whether or not, the study didn't show any noise benefits, but it pertained to the safety of the gradient that's able to be flown. Do you have a view on the percentage of gradient that is safe to be flown for takeoff?
Senator, the question of gradient. So I participated in that trial when I was on the 737 and the full-length departure trial, not full thrust, full length.
Yes.
And I understand that the results of those trials was approximately 1 decibel reduction in noise, which is not perceptible. Hence the conclusion that was reached. I think your question relates to the gradient capability that the aeroplanes can fly. I just want to point out that typically the standard instrument departures, the SIDs that are the air traffic control cleared mechanism that's used to provide standard flight paths departing an airport, arriving they're called STARS, so they're 2 key acronyms that we use. Yep. So the SIDs that we use describe to the pilot and to the aeroplane's navigation system the flight path to be flown both laterally and vertically. Currently the gradients are between 5 and 7% at different points. If we increase those gradients, that requires additional engine thrust to increase the gradient capability of the aeroplane.
Even if you're using more of the runway?
Yes, it depends on conditions, environmental conditions, the weight of the aircraft and so on. And what that means is more thrust means more noise, particularly laterally. So it is somewhat counterintuitive. The most effective mechanisms are the fleet renewal programs that we've talked about, and particularly I can touch on the noise abatement departure procedures that are used, and so on. But I am aware of the noise trials that were done in terms of full length, and that's what I'm across.
Yeah. The key thing is, did those SIDs change during the trial?
Chair, I'm not aware that they changed.
And you participated in it, so you used the whole runway, but you took off at the same gradient during the trial.
Yeah, so the SID describes a lateral and a vertical path.
Yeah.
So
it's not surprising the result was only a 1 decibel change because the gradient didn't change.
Yeah, but those altitudes are at or above altitudes, so it's not prohibiting the aeroplane. It's not holding the aeroplane down, so to speak. So.
Anyway, it seems very strange. They did this real-world trial, all this effort, and that doesn't seem to have done what was intended. Your point about the more thrust, so to get to a higher altitude, that means more noise at the airport, I presume, is what you're saying, and you balance that against less noise on the flight path per se.
Yes.
Now, this may be different in different airports, but here at Brisbane, my understanding is that it is one of the airports with houses the furthest away compared to some others in the city. So the balance of that question here at Brisbane might be that you would trade off more noise at the airport, where there are very few houses close by, and have lower noise for people under the flight path. Is that a fair way of looking at that? The proposition you've put?
I think, Chair, in isolation, but I will say that using more thrust for takeoff is problematic on a few fronts. One is that...
Because it costs you more.
There's an economic aspect, yes, but I will say there's a safety aspect. So I've been in my role for 20 plus years. I've been flying aeroplanes for 30 plus years. The old adage, look after your engine and it will look after you, has not changed. So we always are driving to use the maximum amount of reduced thrust on takeoff that we can, conditions permitting. The reason behind that is the rotational forces within the engine are reduced, the temperatures and pressures are reduced. So there are two aspects to that. One is the probability of an engine failure is reduced, and if the aeroplane strikes a bird, of which there are some bird hazards in the Brisbane area as one example, and many airports around the country, the likelihood of the engine safely continuing operating is increased. So there is a safety aspect, and there is also a engine on wing maintenance aspect as well.
Are those aspects covered by these international standards we've been speaking about earlier?
The ICAO standards.
ICAO, thank you. Yeah.
Yes, the ICAO standards. I'm not aware that the ICAO framework it discusses the use of reduced thrust for takeoff. I think the other aspect was the environmental aspects, the amount of tailwind and so on that are prescribed in the ICAO framework.
While we're on it, I'm taking other senators' time, but I am the chair. While we're on it, do you have, as a captain, do you have a view about the tailwind issue that's been discussed earlier today, and the proposed change here at Brisbane to 7 knots?
Chair, I've participated in SOD props in Sydney primarily, and to a lesser extent here in Brisbane. I'll just call out that SOD prop stands for Simultaneous Opposite Direction Parallel Runway Operations. To all those ports and more that I fly to, there is no other area in the world that uses them. Heathrow...
Sydney does too.
Sydney does too, but I'm sorry, we've touched on both Sydney and Brisbane, but there's nowhere outside Australia that uses them. Heathrow uses a runway alternation mode. We land between 4:30 and 6 a.m. in Heathrow, and they have some procedures there, but they are operating the runways in a specific direction, not in opposite directions. So with that comes some minimum cloud and visibility restrictions. I was one of the people in Qantas that reviewed the request to increase the tailwind component. We were supportive of an increase to 7 knots. And we presented our position to CASA after careful risk review. But CASA have applied the international standard, which is 5 knots. I have to say that operating in tailwind conditions adds some risk to a category that ICAO define as runway excursion. Runway excursion risk is the aeroplane departing the end of the runway or the side of the runway. Tailwinds are problematic for a few reasons. One is where they're measured on the runway. You've got a piece of bitumen that's 3.5 kilometres long. There need to be a number of measuring points along that. There can be variations along the runway. the delay in air traffic control receiving the speed of the wind and then transmitting that to the pilot. So there are some inherent limitations in that reporting system. So 5 knots has been established for a reason in the ICAO world, and frankly pilots, and we teach them to apply a level of conservatism, will add a tailwind component to their takeoff performance calculations, and by regulation we are required to factor in 150% of the tailwind component. What I'm getting at is there is more thrust used when we're operating in tailwind conditions. So again, it can be counter to what people might expect for some of the reasons that I've just described.
Thank you for that. That's useful for us. Sorry, Senator McKenzie, you were next.
Thank you so much, Chair. Gentlemen, one and all, great to have you here. Qantas, you've submitted to government that, and I quote, there is currently a lack of clarity around the allocation of responsibilities on some issues between CASA and Airservices and the need for greater cross-department synergy. Can you explain to the committee what you actually mean by that?
Senator, I was not involved in writing that. I will say that...
Mr Strubb, were you involved in writing this?
No, Senator.
Mr Adams, were you involved in writing this?
Is this the submission you're referring to, Senator?
Yes.
Yep.
So maybe you can explain.
Yes. So I think what that refers to there, Senator, is around what we've touched on, what the committee has touched on previously around the constraints of flight path design, how they're then implemented and what we can operate as an airline.
So I want you to explain, as the major airline operator in this country, exactly what you mean about that, because we've heard it from a lot of different stakeholders, and now it's your turn.
I'll start.
Unpack the problem with Airservices Australia.
I'll start and then I'll hand across to Captain Passerini, Senator. We have a level of frustration that there is technology in our aircraft that we have today, as well as the aircraft that we are renewing, that would allow us to fly procedures that could reduce the noise.
Such as?
Required navigation performance, so R&P is an opportunity. For those flights, we see an increase in the time when the aircraft is sitting at idle, so a reduced thrust, therefore reduced noise. We also see a significant increase in the amount of time that the aircraft is avoiding adding and taking away thrust. So we've talked about the step down as part of the committee. So continuous descent approaches remove that. And also the added benefit to that is we also see a reduction in the CO2 emissions because of those flight paths. We aren't able to use those at the moment, Senator.
Why? Why, Mr Adams?
I might hand to Captain Passerini.
I will say that I was involved with the early trials of RMPAR. So the aeroplanes, our competitors of aeroplanes have had the capability for 20 years. Frankly, in terms of how the airspace is designed and how it's managed, has been an impediment to wider scale use of those procedures, because we feel that they're an effective noise mitigation tool in the current fleet. It's nothing we have to wait for. Our pilots are trained on most fleets to use them, as are our competitors, and they are actually deployed in Brisbane today. It's the utilisation that is the problem.
So for those of us following at home who don't fly planes, who aren't as into the language of aviation, why can't these mitigation strategies, which exist in the current fleet right now, and our pilots have the current skilled capability to deploy them, that's what I'm hearing, what is stopping that happening? Not just at Brisbane Airport, but at airports across the country.
Senator, the RMPAR procedures, it stands for authorisation required. They need a special CASA approval, but they have tremendous flexibility in terms of how we can design them to avoid noise-sensitive areas. We in the aeroplane business need predictability to the runway end. If we have predictability, which these procedures provide, we can fly noise abatement approach procedures. That means we can.
Okay, sorry. So I'm in the policy. Yeah, I'm in the policy end, and we're on limited time. So I just want to get to what do I need to fix to solve the problem.
Senator, I think there'll be an excellent conversation with Airservices Australia because they are the airspace designers.
And we got there in the end, Captain.
And the air traffic control community as well, and the integration with the systems that they might need to facilitate.
What's CASA? You were starting to talk about CASA there, which I thought we were going down a different rabbit hole. So
no,
it's actually the application of those regulations by Airservices Australia.
Yes.
Has Qantas made this clear to Airservices Australia?
Yes, we have, and there
has Qantas made it clear to the Minister's office?
Senator, I have not met, and neither of my colleagues have.
I'm absolutely sure that's why the three of you are here, because I would have liked to have seen your CEO here and someone a little higher up the chain that does have those conversations with the Minister's office, with her department. That's who I want to know. So on notice, I would like you to go back to Ms Hudson and your GovRel's team in general. Who have you met with in the government? Have you had a meeting with Minister King? Have you had a meeting with the Prime Minister or their officers and raised this issue? The specific plus the general issues with Airservices Australia. Because we've heard from Brisbane Airport today that the Minister hasn't gone to them and said, what the hell's going on with the noise at Brisbane? They've had to raise with her that this is a problem because she won't meet with the community. So I really do, you've articulated perfectly the problem, how to solve it, or one of the 1%ers. And I want to know what the government knows, if the government's aware of this. Thank you, gentlemen. Virgin. You've heard the very articulate evidence of the captain. Are you aware of this issue? What would Virgin say is a significant barrier to getting this under control? And what lobbying, what conversations, what pressure have you put on, or further up the chain from you guys, have put on Prime Minister's office, Minister's office, department? Thank you.
Senator, I can talk to some of the technical conversations that I'm fortunate to have in my day-to-day role, where I am required to manage air services from a customer perspective.
Wow.
Thank you. Senator, at every opportunity we get, it is part of my day-to-day job to bring about efficiencies where possible to our airline business. Now, as Captain Passerini did say, RMPARs are a great way to bring efficiencies to flight paths because of the enhanced accuracy that they bring, given the new technology. I have been working with Airservices for a number of years to bring in greater RMPARs at a number of ports, but flight path design does take a number of years to bring about change. And we have seen a number of routes where we have brought in new RMPARs, and now it's about taking on the task where we can bring in lower minima because of greater standards through the technology, and we're going through that at the moment with Airservices, and really to develop that, I guess, that bucket list. For conversations in relation to the Minister, I can't speak for that.
Mr Beckett?
Yeah, we've met with the Minister this year, and we have...
met with the Prime Minister?
No, we have not met.
Or his office?
Or his office. The day we met with the Minister, I think it was the same day that we met with you, Senator. We did talk with the Minister, as we did with you, about Airservices general operations. We also talked to our green paper submission, and our what we're presenting today is comprehensively covered in our green paper submission.
So, can I take it then, Virgin, from your and Qantas, you'll double check on what your people have said, that the Minister is aware of this solution to the operation within Airservices Australia, to get this strategy implemented?
I understand that the Minister and the Minister's office are fully aware of our submission, and we have
this specific solution.
Yeah. It's contained in our submission,
right.
Yes.
Okay. And you'll check on the same for me, please. Thank you, Qantas. Specifically, We've heard a lot about the conflict of interest with Airservices Australia, the Noise Ombudsman, a whole being the regulator marking their own homework, for instance. Do you have a view, does Qantas have a view on whether the Noise Ombudsman should be appointed by Airservices Australia?
Senator, I'll say that I think there would be some benefit in some structural changes, but as to the specifics, I could take the question on notice. I think some more objective framework in terms of noise reporting and so on are some ideas we put forward.
But do you concede there is an inherent conflict of interest in the relationship between Airservices Australia, the Noise Ombudsman?
I'll take it. Senator, we made it clear in our Green Paper submission that we think there should be changes. We understand that the Noise Ombudsman is an avenue for the community to sort of raise their concerns. I don't think it is the most effective way for that to occur, and
particularly if you can't get in.
And the volume of complaints is not necessarily a good measure of what needs to be changed. So we made that clear in our Green Paper submission that we would like to see changes with that and better data collected as part of those complaints in terms of the reasons for the complaint, what the aircraft was operating, and going back to the prior discussion, whether or not those aircraft are undertaking noise abatement procedures or what kind of technology is on board that aircraft.
Do you concede that the community is rightfully angry about something that seems quite... You're not going to solve all of it. I imagine they don't expect every plane to be entering Brisbane in silence, but that there are strategies available both at the airline level, at the airport level, and the frustration is beyond belief because nobody is taking responsibility. Can I have a commitment from both Qantas and Virgin that you'll do everything in your power as airline leaders in this country to do what has to be done for these communities' noise reduction?
Senator, can I say that as an operating and experienced pilot, I can assure you that our pilots are very focused on noise mitigation techniques. I am involved in designing flight crew procedures and techniques, and noise mitigation is one of the metrics that we use. We always strive. We're conscious of the community. We're obviously here. We're represented at a number of community forums. It's very important. Finding that balance is very important too, because frankly, some attempts, well-meaning attempts, have resulted in inefficient track miles here in Brisbane, 37 miles on some procedures extra, more than 700 kilograms of CO2 into the environment. So finding that balance is really important. But I want to assure you that in the piloting community, we're very focused on that.
Virgin.
Absolutely. As I outlined, the three of the really key issues that we included in our submission to government contain the exact things that you've raised. Absolutely, on behalf of the community, we want to do better. It's also frustrating for us to know that the technology and the will exists. To not be able to put that in place in the interest of the community equally frustrates us at Virgin.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Mackenzie. Senator Colbeck.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you all. I just want to go back to the conversation that we had with Brisbane Airport with respect to the implementation of the operational plan, the way that the airport was designed to operate, and the fact that we're not operating the airport in the way that it was actually designed to operate, along with the reality that there's effectively been no change in aircraft noise with everything that's happened so far, and get your perspective on the reality of the impact of operating the airport plan in the way that it was designed to operate. So we might start with Qantas and then come to Virgin.
Senator, I'll say that in terms of how we operate the aeroplanes and the modes that air traffic control use, in terms of a mode being which runways are used for departure and arrival. Frankly, we follow the guidance that Airservices Australia sets.
I get all that, but the question is, we're not operating the airport the way it was designed to operate. The community were given to believe certain things based on the operational plan of the airport. Now, there are some changes that have been made, tailwind on, for example, being one. The operational plan was drafted based on 10 knots, it's now 5. But that's one element. I mean, can we realistically see some positive change if we're going to operate the airport on the basis of the plan, the way that it was designed to be operated?
Senator, I make the point that the aeroplanes have had capability that effectively lies dormant for 20 years. And we would like to see greater uptake of RMPAR procedures as one of the most effective tools in the toolkit for noise mitigation around noise-sensitive areas for approaches, regardless of which runway end or which mode is used. I mentioned that the airspace procedure design is quite inefficient. The need to find the balance between the noise and the environmental aspects. We have some very aggressive environmental targets that we need to achieve. But as far as those structural aspects, we fly the aeroplane according to the procedures that are published in the Aeronautical Information publication and those air traffic control clearances that we receive.
I get all that, but you would understand how the airport was designed to be operated, would you not?
In my capacity, I have a basic understanding, but I haven't been involved in the airport design.
But you operate an aircraft?
Yes.
That's what you've been doing for 30 years. And you design operational mechanisms to apply what the system does.
Yes.
So I'm asking you to put those two things together, and I just want to understand that if the airport is going to operate the way that it was designed to operate, with your understanding of the actual operation of an aircraft, do you see all of those things together mitigating the impacts of the operation of the airport, which is what, at the bottom end of the day, is this community is looking for?
I think there are a lot of
I just want to ask.
a lot of tools that we have, as I mentioned, that we're not utilising. That's a great source of frustration for us. I think we can do better collectively for operations in and out of Brisbane, some of the technologies that we've talked about, and we would like to see RMPAR and others more widely implemented. And we can do that very relatively easily from our point of view. The equipment that we've paid for in the aeroplane is there. The pilots are trained. We'd like to use it more. So to that end, we're not seeing the airspace to the level of efficiency and the level of balance between noise and environment to the extent that we'd like to see it right now. If that.
Senator, thank you for the question. From a Virgin Australia perspective, when any airport is designed, it is designed to achieve maximum throughput of movements and passengers while being very conscious of the impacts that it does have to the environment around it. And it is frustrating when we do see day in, day out, when any airport in Australia isn't operating to its maximum that it could be. Now, there's different operating modes that air services sort of dictate runways need to be managed in, and usually that's weather dependent, but often it is due to staffing. Or lack of staffing, and it's disappointing when we're not achieving the mode that it isn't designed. Now, as Brisbane Airport mentioned before, one of the key, limitations at Brisbane is that we're not operating the runways independently of each other because of air services. We would like to see that brought in as a priority, but there are some more crucial priorities that air services does need to focus on before we can do that. And one of that is to get back to pre-COVID staffing arrangements and levels where we as airlines can be assured of our continued service provision 24/7, 365.
Okay, one final question, and Captain Passerini, you did mention in your opening statement a lowering of NOx by 40% from the new aircraft that you're operating. And you've talked about CO2 on a number of occasions, which is obviously an issue that you focus on. We did have some evidence this morning in relation to other environmental considerations, microparticulates in particular. And a question for both of you in respect of the aircraft that you're looking at in purchasing. What understanding of the emissions in relation to those particular matters might be, and how that's impacting on what you're doing, and understanding of what the operational effects of aircraft are having. So this goes to separate health effects. Microparticulates was the issue that was particularly raised this morning.
So is this directly addressing sustainable aviation fuel?
No.
So through Jet A1 emissions at the moment?
No, not carbon emissions.
Okay.
It's a small particulate.
Microparticulates.
PMI 2.5.
And I think Senator McKenzie asked the question in relation to that, and it really doesn't. I mean, you're burning something that's similar. It's just in respect to sustainable aviation fuel. It's just what it's made of.
Still diesel, yeah.
It's still a similar product coming. It's the carbon life cycle of the fuel that you're talking about the difference in, not necessarily what it's emitting.
There's probably just one point of clarity on that, Senator, and that's with regards to sustainable aviation fuel. There, we've seen through some of the studies a reduction in the impurities in the feedstock for sustainable aviation fuels, and we've seen up to a 70% reduction in especially things like sulphur, which would mean that there's a reduction in the soot element, but also in any of the sulphur dioxide generated by Jet A1 molecules that have been formed through sustainable aviation fuel. And just on top of that as well, the 80% carbon life cycle piece is something that we're definitely interested in, and something that we're factoring into some of the performance engineering that we're doing with the fuel performance.
Maybe if you could take on notice, both Qantas and Virgin, about that. It's sort of, I think, sub 2.5 PMI emissions, and whether that's something will be improved with new fuels, new jets, etc. Thank you very much, and we are asking for those questions on those to come back by the 6th of May. Thanks again very much for your time, and apologise we've gone a little bit over. Now we are going to move into the open community session. Sorry, very briefly, Mr. Beckett.
Yes, we did get the answer to that earlier question on the split winglets. So far, 5 of our 737-800s have been retrofitted, and all 4 of our new generation aircraft have them.
Thank you.
Chair, sorry, can I just add to that?
Yep.
Qantas Group has installed 2 of those scimitars on our 737-800 on our newer aircraft, and we have another 21 to go. That'll be completed by the end of financial year 26.
Okay.
FY26.
Thank you very much. So as I was saying, we are moving into the open community session. Now I'm going to suspend briefly as we rearrange things. I'll reconvene this hearing, and I now welcome members of the community for the open session. I understand the information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses has been provided to you. As I've mentioned, we'll go to each of you in turn. There will be a warning bell or ring at 3 minutes from the Secretary, and as I say, I'll be strict with the 4 minutes, sorry, because we have to get through everybody. For the record, though, before we take your statements, could you just state your names and any capacity to appear here today very quickly? Starting with you, Ms McCulloch.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. My name
Could I
is...
just your name.
Sorry.
Yep.
My name is Gabrielle McCulloch, and I'm representing...
Thank you. Sorry, we just got to get names first, then we'll go to statements. Sorry. Yep.
Carolyn Byers.
Steve Clogg. Ross Stevens. And Tim Roskins.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Ms McCulloch. Just the formalities. Now over to you for your statement, and your time starts now. Thank you.
I'm representing the Upper Brookfield Flight Path Group. We are over 30 kilometres northwest from the airport, and currently we have 14 flight paths over our community, including a Sodrops path, which ensures that we have noise 24/7. So over the past 4 years, we haven't had one day or night of respite at all. We also have 3 layers of aircraft because of Archerfield Airport. So what happens is we have Archerfield now sitting as low as 500 feet, with Brisbane Airport coming over the top, and aircraft that are supposed to go over the bay now turning back and coming up over us as a top layer. So we have aircraft noise irrespective of wind direction, runway use, mode of operation. We even get southern flights even though we are north of the airport. Worst of all, we are all reliant, or most of us are reliant on tank water. We have no form of water except tank water. So we have no town water. And from what I understand, that they weren't aware of that because we weren't part of the original EIS. Most of our community is also under environmental protection order. We received no communication at all as a community prior to the runway opening. And as I said, we were not even part of the original EIS, yet we have 14 flight paths. So we have all the primary incoming, outgoing, overnight paths and the Sodrops path all over us. Personally, we moved to Upper Brookfield 24 years ago to raise our family and escape aircraft noise, which we had in Paddington. We specifically chose not to be near the airport. Prior to the runway opening, we had no issues with Archerfield or Amberley. Our property is nearly 700 feet above sea level, so we are very high. A lot of the community members are very high up on mountain ridges. The flight path tool showed we would get a maximum of 30 flights from one flight path. We get over 100, probably getting close to 150 flights a day. We are not under a runway alignment, and in 2018 our communities were considered one of the quietest in Brisbane. We now have Archerfield, as I said, as low as 500 feet with leaded fuel over us people with tank water. Prior to the runway opening, I had no health issues. I was completely fit and healthy. When you have aircraft over your property and it's 1,000 times louder than the ambient noise level, you cannot sleep, not through noise like that. My immune system became smashed. It was shattered. My doctor said I have an immune system equivalent to that of a chemotherapy patient because of lack of sleep and stress. Okay. A benign bacteria entered my system and I nearly died. I suffered major organ failure and my body went septic, and thanks to a fantastic doctor, I was able to live, and it was only, he said I was about 1 hour from death. And this is all attributed to aircraft noise and lack of sleep. I had liver damage for 12 months. 6 months later, I was fighting for my life again because of a cancer that was attributed to stress. The health costs attributed to this could be astronomical. It was, I think it's been well over $100,000 through Medicare. Don't quote me on that, but I think it's a lot. So I'm one person with that amount of health impact and cost to the community, and you multiply that by a few people and you get hundreds of millions of dollars.
Ms McCulloch, I'm going to have to stop you there. Sorry, we might have time to clarify further, but I do need to get
Can I
to
just
everybody.
quickly say one thing?
Very quickly.
We also have a small business that we were running from home, which was devastated. My children also had to live with their grandmother because they couldn't study for their exams. Please read my submission. It is quite long, but it would explain to you about the lack of the use of the RMP that the pilots were talking about and how detrimental that has been to our community.
Thanks, Ms McCulloch. Thank you very much. Ms Byers.
My name's Carolyn Byers. I live in the Redlands and I'm the BACAG representative for the electorate of Beaumont. Unfortunately, due to a lack of a mention of the Redlands at all today, gives me a matter of concern. In relation to the Redlands, there's about 160 residents, and it includes islands, Southern Moreton Bay Islands, Coochie-Mudlow and North Stradbroke Island, that have about 10,000 residents. So far, I have lodged submissions asking for the terms over the bay and over the ocean to be used instead of over the water to differentiate between flight paths, to include both arrivals and departure flight paths on diagrams, and to provide a postal address to allow people to supply written feedbacks. In relation to the appointment of Trax International for packages 3 and 4, I question Airservices in relation to whether the agreement with Trax required fulfilment of every obligation otherwise required by Airservices, and whether Trax were going to be updated as to recent residential developments on land otherwise shown as green space. I particularly asked that in view of the Minister's recent faux pas when she referred to the Southern Moreton Bay Islands as a bunch of unpopulated islands further to the south. In relation to sod props, Airservices' own paperwork indicates that for all flights in 2022, sod props operated for only 4.67% of the time. Despite being publicised as a solution for Brisbane without any concern for the Redlands, impact on the Redlands. In relation to the application for the increase in the 5-knot tailwind speed, the 2 applications lodged so far by Airservices have been rejected. And also I understand from Airservices that it proposes to lodge a 3rd request. In relation to the Redlands, we get affected day and night, particularly in light of the fact that we weren't, and worried in the light of the fact that we were never under a flight path before, and the Redlands is being affected day and night by normal simultaneous opposite direction runway usage, and also sod props mode. Sod props, they said that we would that they would be sending over the water. In fact, what they're doing is they're directing aircraft over around Mud Island and back over the Redlands where it wasn't before. In relation to sod props, I understand that it takes approximately a half an hour to change the direction modes on the airport should the wind or one of the other conditions for sod props change, and it's not really feasible to do that because it means the runways will be closed down during that period of time. So far as BACAG is concerned, representatives are given 10 minutes in which to respond and in which to ask questions and to get a response. Airservices has the ability to pad out the responses to prevent any further questions being made.
Thank you, Ms. Byers. Perfect timing. Thank you very much. Mr. Cloak.
Look, thanks for this opportunity. I represent the Mount Glorious community. We're a community of about 300 something people. We live in a 2.5 kilometre stretch on the crest of the Diagula Range. That's 35 kilometres west of the airport. We don't currently, unlike most of the people here, we don't currently have a aircraft noise problem. And that's because we sit within a 2 nautical mile corridor between the AMBLI, the military aircraft corridor, and the commercial aircraft corridor. We're here today because there's a proposal by Airservices to change the flight paths that are going to bring them much closer to our community. We've been monitoring, as a community group, we've been monitoring this situation for about 4 years. Over that time, we know that there's a problem in our neighbouring community in Sanford, and we know there's a proposal to solve that problem in part by sending aircraft closer to us. What we don't know is that we don't know what the proposal is for departures. So the proposal we've got is for arrivals, but we don't know a proposal for departures. We don't know what our background noise level is, and we don't know what the noise level is going to be if these flight path changes are implemented. We've been asked to make submissions over time to Airservices, and we are making submissions, and there's 15 pages we've made in December last year. We're making submissions on the basis of very inadequate data. We're relying on what Airservices is telling us. On the basis that we're asked to comment on these changes without data, we think that that is a fundamentally flawed process. We're at 2,500 feet elevation. We know there's a problem in Sanford. Moving the flight paths closer to us is going to increase our aircraft noise, but it also means we're about 2,000 feet closer to those aircraft. Now, we think that creating a bigger problem for a smaller group of people is not the way that this problem should be fixed. We've heard about sharing. This is the proposal we're looking at is not sharing. It's moving the problem from one community to another. And we don't think that that's a way to fix this problem.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Really appreciate your time. Mr. Stevens.
Our family have lived in Balmoral, Brisbane for the past 42 years in a 110-year-old typical Queenslander home. These timber and tin constructed homes were designed to be opened up to cooling summer breezes. Since the commissioning of the Brisbane Airport's new parallel runway in July 2020, we now live with all our doors and windows closed, with air conditioning running practically 24/7 in order to cool the interior of our home and attempt to block out aircraft noise. We live 8.5 kilometres in a direct line from the new runway's southernmost threshold. The often used phrase, then don't live close to an airport, is a complete misnomer. The negative impacts are being felt far and wide over the whole of the Brisbane region. Aircraft noise pollution and ultrafine particulate emissions of Brisbane's airport came to us courtesy of Brisbane's new flight path design. We did not come to it. 3 months before the opening of NPR, we attended the BAC mobile caravan in Bulimba. During this information session, we were shown an amateurish A4 size map which illustrated flight paths. In every aspect, this map was completely useless, as our suburban features were hidden under a mass of overlapping lines. We were informed by the BAC Public Relations Officer that the new runway was built 1 kilometre to the north of the existing runway. Therefore, the noise harm would be reduced and most of the aircraft would be arriving and departing over the bay. We were reassured the noise impact would be minimal. I feel this was a deliberate attempt to downplay the future lived harm to our lifestyle and personal well-being. Since the opening of NPR, 125,000 aircraft have flown directly over the top of our home at low altitudes of between 400 to 800 metres. Previous to NPR, we experienced 0 aircraft directly over the top of our home. Over the past 4 years of this nightmare journey, we've been promised so much by BAC and Airservices, but have been delivered so little as their modus operandi of growth at all costs marches on unencumbered. Dodgy runways, intersection trials, lowball, noise monitor readings, tailwind reduction follies, vortex generator retractions have all ended up in the scrap heap of false promises. We have attended community forums, lodged complaints, completed feedbacks over the past 4 years with not a single improvement to our lived experience. In fact, noise impacts are now much worse with increased flight numbers over our homes. Regards to the commissioning of the new runway, it has made zero difference to the number of flights over water for the 24-hour operations. At this point in time, the only positive outcomes for this systemic aviation failure is the community's alliance and determination to shine the spotlight on questions that need to be answered. How could they have got it so wrong? And how are those responsible going to fix it and guarantee the same mistakes don't happen again?
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Thank you. Mr. Roskins.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk. Today, look, I've been here most of the day. I've heard a lot of industry platitudes about how much they care and excuses about how it was all supposed to work but unfortunately didn't, and vague promises for minor kinds of tweaks, but no concrete proposals to actually mitigate noise in a way that would even make a dent in the 300% traffic increase proposed. So I often get multiple lawnmower loud noise aircraft flying over my place at night, which obviously disturbs sleep. If I started my mower under the neighbour's window 10 times a night, I'd be prosecuted. I'd get in the newspaper. But if it's an aircraft, it's suddenly okay. Hey, it's for economic progress and growth. So, you know, your concerns become less relevant. The industry apologists, like some people we've heard today, frame noise as an inevitable nuisance. We can't really fix it. But it's not inevitable, and it's not merely a nuisance. It's a known, well-researched, preventable, medical, social, economic harm to those people affected, which is imposed for profits, basically. It's not just a Netflix rewind issue, as Mr. Beckett said. This harm's euphemised as noise impacts. They don't like to mention the word harm. It's an impact. And we've got the Noise Action Plan, which focuses mostly on sharing noise, not on actually doing anything to reduce it. There are no proper noise maps of Brisbane after 3 years. There are no proper contour maps of the whole city that show the extent of the noise pollution. And the result of 2 years of announcements and platitudes and tweaks and consultations is zero total noise reduction, nothing. Sod props over the water was a fantasy, you know, used to sell the new parallel runway. It's used less than 5% of the time. We've heard all the excuses why that's the case, but it just clearly isn't going to work. So essentially, we've exhausted the first 3 steps of the balanced approach to really not much avail. And there's still this absolute refusal to consider phase 4. I mean, it's in ICAO's balanced approach, phase 4, but it's off the table, sorry, live with the first 3 that don't work. I suggest to you that given the airport's proximity to the city, given the runway orientation, and by the way, this was built for maximum operational convenience, minimum cost, and absolutely in no way was it built for noise reduction. It was deceptively sold to the public. There was a 2000 EA by Airservices and BAC that was not published. We had to get it through a Freedom of Information Act. And as far as I can see, from what I've heard today and my experience in this, is that the only viable solution that's actually going to work, like not within 2 decades, is curfews and caps. I'm sorry to say it, but, you know, and I understand the arguments against those, but I don't see how noise can be significantly reduced without those measures. Now, of course, the industry and the airport claims
Mr. Roskins, you probably only have about 10 seconds, or it might be up, so be very quick, please, because we've just got to have
economic catastrophe from any restrictions based on unreleased impact studies which conveniently omit all costs. Okay. So, can I have another 10 seconds, please?
10 seconds. I'm counting. I've got a clock running.
The noise issue won't go away with promises of quiet aircraft in the future and platitudes about what we're going to do. It's time to regulate this industry, please. Thank you.
Okay. As I mentioned, we have limited time for questions, and it depends how long each contribution goes. I've got about 5 minutes. Any senators want to ask?
Yes.
Senator Waters, you can go first.
They were incredibly powerful contributions. Thank you all. Ms McCulloch, as a mum myself, your tale of how your kids can't even live and your home anymore was very powerful indeed. And the health struggles that you've been through are entirely unacceptable. I don't really have a question. I just can't believe that it's come to this, and I just want to let you know that we're all trying to help.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, for 2 months my son had to live with his grandmother so he could study for his grade 12 exams. It was heartbreaking. And we are, as a family now, we are living separately because we can't live at home. We actually tried to sell our home and we couldn't. It was 9 months on the market. It was so obviously under flight paths. We are 30 kilometres from the city. A guy came up and just went, why would you live this far from the city? And it sounds like you're living in the middle of the airport runway. Like, who's going to buy a house like that, you know?
Can I also say thank you very much. It's not easy to come and speak publicly about something that's impacted you for so long, and we hear you. We hear you, and we are going to do everything we can to get some change in this space.
Can I ask? I still, it's a general question, and we do have time restrictions here, so not too long in the answers, but I still struggle to understand how come just a new runway has led to such a material change. Because obviously every year there's growth in air traffic into Brisbane, notwithstanding COVID, but it just seems like a lot of you have said you had no aircraft noise. Some of you that are relatively close, or certainly, planes fly over the East Brisbane before the second runway, and then you've got noise. So what's happened? How do you explain? Yes.
So basically, when the new flight paths came out, there was three incoming paths. But Airservices has choose to use one, and this is in relation to the RMP that they were talking about earlier. The RMP is used for the legacy runway. They get noise sharing based on the current airspace design. So they have 3 or 4 incoming paths. For the new runway, they use one. And basically,
so it's all being funneled through.
It's all from 40 kilometres away. It's basically all being funneled. So even on the the departing flights, the turboprops, the turbos, the smaller ones, are separated from the departing. So even though the noise is quite significant, it is separated. So at least you're not getting that concentration. The incoming one, the concentration is horrendous. And we actually have stacked aircraft now. So the layering, so we will have an Archerfield plane coming in at the same time as a Brisbane plane, one on top of the other. And they're talking about safety. And you go, the airspace design is horrendous and it is highly concentrated. We even have Archerfield aircraft flying towards incoming Brisbane aircraft.
So we need to consider, we need to look at, from what you're saying, it's not just the second runway that's the issue, it was a related
Airservices.
or at
I'm
the same
sorry,
time
it is
change the flight
Airservices.
path modelling or planning.
The initial airspace design, airspace design did have noise separation. They had it in a way that it wasn't so highly concentrated. And if the original airspace design was used as it was in its original capacity, we would not have the level of concentration. In addition, Airservices are not abiding by ICAO standards with regards to flight path separation. They have incoming and outgoing flight paths going directly towards each other, and that they're supposed to have 9 nautical miles of separation. They have less than 1. And so some of them are actually, some of the incoming aircraft now are actually flying down the outgoing path, and so you have this intense concentration of aircraft noise in a very narrow strip. So, I mean, I personally think it's 100% an Airservices issue. And basically, they want to fly everything in and out of one path because it's easier for them.
Yep. Yeah, right. Okay, well, thank you very much. It's very helpful. Thanks again for coming forward and sharing your perspectives. We'll quickly seek to rotate now. And as I call people's names, please properly come up. I've got Dr. John Sampson. Please come forward. In fact, I suppose anyone who hasn't been called and you know you're on the list, come forward. Dr. Peter, this is our last panel, so you're all on. Dr. Peter Cork, Barry Wilson, Elizabeth Handley, and Mark Smith. And can we get another seat, Emma? There's a late addition. Tess, do you want to come forward? I'm not going to do a separate session. Yeah, well, Tess. Okay, we'll just share a mic. Yeah, get another. Tess, come forward.
Just, yeah.
Now, Tess, because you're a late addition, just to be clear, you've only got 2 minutes, okay? One page, very quickly, but you'll be last. And as soon as we are ready. Now, once again, if you could just quickly state your names for the record, then we'll go to statements. So we'll start with you, Dr. Sampson.
John Sampson, citizen under flight path.
Thank you.
Peter Cork, citizen under flight path.
Right, very good.
Barry Wilson, Chair, Rivermouth Action Group.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Handley, Brisbane Residents United.
Thank you.
Mark Smith, private citizen.
And just your name as well for the record again.
Tess Bignell, reading a private statement.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Sampson, you have 4 minutes starting now.
I was just wanting to speak to my submission, although some of the issues I was concerned about have been raised this afternoon. My submission supports curfew and number caps, but also I would like to support the need for flight path redesign to offer some respite to badly affected suburbs. There is a swathe cut across Brisbane from the new parallel runway to East Brisbane, which, depending on prevailing wind, has nearly every NPR departing flight or nearly every NPR arriving flight overhead at a low altitude. There is aircraft noise all day, every day. Airservices design principles indicate that those areas overflown by arriving flights should not, if possible, be overflown by departing flights. This is in the region of up to 13 kilometres from the airport. Flight path redesign could have flights departing from the NPR over suburbs by turning north immediately after takeoff to avoid the long loop over southern and eastern suburbs. Flights departing the legacy runway actually turn south immediately after takeoff, presumably to achieve this principle. Arriving flights over the suburbs is more difficult, as most flights line up about 25 kilometres out from Brisbane, locking onto the ILS pathway, which is a direct path. There is a RNP pathway alluded to by Qantas, which is to their benefit, which is underutilised greatly and bypasses many of the afflicted suburbs I've been referring to. Redesign flight path has the potential for periods of respite, and we've heard this talked about this afternoon, from aircraft noise pollution. My submission also points out the concept of penalising noisy planes by financial means or by scheduling penalties. Thank you for asking us to speak. Thank you for holding this commission.
Thanks Dr. Sampson. Dr. Cork. Sorry.
I'm a distinguished professor of engineering at Queensland University of Technology, but I'm here in a private capacity today. We moved to Brisbane 30 years ago and we settled in Taringa. It's an inner suburb, 20 kilometres from the airport, not in the line of the runway. And we had no issue at all with aircraft until the NPR opened. We live in a classic timber house, like Ross mentioned. So it's tin roof, wood walls, louver windows open all year round. We use ceiling fans to keep cool. It's not tenable. The sound level outside the house is the same as inside the house. And that's a bad assumption. It's baked into all the noise modelling done by Airservices and BAC. So when the wind is blowing from the south, aircraft that want to go north fly south into the headwind, and then they turn, right? And then they start going north. They fly past our house when they do that turn. So we're about 1 kilometre away from the flight path, but we can hear them for 90 seconds. We hear them when they start to turn over Cooperoo, and we hear them until they go over Mount Cootha with a sort of dull rumble, and then they're gone. Morning rush hour, there's a plane every 3 minutes, right? And we hear them for 90 seconds. That's pretty miserable. Over the last year, 10,000 aircraft have flown this flight path. All right. The worst day have been 116. A typical day is 90. So BAC might give you averages that on average it might be 10 or 20. We don't care about the average. What we care about is the worst case. Night times. The worst nights that we have is 16 aircraft over the 8-hour night period. So that's on average one every 30 minutes. We had a number of nights with 16 aircraft. So you take the BAC average, it all looks much cosier. We've had periods of up to 2 weeks where there have been multiple aircraft every single night because the wind is blowing from the wrong direction. BAC and ASA Airservices use averages a lot to mislead us. So they talk about, you can look at their online tool and it says the average aircraft altitude over my house is 6,000 or 7,000 feet. That's pretty good. But if you actually look at the individual aircraft data, there's a ton of them flying below 5,000. We've had the Airbus 380 go over our place at under 3,000 feet. So by just talking about averages, what you do is you hide the tails of the distribution, the outlying ones. And there are a lot of these outlying flights. A flight at 10,000 feet doesn't affect me. But the ones that are at low altitude affect me, but they don't report those ones. They don't report the number of low-flying flights. They do the same with the sound levels from their monitoring systems. They give you the average sound level. And so that means the planes that are high have got a low number, brings the average down. I only care about the 10% of ones that are really noisy. So they play games with statistics. And as a scientist, that really frustrates me. Yes. I made a longer submission, so I would encourage you to read it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cork. Thank you. Mr. Wilson.
Yeah, I lived in Morningside from 69 to 2017. I'm now at Woodford out of it, but I've been involved with the aircraft noise. I went to the original meeting at Morningside about 1971 or 72, where they told us about this new airport coming in, how they'll be coming all in and out over the bay. Tom Burns, who was then the Deputy Premier, took him to task and said he's flown to Canberra several times and they don't always go over the bay. So they qualified their statement by saying any aircraft over the southern side would be too high to hear them. No noise. As much as no one's met the Transport Minister, well, I did in the past. I met Anthony Albanese at Yeronga's TAFE at a civic cabinet meeting, where I asked him questions about the Brisbane airport, and he said, "You're never going to get a curfew." That's the Prime Minister. Now, valuations, they're done by computers on a flat earth principle, and they're legal fiction. So you're not going to get much out of the... I've already been to the Land Court and the Land Appeal Court when I was at Morningside. The airport, why aren't they using tractors to drag the aircraft out to the runway, and why aren't they using on-ground power supplies and not generators? I don't know what they're doing, but that's what they did when I was out there a long time ago. Their one complaint per person per day There's now been one complaint per person for a week or a month or something. When I asked about who approved that, it was a hoax. There was never any policy for one complaint per person per day. They wouldn't take it off you, so I got FOI, it's on our group's website. These light aircraft are using lead fuel 3 times the lead that cars were allowed to have, and they're still using it. Anyway, why are these planes coming back over the land? They can fly to America over the Pacific Ocean. Why can't they fly north over the ocean out of Brisbane? Why are they going to come back on land? That's something that should be looked at. I had Kevin Rudd sitting in my barbecue area watching a professional noise meter years ago. Rudd the dud, did nothing. He was going to do all this work. There's a video of him saying what he's going to do, and also Wayne Swan on our group's website. It's also on Facebook. On the Facebook, it's on YouTube. Now, one of the members of one of the local groups was Ainsley Rowlands. He was a senior air traffic controller, and we had meetings at his house. And someone suggested his aircraft should turn on the river and go north. Well, I was there one day, and one did this, and all of a sudden he turned south again, and then he turned west again. And what did Ainsley ring up the control tower? Oh, sorry. When I said turn at so many DME, he turned before he told how far, but he was going into the craft with an aircraft coming towards him. That's why he had to get out of the road. I actually read the Badgerys Creek EIS years ago, made the effort, and the amount of pollution that they admitted to going to come out of Badgerys Creek, I can't quote the numbers, it's too many years ago. And if there'd be an inquiry about Woolworths and Coles ripping people off, they should also inquire into the airport about parking and food prices.
Just 30 seconds left. Sorry.
And the reason the airport runways are facing the way they are, and I had this in writing, that it's not to inhibit the future development under vacant Crown land. And the other reason they couldn't turn any sooner, this was in writing by a minister years ago, they couldn't turn sooner to go north in case they hit a building in Brisbane that wasn't built yet. And that's the text that was in the letter signed by the minister. That's how bright these people are.
Thanks, Mr Wilson. We'll have to leave it there. Thank you. And Ms Handley.
The Brisbane Airport operates with a social licence from the community. It is a licence to which and for the benefit of that community, not to use and abuse it. The consultation process run for the Brisbane Airport Corporation has been severely flawed. It took 3 emails and several phone calls to even find out where a consultation session was happening. A consultation process that does not publicly advertise where it is taking place is seriously flawed. In Sydney, actions were taken to mitigate noise in affected communities. Why have no such actions been taken in Brisbane? In Queensland, due to our climate and lifestyle, our buildings are more lightweight to allow prevailing breezes to permeate our homes. Noise is very much an issue in these houses. The new flight path, in many cases, seems to be over the densest part of the city. I regularly wake to flights over my house in the early hours of the morning. The lack of sleep or interrupted sleep has well-researched adverse health impacts. In fact, the cumulative impact of noise exposure is so dangerous that it is regularly used as a form of punishment or torture. We as a community were misled about the effects of the second runway at Brisbane Airport. Brisbane Airport Corporation does not have a social licence to profit at the cost of health and decreased property values and other adverse effects on your host community. The safety of the aircraft industry does not come at the cost of community safety. Private profit should not be at public cost. You have the ability, and I'm talking about government here, has the ability to encourage airlines to use quieter aircraft, and other jurisdictions have done so. Please do the same for Brisbane. Other jurisdictions have curfews and flight caps. Why not Brisbane? Promises without enforced compliance is useless. We need best practice in Brisbane to give us an acceptable community outcome. The government has the ability to force regional flights to continue, and I do not take that as a reasonable reason for not having a curfew in Brisbane. We all realise that the aircraft industry is a vital part of our economy, and we do not want it to be downplayed. But at the same token, you cannot run an industry that is destroying the community that hosts it. Thank you.
Mr. Smith.
Yeah, I'm located in Toowong, which is the suburb over from Taringa, from the gentleman here, which is underneath the western outbound flight path. We've seen minimal efforts and effectively theatre aimed at temporary pacification of the community while we get ground down with increasing numbers, as the predictions have been outed today. I've a number of points here, but something that has occurred to me is that the entire flight path design, which Airservices at some of the community meetings was very proud of, has been heavily constrained by the Amberley airspace, which has not changed. There's been no pushes to actually look at if something can be done different there. So what happens with that is there's extremely tight turns, and you can hear the engines going up to, like, you turn your car, you have to apply power to go around a corner. The planes are no different. Is there a defence for defence to be brought to the table to share airspace, at least under some circumstances? The costs that we've heard about today are all, against metrics that completely exclude the effects on employees of every other company except the airline industry and tourism and their families, and it extends out. The statistics are all set up, like the one complaint per person per month has all been set up to minimise any impact to a casual onlooker. And I know many of my neighbours are aware of the fact that nothing happens and they don't bother with complaints anymore. That it is still a topic of conversation. Late night flights are a major issue. Despite most flights within the evening being tolerable, at least in my area, or not present at all, and certain flights are regularly low and noisy and seemingly using the overpopulation path by preference. They are the odd ones out. There must be a reason for this difference, but it is not evident from a layman's perspective. This was noted by the TRAC's consultants, but there has never been any feedback or change. Indeed, there are now more overnight flights, including a recent new flight between 2 and 3 a.m, which has been touted by the airport as being amazing. Certain flights have earned the nicknames such as the Doha Devil and the Dubai Dominator. The Taipei Terror was previously present but is no longer around, so maybe they can change and do something different. The fact they've got nicknames lends evidence to their ongoing bad behaviour. We have seen evidence that 4,000 feet used to be where they would all go. Now the local airlines appear to be trying to push up to 6,500 and above, and this is making a difference. Not eliminating it, but it's something. This is the difference between a thunder rumble and the entire house shaking. Some airlines are trying, but many just don't care, especially those overseas based. Air conditioning and fans all year round are the only chance of sleep. Thank you for hearing me.
Thanks, Mr. Now we are running very short of time, but Ms. Bignell, you have a statement for someone else. Just remind you, just 2 minutes for this one. Thank you.
This is a verbatim statement from a parent living near the airport. This person is an experienced international pilot with 2 small children. We built our home just prior to the new runway opening. We investigated all the information provided by BAC and Airservices. The noise modelling was false and grossly inaccurate, and so our home is unlivable. The noise was measurably 10 times louder than we were advised. We were advised that we would not experience night noise, as noise abatement would be operative on the new runway between 10 p.m and 6 a.m. Our children insist they're too tired to go to school, but even after settling into bed, there are more jets to keep them awake until 10 p.m. We wear earplugs all day and find concentration difficult. A full night's sleep is a biological imperative. Building a runway pointed at the city was a flagrant mistake, as its effects would have been foretold. There is no way that these organisations could have made an error this significant by mistake. I believe the noise data was purposely misleading and inaccurate when it said the noise would not be an issue. We currently endure 17 hours of aircraft noise daily, generated by approximately 200 jets overhead daily at 2-minute intervals. Commencing at 5:30 to 6 a.m, it dominates the day until 10 p.m. It's appalling. BAC changed the noise abatement period on the new runway from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. without any approval or community consultation. People being woken at 12 a.m, 1 a.m, 3 a.m, 4 a.m, and then constant noise from 5 a.m. is a major health hazard. We know some people who have been forced to move 4 times. There are other issues like ultrafine particulates, but the core issue is the aircraft noise. Thank you.
Thank you. We are very close to finishing. I thank you again for all of your evidence and coming forward. It helps a lot for ourselves to hear those personal testimonials. I wanted to ask, it'll have to be brief answers, obviously. One thing, as I'm listening to you all, again, it seems like there was an issue before the second runway that was put in place. We didn't have a curfew then, though, either. So I know most of you want a curfew, but is there a way of getting the same result by whatever was working before, using that, going back to the flight planning and airspace, presumably planning, which occurred before without this problem? Sorry?
The first runway had enough problems.
Okay, so some people have a different view, yeah.
It hasn't gone away, you know what I mean?
Yes, sorry, Ms. Bignam.
The legacy runway always had departures to the north and the west, obviously, but that flight path was moved to the west.
Yeah.
So Brookfield, Sanford corridor
All got hit.
got hit without consultation.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, Mr.
I was just going to say that there was always a noise problem in Brisbane. Kevin Rudd and Wayne Swan made a lot of complaint about that, but we knew which part of Brisbane that was in. Yeah. We chose not to live in that part of Brisbane. We lived in a different part, and the flight paths came to us. Yeah. And I think that's the big complaint here. People made deliberate decisions about where they live, and the aeroplanes came to them.
Yeah, very well put. Any other points or questions? I'll wrap it up. I can't take, we can talk to you up. I'm happy to stick around and have a chat with you, but just can't officially on the record take evidence from the floor, so to speak. But look, thank you very much. Sorry? No, you're right, Senator Waters. Thank you very much again for coming here today. It's been a very informative day for ourselves. We have a lot to chase up with. As Senator McKenzie just mentioned to me, we might need Airservices Australia for a full day. And I was thinking we should come back here to the Combsley Hotel with them, perhaps. But thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day. And I will now adjourn the meeting, adjourn the hearing. Thank you.